from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Under the bay. Oh. 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 Under the baobab tree, where shadows bend, the earth whispers tales, the wind.
Human rights are a fundamental and universal entitlement belonging to every person by birth, designed to ensure dignity, freedom, and equality regardless of race, nationality, or status. These inalienable rights form the very core of global governance. International human rights law, founded upon the Charter of the United Nations and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, UDHR of 1948, establishes the binding obligation of government to protect these freedoms. A key success of this universal framework has been the continuous expansion of its legal body to protect vulnerable groups, including women, children, and persons with disabilities. This universal commitment forms the basis of this year's International Human Rights Day theme, our everyday essentials, which seeks to reaffirm these principles not as abstract concepts, but as the practical foundation people rely on daily. Despite the strength of this legal foundation, challenges in implementation and new complexity result in an uneven global landscape. Millions are facing a critical lack of access to basic needs such as food, water, health, education due to persistent poverty and entrenched inequality. Recent World Bank estimates indicate that approximately 817 million people are currently facing extreme poverty, underscoring the severity of this implementation gap. Rapid advances in technology and digitalization also present novel hurdles concerning surveillance and privacy. Digital access, essential for modern civic participation, saw significant disruption in 2024 with 296 instances of internet service disruption, highlighting the growing threat to digital rights. This challenge is compounded by weak governance and the widespread persistence of armed conflict. These elements undermine fundamental rights by fueling instability and violence, often perpetuated by a lack of accountability for violations. The devastating impact on civilian life remains profound. The United Nations recorded a sharp 72% surge in the loss of civilian life in conflict zones in 2023, coupled with a record high of over 120 million forcibly displaced persons by the end of 2024. The human rights framework faces compounding issues such as climate change, which threatens the rights to life and health, through environmental degradation. This has created a hazardous environment for advocates, with environmental human rights defenders facing substantial risk to their personal safety. Navigating a fair and constructive way forward requires key action across key primary fronts. Strengthening social safety nets through the establishment of universal social protection floors is vital to close the inequality gap and safeguard essential economic rights. Enhancing accountability is paramount. The international community must increase support for mechanisms that investigate and prosecute serious violations of humanitarian law, thereby countering impunity and restoring the rule of law. Also, the protection of civic space must be prioritized by regulating the digital sphere to ensure strong privacy rights and by enacting specific legal safeguards that protect activists, journalists, and human rights defenders from attacks, allowing them to perform their essential work without fear. Ultimately, ensuring human rights remain an ongoing commitment that demands measurable action over rhetorical assurance. By reinforcing the UDHR's principles through strategic investment in social protection, accountability, and the safeguarding of civic and digital freedoms, the global community can successfully transition these values from legal ideals into the everyday essentials that defines a life of dignity, freedom, and equality for all people. Praise Matthias, SOUQ News TV.
When most Nigerians hear about anti-graft agencies, fear is the first response, anxiety over investigations, raids, or sanctions. But the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, is showing a more collaborative face, one that seeks engagement and partnership to foster integrity across public institutions. The message came to the fore during a courtesy visit to the National Orthopedic Hospital, Igbobi, Lagos, where the ICPC Resident Anti-Corruption Commissioner for Lagos State, Alexander Chukura, led a strategic conversation on collaboration, ethics, transparency, and institutional accountability, received by the hospital's acting medical director, Dr. Wakil Lawal. The visit focused on sensitizing management and staff on the importance of ethical conduct and risks of practices that might attract the Commission's attention.
ICPC is the police of public agencies. I want to break it down the way you understand it. What we realize is that we police MDAs to make them adopt global best practices. However, it is a known fact that one person cannot stand at attention and stand well. For crime or for corruption to be consummated by the public officer, most of the time you find people from the outside, they contact us. They are not public officers, they are not true. I'm on the same page. So essentially, the ICPC is the police of public agencies. What is really corruption? Can someone attempt? Otherwise, just go ahead. And do what they want. Which one would you prefer? Okay, let me go ahead. There are that complex term, corruption, has been seen by different people at different times from different perspectives. But I'm going to still break it down. Corruption aptly refers to an abuse or a misuse of position of public trust to confer an unfair and undue advantage to oneself, to one's relative, on proxy, which may not necessarily be financial. Anything you do to abuse or to misuse that position of public trust for your own gain and for others is corruption. So, what I'm saying here is that if we have that at the back of our mind, and ICPC is the police of the public agencies, what about the EFCC? The EFCC came after ICPC for purposes of specialization, economic and financial crime.
A key moment of the engagement was an open question and answer session where concerns were raised about perceived bias in enforcement, particularly when some political actors appear untouched, while public servants are often held accountable. The commissioner clarified that the ICPC investigates based on issues and petitions, not status. While he noted the section of Nigeria's constitution which offers temporary immunity to certain office holders, he stated that this immunity elapses once they leave office, after which credible petitions are duly investigated. The leadership of the hospital present were also encouraged to see the ICPC not as a threat, but as an ally in strengthening systems and protecting public trust. Chukura emphasized that internal mechanism is not enough in fighting corruption. Rather, it requires alignment with global best practices. He urged public institutions to adopt transparent documentation and compliance protocols, stating that the absence of proper records can be just as detrimental as misappropriation of funds.
As able to address some areas of concerns and also improve our knowledge on things that we actually don't take cognizance of. More importantly, in some situations, the officers or the executive or the head may not necessarily committed any offense. But from your statement today, I would deduct that keeping good record is also as important as not being corrupt. And so this is also things I want some of my colleagues and myself to also learn from. ICPC or EFCC, we know the day when we are doing transaction. There's the document we're going to send to them. And so it becomes an important aspect of our work. I hope this will also improve our practice. So thank you. Your statement today has contributed a lot. And we don't have a ICPC. ICPC is our friend. And I'll show you we'll keep the channel open.
Speaking with SOUQ News TV, the commissioner reiterated the need for ongoing partnership across key sectors to foster greater understanding of the commission's work and improve public trust. He expressed optimism that in a few years, ICPC would achieve significant milestones in building a more accountable nation.
It's a tradition in ICPC for us to go to strategic stakeholders. We go to the place to tell them what to preach the anti-graft crusade. So at the end of the day, we have a better nation. Because on the stand of insight, it's been discovered that Nigerians, the citizens, have suffered. There's a lot of apartheid indifference about the anti-graft crusade. So it's this conscious effort by the ICPC to now begin now to make people get a buy-in for that to be part of the whole crusade. We go everywhere, especially government, that's the MDAs, so that we can galvanize support, so that we can educate the people on the ills of corruption. We're not there yet, but with the present board, the end is very near.
At the end of the session, the ICPC handed essential materials, including the ICPC Act, a handbook of frequently asked questions, and a guide on the consequences of unethical behavior to the director. A symbolic award was also presented as a sign of the ongoing cooperation. This visit forms part of ICPC's broader strategy to build institutional integrity and promote responsible service delivery across the public sector. Grace Komalafe, SOUQ News TV.
we're going to have increase in the number of facilities that we would visit in the year 2025 by 30%, that would have improved compliance and enhancement of data-driven decision-making using data analytics, that we're going to strengthen collaboration between our partners, and we're going to have 25% increase in our compliance rates by carrying out the key strategies. We want to expand our monitoring coverage. We want to enhance our digital infrastructure by integrating a secure online pathway. We also want to include the e-learning platform and our mobile platforms on the digital infrastructure. We want to strengthen our community engagement and build capacity of both the farmer staff and our partners. We want to drive innovation and research. This year, we want to carry out research on quality of care. In doing all of this, we want to make the health facilities in Lagos safer by leveraging on technology and ensuring that all our processes are data-driven. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mariede, Dr. Nibo Shinawo, Dr. Veronica Iwayemi, and Dr. Abiola Idowu. Your Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Salako. Taking us further in the comparative study, I want to especially welcome a professor and consultant medical parasitologist at the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. He coordinates the International Malaria Microscopy, RDT Quality Assurance Center, as well as the country's World Health Organization malaria specimen collection sites in the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for Professor Wellington Oyibo for the very short comparative study. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, Executive Governor of Lagos State, the Honorable Minister of Health, here represented here by the Minister of State for Health. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, this is historic for us. This is a path we have planned, prayed for, and we are happy that this is happening. Mr. Governor, thank you for all that you and for making this happen myself. I'm so happy and grateful to the Honorable Commissioner of Health. He has told the story. So I'm going to build on those stories as I make this presentation. I don't have much time. And part of the whole thing is the advances that Lagos State has made for over 2 decades. The world is hearing it, and the distinct nature of these projects through the impact project itself, which is calibrated around the impacts that this project will be again for Lagos State. My slide, please. So what we know about malaria, in the 15th century, why was it called malaria? It was called malaria because the cause of that fever illness was not known. And it was connected to marshy waters. So malaria in Greek is foul. And that was called the cause. And it took some another 100 years before it was connected to mosquito bites. And today we are talking about fever. And say all fevers are malaria. So are we going to the 15th century? And this is what we're trying to really unbundle in Lagos as it's still over 50 million people. My slides. So if fever is still malaria, we go back to the 15th century. And then, of course, for evidence base, meant that we will have to quickly provide the evidence. Can I have the slide up? Yes. So the Honorable Complaint, let me just pull it out from here. So I've given this background. Most health workers will not accept the test results when it's negative. And that's the challenge. Next slide, please. Okay, and if you don't have data, which we are talking about digitization, you cannot calibrate where you are. And so if we look at the entire program and the plan of different projects, is to see that real-time data is available and that tests are done. And when the test is done, we can say quickly, cost-effectively, this is where we are. Because you can get the rely on routine data. The country do not have quality data, and that's the challenge. Next slide. So low confidence in the test. Basic things are being used. Lagos is making progress. How do we handle this? 94 to 96% of the reporting for malaria in the DHIS that categorizes states and Nigeria comes from the primary healthcare center, and this from the public sector. It's important to recognize this. Next slide. And we're bringing this on board because we provide the quality platform for quality diagnosis at the College of Medicine. Next slide. And we do all of this carefully to ensure that these tests are good to be used for humans. Next slide. And what is known? Please just keep on going on the slide because I'll just go through them. There are changes in Nigeria in terms of malaria epidemiology. Next slide. And then we see from the 2021 malaria indicator survey where Lagos is. Next slide. And you can see where we are here at 2.6%. Hopeful. And next slide. Good progress. And we're talking about the path for pre-elimination. We are on that path. And we are happy that this is being mentioned here today. And like I said, this signature. And in line with the stratification strategy and subnational tailoring by WHO. So we are quite on course on this. Next slide. And then you can see the different tests available. You can keep on hitting enter. You have microscopy that is powered by a human being. And then you have this rapid diagnostic test that is technology. But somehow we refuse to accept technology and we stay with humans with all the challenges. So that's what you see with microscopy. Just keep on pressing enter and all of this. And this is the test 15 minutes, the result is out. The other one will take any time. It will be 1 day. And then based on that, we have done the scoping assessment of facility in Lagos.
Recent times, cosmetic clinics. So we're finding it difficult. We have limited capacity to ensure monitoring of these facilities. We also have inefficient manual processes because our digital platform is unable to carry out some of the processes in the agency. We're sitting on a lot of data in the agency.
With AI to make sure that the test is actually having the results that the pharmacy or PPMD says it does. We then verify that the treatment, the appropriate treatment, and then in the impact program, to the public health system for malaria-negative patients to ensure that they're getting the proper diagnosis that they need and have a better understanding of what other febrile illnesses patients might have. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'll just talk briefly about all of the other partners that are working on this as well. So we are working closely, of course, with the Lagos State Ministry of Health, which envisioned this work and brought us in to support on this, with NMEP, which is overseeing the work and providing technical oversight, with WHO, which is providing, again, technical support and facilitation, and then importantly with our private sector partners as well, so PCN, which is doing quite a bit of the regulatory oversight and ensuring the quality of care in a pharmacy setting, with SFH, which is enabling the supply chain, and then of course with LASHMA, which is to go quickly into the final results on why this is improved quality of care. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So the work is providing network expansion, innovative financing, integrated health systems, supply chain resilience, comparative research, and regulatory reform, leveraging all of these different partners that we've mentioned to ensure that patients are able to access quality care, and that the data is being provided back to Lagos State to help improve regulatory support, policy, and other things. I mentioned the partners that we have here already, but we're very grateful for all of the work that they are providing to ensure that there's quality of care in the private sector. And then finally, one final slide. To reinforce what Dr. Wellington said earlier, the work that is being done is also to be supporting with testing, understanding the difference between rapid tests and microscopy, to support on policy reform to ensure that rapid tests are always done before treatment for malaria in Lagos State. Thank you all so much, and we're very excited to be a part of this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jessica Venon, the CEO, Measurements. Ladies and gentlemen, taking us further, Nina Obulafo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellency, sir. We're very happy that this is happening today. So just permit me to do something unique in terms of our focus for malaria control in Nigeria. To do this, I will call on Dr. Dao, Hospital Director for SOUQ. We're going to have the Honorable Minister being tested for malaria. Honorable Minister, please. Thank you very much. This is showcasing the main focus for malaria control in Nigeria, which we refer to as the 3 T's. Your Excellency, the first T stands for tests. We cannot overemphasize or we cannot underscore the importance of that. The second T, sir, is for treatment. Cannot have His Excellency and the Minister of Health standing for long, so once we take their samples, we're going to have them seated again. So can I have Dr. Walter on stage to come and quality check what is happening, sir, please? Thank you very much.
We are witnessing leadership by example. leadership by example by Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, as well as the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Salako. Please, let's appreciate them. That is the way to go for every one of us all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. So again, this is the way to go for malaria control program in Nigeria. The pre-elimination in Nigeria could commence in phases. We could commence pre-elimination in Nigeria in phases. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you. So back to the fourth bullet on my slide. Your Excellencies, pre-elimination in Nigeria could be commenced in phases. It could start with the states, Lagos State, for example, and we could go geopolitical zones. So I was sitting with my sister, the Commissioner of Health from Ogun State. So the fever for pre-elimination have started. So I also want to say that it stands on Lagos State to make sure that this pathway for pre-elimination is properly done. The National Malaria Elimination Program is waiting to take the experiences and the processes that Lagos will use to achieve elimination to be replicated in other states. Your Excellencies, it's important to note that right now we have a couple of states under 10% prevalence in the country, and those states are Anambra, Kwara, and Rivers State. So what is happening in Lagos that has been flagged off today, it's like NMEP, it's poised to take what these processes and experiences are to states like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma. Let's appreciate her. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Governor, sir, Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali Pate, who has been ably represented here today by the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Adekunle Salako. A round of applause for him, please.
Your Excellency, the excellent Governor of the Center of Excellence, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu. I must recognize my brother, who is the one who has summoned all of us here today, the Honorable Commissioner for Health for Lagos State. All members of the Lagos State Cabinet here present, our partners, WHO, World Bank, distinguished stakeholders in the health sector, gentlemen of the press. Because of time, let me say all protocols to be extended. We cannot keep the governor for malaria alone. He has to attend to water, to road, to several other things. So I will shorten my speech, but I must say that today I'm wearing two caps. You may not see it physically. Standing in for myself and also standing in for my brother, the coordinating minister for health and social welfare, Professor Pate, who is unable to attend because of other assignments. I am most delighted to be at this auspicious occasion of the launch of the pathway to malaria pre-elimination and digitization program in the Center of Excellence, Lagos State, led by His Excellency the Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu. I recall that Lagos State pioneered intensive malaria case management in the early 2000s through the Eco-Free Malaria Initiative, under the leadership of now our President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, then Governor. I am most delighted to be here today to be part of another pioneer initiative now under Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu as Lagos State takes the lead in the agenda to end malaria by 2030. Your Excellency, the Federal Minister of Health and Social Welfare is enlisted with this giant stride, which aims to improve malaria diagnosis, case management, and accurate tracking of cases through the integration of digital health solutions in the form of real-time electronic reporting systems, all targeted at further reduction in the burden of malaria and its eventual elimination from our land. This momentous project will not only set a track for malaria elimination in Lagos State, but in Nigeria at large, thereby once again making Lagos State a trailblazer. I want to emphasize that this project is in line with the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the renewed vigor for the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare on the rethinking malaria concept that was launched in April 2024 and is aimed at fast-tracking the malaria elimination goal through strategic shifts. We have continued to make progress in this regard, and the inauguration of the advisory on malaria elimination in Nigeria, AMEN, the development of pragmatic costed plan of action, the expansion of permanent healthcare facilities, training of frontline health workers, and the initiation of domestication of affordable medicine facilities for malaria to make malaria treatment more affordable are all testament to the progress we are making. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry is taking these steps in order to reverse the undesirable trend of being the highest burden malaria endemic country globally, accounting for 37% and 31% of cases and deaths, respectively. I am confident that Lagos State possesses the needed attributes that can help drive Nigeria to malaria elimination through such case-setting initiatives like this program. Furthermore, Lagos has been consistently the lowest malaria prevalence state in Nigeria, as evidenced from all the malaria indicator survey conducted in the country, with the most recent result in 2021 showing 2% prevalence, hence indicating a tendency of attaining pre-elimination when concerted and consolidated efforts are put in place. I wish to report that the challenge of let me use this opportunity to call on all stakeholders not to relent on their support towards this impactful intervention, which will contribute significantly to the drive at eliminating malaria from the world. Nigeria is ever committed to this drive and will continue to toe the path of global best practices. I wish to assure all Nigerians and our partners that the change in the policy of the United States government with respect to global health funding will not adversely affect our malaria elimination programs and other public health initiatives, as President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR has approved a robust mechanism to ensure adequate and cost-effective funding for public health programs. I call on all state governments to join hands with the federal government to ensure that our country becomes self-sustaining in the funding of our public health programs. Before I end this address, let me commend once again and appreciate His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, and his health team, led by Professor Akin Abayomi, for initiating and executing this laudable innovative project. I wish to also sincerely appreciate all the partners, World Bank, WHO, all the implementers, especially for providing the needed human resources, technical support, and the funding for the implementation of this initiative. I wish all of us a successful launch of this impactful project as a springboard for the elimination of malaria from our country. Thank you, and God bless the federal government.
Distinguished invited guests, Your Excellencies, Honorable Minister of State, have your results. Pleased to say that the Honorable Minister of State evening. We will not be confining you in a bed in Lagos. Your result is negative. Indeed, when patients go to clinics and the doctors tell you that they've performed a test, it is your responsibility as a patient to see the test. Please ask for the test and take a picture of it and have a record on your phone. My governor, the Excellency of Lagos State, I'm pleased to tell you that you may continue with your duties. Congratulations, sir. Your test is negative, in line with the low prevalence of malaria in Lagos as well. Chart a course. Thank you very much for your support, both the Honorable Minister and our Governor and members of the Lagos State Executive Council. Mr. Governor, if you would like to approach the podium to give your keynote and to launch a pathway to malaria elimination in Lagos.
A practitioner himself and a strong politician, Dr. Thank you very much for finding out. Members of the State Executive Council, especially Professor Akin Abayomi, and Special Advisor on Health. Thank you very much. Other cabinet members, all the permanent secretaries in the Health Ministry, there are several of you that are here. Thank you very much for taking out time. The Country Director for the World Bank, Dr. Diop, the Country Representative for the WHO, Dr. Walter, all of our partners that are here, MyShamed, Impact, SFH, the National Malaria Organization, our friends from our neighboring state, the Honorable Commissioner for Health in Ogun State, thank you. All of our health practitioners and stakeholders that are here, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. When you are asked to come forward and conduct a test that you did not psych yourself for, what will happen is you quickly your brain will raise back and say, have I been feeling unwell? What is going to happen? It just brought us back 5 years during COVID, and they said that they're going to do a COVID test. It was like, the heart was going to open and you don't know what will be the outcome. But you see, it's an important activity that we need to continue to subject ourselves to. You might think it's a simple thing, but it's so important. And that ability for you to come forward, if it has turned positive, what it will have just meant is that we need to make a treatment. It's not a death penalty, but it's really just for all of us to know that we need to do this thing and we need to be able to come forward transparently at all times and let us end all of these things that we don't want again in our sight. Thank you very much. And so it's an honor that I stand before all of you in this room are very strategic to launch the first in the country, another Lagos first, the pathway to malaria pre-elimination and digitalization program. We're here to affirm our commitment to safeguarding lives and the livelihood of every Lagosian. Malaria is more than a disease. It's a social-economic burden that has held back individuals. It has held back families and communities for such a long time. It robs us of our productivity. It drains us of our household incomes. And for many households in Lagos, especially those modest earners, malaria, the name it alone brings shivers. It reduces their earning and reduces their ability to continue to earn more for their family. And so this financial strain often affects families and a lot of times causes heartbreaks and the rest of it. But we're here to put a stop or to even bring a voice to a step at which we want to eliminate that completely. It has affected school children from going to school. It has affected businesses. it has seen a whole lot of absenteeism and a lot of challenges in our society for several decades. But today, we had to change all of that narrative. The eradication of malaria is not just a good health news. It is indeed an economic imperative. It's a good news that all of us must beat our chest and be able to carry, if there's a pin, that we need to have, a pre-elimination, the campaign for it, we need to have it, and we need to be able to dot it everywhere. We know from statistics how much malaria has cost our GDP, billions and billions of dollars. Imagine what Lagos could achieve with a lot of resources if we're able to eliminate all of this. We no longer have to choose between survival and opportunity. Imagine a Lagos where every child can attend school uninterrupted because of ill health, or an adult can contribute fully to the economy. And one thing that is instructive was the demonstration of the slide by Professor Akiambam, and I saw others as well. I can see that Prof already has a side job in animation and cartooning. It's a job that he can conveniently retire into. And the narratives were very clear. But the message was very, very transparently done. And all of us, in one form or the other, are guilty of this. You feel unwell, you think you have a fever, the next thing is you are diagnosing yourself with malaria. Very easy. Just give me injection. Just give me this tablet. I know what it is. We are all, self-diagnosing ourselves and self-telling ourselves that that is what it can only be and that is what it is. So just give us. But we can see that with knowledge and with communication, a lot of all of those negative things we can rewrite them. And so this program represents a hope rooted on innovation, collaboration, and determination by leveraging digital tools that will ensure that every malaria case is tracked in real time. This is digital. Long are those days when you need to take a whole full blood from your body to just do a simple malaria test. I was asking for my bottle of Mortina because those days when they take your blood test, you must replenish it with a bottle of Mortina. But you can see that with just a small prick, and in no time you can actually. That's what digital life, has done. And so it has helped us by strengthening partnership with the private sector. We will expand access for quality care. It will help communities to have the knowledge and resource. It will build a culture of preventing that leaves no one behind. And that's a message we need to come out of from here. All of us sitting in this room must immediately turn ourselves into an advocate, into a cheerleader, to be able to carry this message forward, to be able to tell everybody that needs to know. Go into our communities, pass on this message that this pre-elimination launch program has started, and it's for all of us to see it, to buy into it, and to work with it. The benefit of eradicating malaria goes beyond just health. The malaria-free Lagos, and indeed in future, the malaria-free Nigeria is achievable in our time. And we've all put our minds to it, something that could be done. We believe that if we can eliminate it, it will increase productivity, it will improve educational outcomes from our children, it will reduce considerably our health costs. It would also enhance quality of life. All of these points speaks to a better livability standards, in all indices. And so this vision, though ambitious, I believe is achievable. It requires, therefore, all of us, government agencies, healthcare practitioners, healthcare providers, community leaders, development partners, and indeed all citizens to work together with an unwavering resolve. Success will not come overnight, but will be sustained effort and collaborative action. We will prevail. You saw the slides that a farmer and the lady on malaria and the lady on immunization. You saw the statistics between January and February, what the run rate should be. Yes, we could say that, this is just March, but we need to be able to double those numbers. We need to push those numbers to be able to achieve the 2025 target. We need to be able to push it and achieve, because there's no magic to it. If your target is 2 million and at the end of February we are still doing less than 200,000, you are doing far less. So you need to double, your spike shoes. You need to work harder, twice as fast, twice as much for you to achieve the 2025 record. And Doctor told us, Prof told us from WHO that it's 2025. They are going to close the envelope. Hello? Yes, they said they are going to close it. And there's a 20. Where is it? I thought it was. They're going to close it. Our target is that we have to take that $20 million. We have to do everything to make sure that we'll meet the criteria very quickly. Because if it's something that we all say we want to do, then everybody must be on the same page. And I want to commend the farmer and all the ladies that came forward transparently to show us those data. And what we need to do is we don't need to wait in October before we now cry. We need to be able to track this thing on a month-on-month basis. So I want to thank all of you. I want to thank our partners, the World Health Organization, the World Bank, the National Malaria Elimination Program. Our community pharmacists are here. All of our pharmaceutical associations are here. Thank you very much. Our various private and public hospitals, and all of you that are here for your valuable support and making this initiative positive. Of course, permit me to thank in absentia our very hardworking Honorable Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Al-Pate. Our best regards and best wishes to him. We know all of the things that he has brought about in his tenure as the Honorable Minister of Health. We wish him well. We are also tracking and monitoring, all of his deliverables so that we can say at the end of the day, in your time, you did all of this. And to also thank the Honorable Minister of State for cooperating and operations with the Honorable Minister. We believe that if you do all of these things and you do them well, your time, your time in that ministry will be written in gold, and Nigerians will forever be grateful, because we know that you are pushing everything to ensure that we save over 1 million lives, and you're doing so many things, so many big health initiatives. I want to wish you well. To Dr. Diop, our country director for the World Bank, thank you for your invaluable support at all times, funding your technical assistance. We believe it will continue to catalyze our health initiative. To our country director on the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Mr. Uche, whose organization's investment has been pivotal to malaria control. Say a big thank you. Dr. Walter, our WHO country representative, we believe that your expertise and your advocacy capacity has helped us to push this forward. Thank you very much. To all of our partners, Marshall, Nets, who I met last week, I did promise, I said I'll be here in person. And to all of our other partners, please, let's see this as a start to work. It's only when we achieve what we have set for ourselves that we have done the job. They don't pay people for attempts. They pay people for results. And it's the result that is important. It's the result that takes us to that final breathing point in which we all can say that, yes, we've done our best, we've contributed what we needed, and we've seen the results. And I believe that we have everything to make it work. We believe we have all it takes to eliminate malaria completely in Lagos State. I want to congratulate our own Ministry of Health. Congratulating ourselves is telling you that you have a lot more to do, Prof, and all of you. But I will be watching, and I will do everything to continue to encourage you. And as a demonstration of that encouragement, I was whispering to Prof that I will also do something different. I will be promoting Dr. Idowu as a permanent secretary. Clapping means that she's going to work twice as much. All the very good hard work she's doing. To my fellow Lagosians, fight belongs to each of us. Let us embrace a preventive measure by eliminating mosquitoes, adapt, test before treatment, ensure that we can pass this message. Test before treatment. It is so important that we do not just take this for granted. Let us ensure that we can take this advocacy into our communities, into our nooks and crannies, and show really that once we have started this campaign in Lagos, we will go around every part of the city. We can rewrite the history of malaria in Lagos, and it's in our hand. It's all of us in this room that can help. I want to wish you all the very best, and I believe that when we work together, there's absolutely nothing that we cannot achieve together. Thank you very much.
Mr. Governor, sir, may I plead your indulgence, Councillor President?
When we were meeting, she thought I really didn't like her. She was frowning her face one day. It was between her eye and her eye. This pre-examination launch of malaria from Lagos State. Pathway to malaria pre-admission and sterilization program in Lagos. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Governor, sir, may I crave your indulgence to quickly invite this Honorable Commissioner for Health, Special Advisor on Health and Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, to join you for the first photo op.
As soon as we are done, also we are inviting all the permanent secretaries in Lagos State to join the executive governor, actors from the Federal Ministry of Health, all the directors that have accompanied the Minister of State for Health, all the directors in the Federal Ministry.
Hospitality is a very interesting and dynamic industry. Hospitality industry, very interesting and dynamic. And as we know, we have global best practices, that are acceptable. It's just like norms that are acceptable in the industry. So when you talk about global best practices, it encompasses a lot of things, a lot of dimension, in terms of technology, in terms of service delivery, in terms of training and retraining of staff, even the recruitment, onboarding of staff. There's so many things involved when you talk about global best practices. Well, let me just say the main challenge we have in this climb is orientation, education. In this climb, many people go into the hospitality business without much information about what they are about to go into. You see, the problem with us in this climb is education. You see, many of our hotel owners are not properly educated before going into the business. I've had series of experiences on the field where some people must have wasted fortune and they will now realize that they need consultants. And by that time, let me say it may be late already. Before you go into any business, get to understand, how it works. The hotel business is a very complex business. Like globally, the trend is making sure your guests' expectations are exceeded. And so many, the technology is employed in making sure this is possible. You won't believe that up to now, we still have some of our local brands. In fact, most of our local brands have not even adopted the PMS. PMS is property management software, where you right from the guest arrival, in fact, right from online, by the time you are checking online to know about the hotel, their products and all that, right from online to when you get to the front desk and throughout all your experiences, all these things are captured by a software, makes the experience so robust and all that. Up till now, many of our local brands still find it difficult to adopt this PMS. To them, it's expensive. To them, they don't see any reason for it. And this is what makes, it improves guest experiences. It makes you satisfy your guests. You even exceed their expectations. Makes just at a point, just on the touch of a button, things are already happening. In the Western world, they're already going into, AI, right from CRM, customer relations management, service, CRS, and all that. They are already exploring using AI and all that. Here we are still on biro and paper. How do you compare the brands? The local brands are built around the owners. The owner, tells you either he is knowledgeable or not about the business. He runs it like a one-man business. And at the demise of the owner, the business dies. Unlike the global brands. The owners of Marriott are long gone. And Marriott keep multiplying all over the globe. Right now, they have about more than 1.5 million properties all over the world. They have acquired Sheraton here in Lagos, even 4 Point by Sheraton. You see them expanding. What is the secret? It's all about process, system. When there's no process, there's no system, then you are planning to fail. And it's a common saying that when you don't plan, you're already planning to fail. When there's no planning, many of them go into the business without proper feasibility studies. You know, a young man came in from diaspora, was not just last year, to invest in this same hospitality business, set up a lounge on the island. You won't believe it. 6 months, 100 million was gone. And he had to pack up and return back again. So what is happening? Why is it that the global brands are thriving and our own brands are not thriving? Meanwhile, we should even have some advantages over the global brands because it is natural. We are naturally hospitable. It is our nature in Africa. You know, hospitality, Africa is hospitality is Africa. You know, so all we need to do is to get the formal training and convert our virtue, hospitality virtue, into in a professional way and run the business professionally. Well, actually, it's not by the quality. We still have some boutique hotels, you know, that are doing very well in the country. They are already trying as much as possible to, you know, follow the global best practices. You know, it's not until your hotel is so massive and big before you can exceed your guest satisfaction, you know. No. Even if it's just 7 rooms, you can still have a brand that can be reckoned with. You know, a brand is not until it's massive before you can say you have a brand. You can have a brand even in a small hotel. You can create a brand. So it's not about of course, we have some hotels that takes care of the middle class and they are doing it perfectly well. But what I'm just saying is majority of them are not doing it well because they have refused to adopt the tech. They have refused, you know, to follow, you know, good processes. They don't care about training. As far as they are concerned, the staff are just slaves. They use them and dump them. You know, they believe that if they don't do well, fire them, hire another person. You know, your business will be going in circles. You have to create a kind of linear graph, not the one that will just go up and fall down again. You know, try, you know, to train your staff. Like I always tell people, if you don't train them, don't blame them. Because, I mean, you can't imagine spending billions of naira to erect a structure in the name of a hotel, and you cannot even onboard your staff properly. Most of them, they just employ anyhow, put their relatives, and they start running. There is no onboarding program, no vision, no mission, no core values, no SOPs. And, and as far as they're concerned, they are running a business. You know, when the owner is not around, nothing can happen. And the guests are complaining. Why is it that you don't have these things in stock? You cannot tell them that our MD is not around. That's why he has not released money. That should be budget. You run such businesses on budget. If he has to release money, he releases the money, you know, as at when the budget is ready and the budget is funded. So the business runs on autopilot. It doesn't have to be there. But most of these local brands, they want to be there to see everything, and it's not possible. It's not possible. Or else, like I said, at the demise of the owner, the business dies. What is the secret behind the companies like Coca-Cola, and all the Marriotts of this world, the Sheraton, etc.? What's the secret? It's because they have process and they have a system. So once there's no process, you're just wasting your time. So and like I always say, a brand is built. It does not come by accident. There has to be intention. It has to be deliberate. You have to be deliberate about building a brand. Well, the truth is, staff will always live where they are not well treated. One thing is to say you are training. Another thing is the environment conducive for them? They are not animals. If they are well treated, they will stay. They receive training. They see a future in the organization. There's nothing like staff handbook. You don't even know your rights. You don't know your privileges. You don't know where the company's right stops and where yours starts. You don't know whether you are entitled to leave or not. In fact, that one is in the hotels. In our climb here, there is nothing like leave. You treat them anyhow. Why will they stay? But go and check out those local brands that have adopted these global best practices. Their staff are not going because they see a future. And the issue of trust, you're talking about trust. It's not peculiar with the local brands. If money can be stolen in the local brands, it can be stolen in the international brands. But the difference is the process. You see, like most of our clients, when we try to that we consult for, when we take over, I always tell them, look, let's put a system in place. Increase their salaries. Let their salaries be enough. Then those that were there with the wrong intention, by the time the systems are in place, they will leave because they know they cannot steal. Recently, in one of the hotels I consult for, somewhere in Ogun State, we recruited the maintenance officer, and they overheard him talking on phone that, it's like there are no lapses here. Barely 7 days. He was already looking for, lapses to explore, and that he has to leave. You won't believe, within a week, he has already given us a notice that he's resigning. Why? Because there's a system in place. Use this PMS we are talking about. Property management software. It has different modules. You have the front desk module. You have the restaurant and bar modules. You have the accounting module, the inventory module. Different modules, and they all work together. It's a central thing. Even the HR module, whereby you onboard your staff on the software. Right on the software, you know whether their documents are complete or not. Those that are 80% complete, what are the outstanding documents, the guarantors, and all those things. But most of these people, when you tell them, it's alien to them. They don't believe it's workable here. All there is, and another thing, another dimension, another thing I noticed about our local owners is, how much was your sales yesterday? The next thing is he has taken everything. He's going to party. No future. The business has no future. And when the employees see you spend like that, see you behave like that, you are also tempting them to start behaving like that, to go into the money if they have the opportunity to, because they don't have a future in that business. They know their future is not guaranteed. Tomorrow the business might fold up because of the recklessness of the owner. You're building a business. Allow it to grow. Nurture it. Let it grow. Let it grow. Let me break it down. Like when I say the front desk module, the module has a lot of features whereby when your guest walks in, or either online, you can book online, and it will reflect right there. You can book right from London. You go to the website, the hotel's website, and right from the comfort of your bedroom, you are seeing the different categories of rooms, just as if you are already in the hotel. And you are seeing the attached rack rates. And you make a pick. And as you pick, you have the option of payment. And as you make the payment, you reserve the date and a future date, and you make the payment. As soon as you make the payment, it reflects right in the hotel on the front desk. For example, you picked room 107, and somebody else walks into the front desk and says, I want room 107. Sorry, it will show that it's no more available, even though you didn't see the guests, but it's been paid for online. Can't you see it makes life easy? It increases, improves the guest experiences. It makes your potential guests or your guests happy, makes things easy for them. So you can achieve that online. You can also achieve it by walking into the front desk, and you can make a reservation. All you need to do is check the rooms. You don't even need to go around and looking at the rooms. It's displayed for you at the front desk. You have it on the screen. You see the different categories of room. You make a pick, and you make payment. Now, when you make payment, a receipt is generated immediately. Another thing is, that's what you call door integration. When you're talking about fraud, you integrate your door. That's the card system, not the iron key, the card system. You integrate it with your software in such a way that once a card is activated, because once payment is made, the card is activated automatically. The owner already gets an alert. In some software, it's called MRS, Management Report System, that a room has been sold. Either you are there or not. It's as clear, as simple as that. You don't need to come, and some owners will come and sit down at the reception to see what is happening. No, you don't even need a camera. Everything is automated. No room can be opened. You can't access any room without the card being activated. And the card cannot be activated except payment is made. It's only the payment that activates the card. Can you see that control? So now another question comes. What about when you want to clean the room? How do you get the card? That's what you call, MasterCard. Or floor card and all that, depending. Now, personally, I advise my clients, you don't activate a MasterCard to work indefinitely, to work anytime, anyhow. We have hours of cleaning. So your MasterCard is activated to work. For example, the checkout time is 12 o'clock. So you activate it in such a way that it's only active between 12 and maybe 3 o'clock or so. Every daily. Once it is 3, you cannot access the room with the MasterCard again. You can see the tech we are talking about. So you can't access any room again. And again, we have energy saving lights, whereby it's only that same card that can power the lights and the TV and the AC in the room. No guest wants to check into a room without the AC working, without the TV working. So it's only that same card that can power the systems. So you won't check me in by 1 o'clock because you have access to MasterCard. And by 3 or 4, once your card is no more active, I'm in darkness.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Hello, good morning and welcome to SBL. This is SOUQ Business Landscape. Here we talk development. As it concerns you, my country, your country, we talk business, what is moving the world. We also get to talk about economies. Now, these are ports that concern every single African, majorly Nigerians, that, hey, how is the Trump tariff influencing things around the world? But that is not what we're dwelling upon today. Today, it's the day for SOUQ. A lot has been said for over 20 years. A deal was signed in 2017 till this particular year before yesterday. We had an agreement that was not reached, but yesterday we saw very good positives. We'll talk about that, so you can't miss it. SOUQ is seeing green lights on all angles. We'll talk about implementation. So we are expecting to have them on the show today, and we will talk. We'll also look at what's happening in NGX. 2025 ended very well. 2026 has started on a very strong note. So the question we'll ask you is, what are you waiting for? What's happening? Top gainers, top losers. Companies listing, companies waiting to list. We'll talk about that. Then there are also several things we want you to know. But first, go to SOUQ News Television. All platforms, all social media platforms, follow. It's not difficult. Just click that follow button. Then put on your notification. Once we are live, you will get notified. Then let your friends, let your families, let your co-workers know that this is your go-to station. Let's do life together, like my pastor will say. Okay, my name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. I'm not here alone on this particular table. I'm pleased to inform you that the Oracle is here and the Knight himself is here. Olumide, good morning.
Good morning, SOUQs. So glad to be here. Good morning, Doctor. So glad to be here. I am Olumide Shokoya.
You're welcome. Yes, we also have Dr. Idahosa. You can't run away from us.
SOUQ, I didn't know you have a pastor too.
We all do.
That's quite interesting to know that you have a pastor.
Thank you very much.
I would have loved to be a pastor.
But you know you are.
It's nice to be here. Good morning, Nigeria. SOUQ, good morning. Olumide, good morning.
Okay.
Here we add value to what you do. We just don't want you to follow us. We want you to be better in everything you do, whether it's business, whether it's your career. We make life really more meaningful here.
Yes, thank you very much. Life being more meaningful, it's a major one. You can take that to the bank. Yes, let's get straight to Market Watch. NGX, Nigeria Stock Exchange, we have gained again. Okay, we are all part of it. Investors confident it's been lifted. Now, the Nigeria Exchange Limited closed higher on Wednesday as renewed investor optimism lifted equities, pushing total market capitalization up by 598 billion to 106.78 trillion. We crossed the threshold of the 100 trillion when we started this particular year, and we are still climbing. Now, the gain represents 0.56% increase from the previous season, reflecting improved sentiment despite softer overall trading activities on the bourse. Trading data showed that 752.4 million shares were exchanged in 55,739 deals with total turnover of 29.62 billion. Compared with Tuesday, volume declined by 33%, while turnover fell by 12%, pointing to more cautious participation by investors during the season. However, the number of deals rose by 13%, indicating sustained interest in select stock, even as broader activity slowed. Analysts are saying that the mixed indicators suggest investors are positioning selectively, balancing profit taking with fresh buying amid expectation of improved earnings and macroeconomic stability in the near term. Yes, for those that are wondering, this is going to be our staple on daily basis. We'll tell you, hey, this is what the market is doing, this is where the market is going. These are the shares that have the grains. So as we speak right now, let's us educate you, because Doctor will get to speak about it. Some of the companies you see that are listed, your mind should not always go at the outlets that you see on a normal basis. They have other major businesses they are doing. For example, Academy Press. Someone will say, are we still doing printing? Well, check out their other businesses. The last trading section, they had the highest increase, 10%. And that share is still going for 8 naira 25 kobo. Cheap you think it is. Now, calculate the amount of shares you can buy. Now, NCR PLC, that's the Nigerian part of it, they rose 9.98%. The shares are still 106.3 naira. Then Triple G Company, 9.95% increase. And the shares is for 4 naira 86 kobo. Now, we have to bring these prices so that people will get to know that when we say, hey, look at shares, it's not about shares that are, yes, the supplies might be in thousands, but you still get shares in less than 10 naira. It now depends on your accumulation. Then the banking sectors, the major ones that had the first one were the fintechs. eTransact, 9.25% rise, and that share is going for 19.95. Then G's Bank. Yes, you heard us. 9.87% rise. 7.46 naira. There's always a place for you to come in. Dear Doc, why are people still sitting on the bicycle?
Well, I think a lot of people in our environment really do not appreciate or value the capital market so much because publicity is weak about activities of Nigerian Stock Exchange, and people also do not believe because there's also some level of trust deficit, especially arising from the dip that happened with the dip in 2008. There are a whole lot of sour history around investment and losses, and people become very cautious in terms of approaching the capital market. There's no doubt that the new management of NGS has done pretty well in terms of putting standards and system in place to guarantee that markets are not unnecessarily manipulated. But you see, trust is always earned, and people want to see things happen before they can believe it. So if you tell somebody to say you can make money, you want to see that you yourself had made money. I tell people this is a very short story. Some years ago, when I was learning that market, somebody came and explained it to me, and it was just a simple thing. And he opened the back of newspaper to me and he said, just be looking at what's happening every day. And so you can count your money from the back of the newspaper. So it became very practical. And I don't think a number of people have that understanding how to get involved. People are still thinking that you need to be a millionaire before you can play in the market. Today, fintech has made a lot of things so easy and simple that on the comfort of your room, between 9 a.m. in the morning and 2:30 in the morning, you can actually trade on your app, on your mobile phone, You can buy, you can sell. Those days, people need to have a stockbroker who help them to arrange these stocks. So you can actually follow on a lot of mobile app on your Android or your iOS device. And then you're trading by yourself. And it's as good as that today, that you can actually invest as little as 500 naira, that you don't need to have 10,000 before you invest. There's a minimum threshold you can buy, maybe 10 units. So if you have a stock that, for example, is selling at 6 naira, 10 units will be about 60 naira. So which means you can invest as little as 60 naira in the stock. But if you accumulate it over a period of time, you will see that it becomes an amount to something significant. That education is needed. And I'm also glad that SOUQ News is talking about this development. So we just hear people say, oh, stock, what are they really doing there? How do I earn from it? So that level of education is needed. And once people don't have information, chances are that they will not benefit. But like I said to anybody, if you have seen any man who is anything in the world, there are only two factories where wealth are made, and that is in the stock market and the real estate.
Okay, that's for Doc, stock market and real estate. Add agriculture to it, please. And we need that mass employment here. Olumide, I'm coming to you. Looking at the top gainers for yesterday,
I would have asked Chooks. My father did agriculture for more than 60 years, and he was never rich.
Okay.
Okay.
But being rich is relative.
Yes, so but what I'm saying to you is that anybody who is something in the world today,
money rich,
okay, property rich, there is just two factories where these people are born. It's either in the stock market or they are born in the real estate business. So you check it out. Anybody who can say who is who today in Nigeria, they are in that space.
I can now gladly tender my resignation and get to the real estate.
You don't need to resign.
I can still stay
You
where
can
I
still
am
be working and doing and investing in real estate.
I hope you heard that.
Yeah.
So we have no excuse because we have to grow and capitalize our NGX. Let's leave the comparison with South Africa for now. Now let's talk about the top gainers we're looking at. Some of the companies mentioned, people look at them as face value. You hear Academy Press, the first thing that comes to your mind, okay, but I know their company in that place is not as big as it used to be before. But do people really know that they also have diversified and invested in some other things? Well, the Academy Press, they tantalize us. You only see the outlets where they sell food.
Yes.
Are people aware that there are other avenues that these companies are making money on ground?
Well, if people are not aware, or even if people are not aware, I think it's all about how you project yourself to people. For instance, now we've been shouting, we've been telling people that go invest in insurance. Insurance, they are booming, and some other consumer goods, they are booming right now. Banks are now sending text messages to their customers. I received a message from my bank that, it's going for, is it 6 naira or thereabout, or 10 naira or thereabout. You can actually invest in our bank since you are our customer. So I think we need more of that. And just like Doc said, it's just for people to understand what stock is. See, a lot of people in the market and all that, they have money, unused money that they are not really using. And while people always complain that when you put money in the bank, it's instead of appreciating, they are taking 5 naira, 10 naira for card maintenance, this maintenance, that. You can actually invest part of that money in stock. But we've developed this culture of get rich quick as a result of these Ponzi schemes, the influx of Ponzi schemes that has really, really got into the minds of Nigerians, and they just believe that, if I put 10,000, by next month, I'll collect 20,000, by the second month, I'll collect 40,000, and by the third month, I'll collect 100,000. And, but we really now need to rebrand our mind that, look, you can actually invest. You can put your rent, what you're saving for your rent, let's say you're saving 100,000 or thereabout, and you're just topping it up every month. And by the end of the year, you have something. You fall back on something. You could put a whole lot of things, money that you're not really using. And it's not, you don't have to wait to have 100,000, 200, or $1 million. You can start with 10,000, 20,000, and just be adding it every month. and watch your money grow. It's a mobile platform, so you don't need a stockbroker. You can actually watch it. You can download different types of mobile platform and see what offers they have and check it for yourself. You can actually do it for yourself. It's not rocket science. But I think a lot of people just need to understand what stock is and understand that stock is even better than the lotto or the sport, the betting and all that. That's just it.
Okay. A different school of thought want to argue with you on that, but hey, okay. let's let that argument be. Remember that we believe that this country will grow. We believe that we will get to a time when no matter the company, they can walk into the stock exchange and get monies in billions because of the capitalization there. So hey, and it's me, it's you, we need to get ourselves involved in our stock market. And also companies that have not listed, how can we get them to allay their fears and get to the market?
Well, I think a lot of people are afraid of exposure, which is risk. When you are listed in the stock market, you see your books are in the open. You become more transparent. Governance really increase, which is something that a lot of people should actually be interested in. But you see, because of the nature of the environment, a lot of people still feel that just like we do culturally, children are not supposed to be counted. So people don't want their value to be known. A lot of people like to micromanage. They don't want business grow out of their control, which is fundamentally a very big problem. I remember in 2008, I met an uncle of mine, and we got talking, and I discovered that he was very highly positioned in the telecom market. He actually brought Motorola into this country. Wow. But he had a small office somewhere in Ale Avenue where he was the MD, the secretary, and everything. So he didn't want to bring in people who were more intelligent than him to drive the process until we got to where we were at Obasanjo time, and the entire market space was digitized, and those who were able to put structure in place were the one actually getting the benefit. And I think those cultural barriers are still there that affect participation of a lot of people who could actually be listed in the capital market. So these are things where I said we need a lot of education. That people also want to do business, and they also have to have clear intention in terms of the area of governance, that once you are listing in the market, you should be able to separate roles so that the money is no longer your private money. It has to be now managed profitably. So it's not just woman working the money and asking accountant to transfer money to one account. So budget has to be in place. And this is what a lot of people are running away from. And that's why people are not too many people are participating in that industry. You don't need to be $1 billion company before you get to participate. You can participate at the level that you are. And this is also where, of course, fintech has also come to help a lot of people. Although there are a lot of scams that's also happening around that sector because it needs to be properly cleaned up. The SEC or the NGS needs to see how to incorporate this fintech who are also doing crowdfunding for small business projects like farming and the rest of it, that they can actually become a subsidiary under the exchange so that people can understand that, look, if you are asking the public to send you money, we need to know the structure that are on ground to ensure that whatever anybody is putting into that business, that fund is safe. And I think these are the issues that are around us. You mentioned that you didn't want to dabble into the South African issue. Again, you go and find out if you've been in South Africa. You will see that it is more of white South Africans that are actually investing than the black South Africa. So investment is a black thing. And it's only very few people among the blacks who are actually well enlightened that are putting money in the stock exchange.
Okay, and we here in Nigeria, we must break that jinx. Nigerians, we will invest. Our capital market will grow. Now, still talking about money, let's get to the banks. The federal government has ordered banks, fintechs, to change and charge VAT on e-transactions. Now, the federal government has directed banks and fintech companies to collect and remit 7.5% value-added tax on selected electronic banking services, effective Monday, January 19, 2026. Payment platforms disclosed the directive in customer emails signaling a nationwide rollout covering routine digital transactions processed through regulated financial channels. Now, according to notices shared by MoneyPoint on Wednesday, the tax applies to electronic banking charges. Again, to electronic banking charges, including mobile money transfers, USSD transaction fees, and card issuance costs. The VAT is charged on service fee itself. Now, let's get ourselves up to date. The VAT is charged on service fee itself, not on the value of funds transferred between customers. Let's understand this before people go to the market and peddle news that is not true. VAT is charged on service fee charged by the banks, not on funds transferred between customers. For example, if 100 naira transfer charge is deducted or attract an additional 7.5% VAT. Now, this will increase the total fee paid. Simple. So banks are expected to adjust pricing, disclosure, and remittance system immediately as authorities seek to widen tax net and improve non-oil revenue collection through digital finance usage across formal financial system nationwide from Monday onward fully. Before we brought this up, a lot of people that have access to cameras, which everybody does, and a ring light, went to the market and started misinforming people. Yes, there is a new VAT for bank charges, but please, Doc, can you use your elderly voice and tell people to stop misinforming people? Please. That the VAT is not for my money I'm sending. Okay, so the money you'll be sending to me today for lunch, there is no VAT charge on it.
Well, there's a whole lot of damage control that will need to be done in that regard as to people understanding, because the trust level here is just too low. People don't really believe when government come out to say anything. And so you see enough disputation because the intents are not communicated adequately and properly. Maybe they also will need to really tell us. When you say you are charging service, what is the value added really in service fee for a money transfer?
That's for the banks themselves.
Yeah, but because the principle of VAT is that there's something that is processed and the value is added to it. And because of that value added, then we have to charge that value. So what is the value addition here? So these are things that government must need to clarify people. So if you're saying you're going to charge all electronic transfer, for example, so what is the value addition that you're actually taxing?
So they are taxing the charges made by the bank.
Yeah, so what is the value addition there?
Should the banks answer that?
Yeah, you see, but I think it's the government who's putting the VAT. Okay. You see, what this will do in the long run is also taking us some step backward, where people have to deliberately avoid e-channels, and then you are frustrating your financial inclusion drive, and you're also frustrating, the design by government to ensure that we operate a cashless economy. It will take you tons and tons of weeks to be able to explain to a woman in the village that it is not the money that she's putting in the bank that is being charged, or the money that is using USB to transfer. So it will return us back to a cash economy, which is really not good for us. I think government can look at for things that really make a lot of meaning, especially when we are doing this back and forth. See, I learned NRSC met with KPMG that day while they were looking at some of the provisions. I think there are a lot of things that need clarification. So while government is actually looking for more money, I think it must be done decently so that people can understand what these things are for and why they have to pay it. That's the only way. So if you say, okay, you're going to take the charge from who? Service charge, the bank is charging it. So if you do a VAT plus a 25 that is taken from your money, it's still your money, not the bank's money.
So if 25 naira is taken from my money
so
for transaction.
So if you are sending 5,000 and the bank is taking 25 naira.
25 naira.
From your bank. So the VAT is 7.5 of 25. So you will add it to the 25. So the charges move from 25 to about 37 or 35 naira or whatever it may be. So you're still charging the person who is putting money in the bank. You're actually adding to his burden. Now, why are you adding to the burden? They put this money in the bank, interests are not added.
Interests are added, but insignificant.
So you put 10 million in the bank, and in a month, you can't get 5,000.
Okay.
So what are the charges for? So there's no value additions, and I think these are the things that government need to actually address. And those who are proposing, because I don't believe that there should be over taxation, but when tax makes sense, people naturally will pay. Everybody is paying VAT, whether we like it or not.
One way or the other.
So we go to the market and we see where food are processed, people pay VAT. People go to eat in eatery, you know that there's a procession and addition of value to it, people pay VAT. So we must be on issues that are quite definite and not just be looking for avenue to take money from the people.
Okay, Olumide, I'm getting this back to you now. How are fintechs going to deal with this? Because majorly they are the ones that are making this sort of banking easier for the unbanked. How are they most likely going to deal with it? Because this is the easiest thing for them to do. Yes, it's just like writing one code and just dropping it there.
It's going to be easy for them. It's also an avenue for them to just step up their game. I know even before now, money banks, if you go to a POS, I'm talking about the 15 naira stamp duty. If you want to send 10,000 naira, people have gotten around that. They'll just tell you send 9,900 and some. So that's what people actually do. So people always try to find a way around it, but like Doc said, it still reflects back on the people themselves. You are taxing the people, and whether you like it or not, we would always pay VAT. You can't escape it. But like Doc said, what is that value that we are talking about? For the fintechs, it's easy. It's easy for them. It's, like you said, they just write the code and every other thing, and you know, people are already aware.
Are people aware?
Well, they have been misinformed, but what we are doing now is, trying to get rid of that misinformation and tell them that this is actually what is. But people are actually prepared. They have prepared their minds for this. It's just for us to now clarify that doubt or that misinformation that no, this is not. They are not taxing the whole money. It's just what they are taxing the VAT on that.
Okay, let me give you let's paint this particular picture. Tayo in Balogu Market. Tayo is selling shoes or ladies' bags. He is going to get customers in hundreds on daily basis. And out of this 100, 50 or 60% to do transfers. So on each of these transfers, he's being charged.
Yes. Even without transfer, if you go to the market these days now and you want to make payment, they have a POS. Now, I don't know the agreement with that. They have that, but they will tell you, oh, you have to pay 100. And sometimes I decline because I tell them that I should be able to transfer to you directly and make my payment. I should not have to pay extra 100 because I'm paying you for a service. So sometimes if you negotiate well, they'll tell you, okay, don't worry, I'll waive that 100 naira off and all that. So it all boils down to how do you want to now liaise with your customers? How do you want to now explain it? But I think most people are aware. The major thing now is how can we get a way around it? Would you prefer to use your ATM or would you prefer to transfer? And I think most people right now at this point might prefer to use the ATM or use the POS instead of
at the ATM. You still be charged.
Yes, at the ATM you still be charged.
Okay, we want to see things work, but right now we are in the phase where we are going to do a lot of troubleshooting. It's January. a lot of troubleshooting is going to be done, but we want this troubleshooting done fast. But for some issues that can't be resolved without troubleshooting, it should not even crop up in the first place. But we'll keep watching, we'll keep informing you, and we will keep going. Yes, we'll take one more story and we'll go on a very short break. And this has to do with price of fuel. Now, crude oil is gradually taking a rise, and people are talking and scared that, hey, it's possible that the pump price will increase. Now, pump prices of petroleum product are expected to increase thanks to products may rise in the coming days as global crude oil prices climbed about $66 per barrel. Now, crude oil is the main feedstock for refined fuel, and analysts warn that sustained price increases could quickly reflect at filling stations. Okay, good. Is this coming from importers or coming from Dangote? Because Dangote has not said anything. These analysts will keep asking, okay, who exactly are these analysts?
Well, you are an analyst.
Not in this sector.
Olumide is an analyst, and we have a lot of analysts everywhere, some armchair, some professional experts who also look at the reality. But I think it's just to call things by their name. Mm-hmm. The fact that the petrol market is completely deregulated, whether at the upstream or the downstream, and we are asking that prices reflect market realities. Sure, that's what happens. Because what people want to say is that it's not just the prices coming down, because there's implication for price come down, and there's also implications for prices going up. So what are the cost of input, for example, to produce a PMS? So when you look at the input cost, so you're going to be looking at, number one, the cost of crude in the market. Now, if cost of crude is increasing, cost of logistics is also increasing to make the crude to the refineries where they are being processed into petroleum products. You find that the market value of that particular product ex-factory will take a new price. And so if there is a new price ex-factory, which means at the local, there are also going to be new level of pricing. Because staying at that same level will mean that if you have invested some money, you're going to have some losses, except that the margin is wide enough to accommodate the marginal changes. And so you are saying, okay, I can remain at what I am as long as there's no loss made. Maybe, for example, if I'm making 20 naira margin on an investment of about 100 naira, I can decide to say, well, if prices move marginally, I can decide to reduce my margin to 15 naira or 10 naira, and then I'm still hold my dry. But if the changes in the prices or the variation is going to affect what margin you get, you don't have option because it's a business and not a charity. Then, of course, necessarily, price has to go up. So what the analysts are saying is that if the price of the inputs are increasing, the likelihood of the fact that the final products is going to also have an addition to its price is not unlikely.
Okay. Thank you very much, Doc. Now, Doc has given us an excellent academic review of this particular issue. Now, let's talk like Nigerians. Let's talk like Nigerians. Okay. The last time we had this kind of issue was also when prices went up. When crude started falling, we didn't hear analysts say that the prices have started falling, so the pump price should be going down. Now it has gone up. Now, Doc said one thing that I had to write down. I said, remain at what I am. Dangote have not said anything. Now, let's talk as Nigerians, with the consumer of this particular product. Are you looking forward to Dangote waking up and saying price is going up?
Well, Dangote, so far, with what Dangote has invested and what he has put down, I don't think he would. Eventually, he's a businessman. He's running a business. He has to make profit. But for now, with the forces that Dangote is battling with, he feels that he really needs to stay in business. I don't think jacking up the price right now would be a good move for him. Maybe
what if crude goes from 66 to 70, 75, 80?
Well, where is it getting?
Yeah, but I think they don't need to come out with a press statement immediately. They also need to study the geopolitics.
Okay.
Because what is affecting price movement now are the activities of the United States in both Venezuela and in Iran. And this nature of our geopolitics have a way of determining what happened to the price of crude. People are looking, is this conflicting situation likely to take some more days or run into weeks? Yesterday I read somewhere that Qatar refused Americans the right to use their military base to be able to get up to Iran. And is that a pointer that we're going to see that the crisis with Iran immediately is going to abate if the national leader of Iran is able to actually contain the situation around the streets? That's one part of the conversation. Look at what's happening in Venezuela. Is the air resources in Venezuela well managed right now? And what's going to happen with other competing powers like Russia and China also trying to intervene in what is happening in Venezuela? Will it escalate a global challenge or conflict? All of these things have to be put on the ground. So it's not somebody waking up one morning and just tell you prices had increased. We have to do a critical analysis of the geopolitics and how it affects sectors and our businesses, and then people can then decide to say, well, it is right time to either increase price or reduce price.
Okay, but now, speaking from the importer's point of view, they don't see it the way you see it. They just look for opportunities to make more profit.
I don't think so. I don't think so, because...
What about the final sellers?
Importers are in competition. I use the third mainland.
Okay.
I've tried to wait to buy petrol at the MRS filling station in Alakbere.
Okay.
I have never had the patience to wait.
The queue is long.
Because the queue is always there and it's long.
Most MRS.
And whereas you have an NNPC that's also on the same axis.
No queue.
And you see either two vehicles there, people like me who cannot wait for queue, who will buy there. But people have alternatives. In short, I was passing through a certain place yesterday and I saw that one NNPC that was franchised there, the guy has sold his filling station because it's no longer lucrative as it used to be. So when you have competition, people don't just wake up and take decisions, because here you have intelligent consumers who will also have to rationalize. Even if they mean that they are going to save 10 naira, they don't mind staying on the queue and wait to get the 10 naira saved. Not everybody is on the fast lane. So you must understand this reality. And I think those who are doing those investments also know that their turnover is getting lower and lower by daily basis.
Thanks to competition.
And so what that means is that if you're running on somebody else's capital, maybe a bank loan, your ability or capacity to be able to pay up is also dwindling, because you're not seeing that volume come like it used to come. So you see a lot of attendants who are sitting down idle doing nothing. And of course you have to pay them at the end of the month. So it's increasing your cost. So you don't necessarily have to be insensitive to consumers' intelligence. And I think every businessman who wants that name will also watch the market to see what's happening in the market at that particular time before they can determine whether they want to push price up or push it down.
Okay. Dangote, thank you. Oil importers, thank you. You've kept the country running. We had no pump issues last December for the first time in a very long time. To every one of you, thank you. We're going to a very short break. And when we return, we hope to be speaking with people from SOUQ. They will still talk more about what's happening in the fuel sector. Don't go anywhere. This is SOUQ Business Landscape, and you are watching SOUQ News. Remember, go on the social media platforms and follow, like, and share. Don't go anywhere.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at
getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff. Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
In Africa, and there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His official love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dantata, but his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria, highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one granted authority that combines real intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape. Hello and welcome back. This is SOUQ Business Landscape, where we talk business, development, and finance as it concerns you and your economy. We are all still here. The Oracle himself is here, Knight himself is here, and my name is Chooks. The same before we went on break. We are going to be linking up and talking to the major stakeholders of the Academic Union of Universities here in Nigeria. Yesterday, being Wednesday, a particular landmark agreement was signed between the federal government and SOUQ, and we're looking forward to having a case where we have no more strikes. Strikes that have made students that went to school for 4 years spend 6-7 years. Some went to school for longer than that, and we are asking ourselves this particular question. Is that era gone? Is it something that we won't see happen again? Now, this administration is coming out to say, okay, good, let's do this. We'll be having the chairman, the president to be precise, of the Academic Staff Union of Nigerian Universities. Now, SOUQ have sealed a new agreement to end university strikes, university disruptions. The federal government and the Academic Staff Union of Universities have unveiled a renegotiated agreement aimed at ending years of disruption in Nigerian tertiary academic system. Now, the deal was announced on Wednesday and is expected to address recurring strikes that have shut campuses nationwide and stalled academic calendars, leaving students uncertain about graduation timelines. The 2025 agreement concludes a renegotiation process that began in 2017. Yes, you heard us. And that particular review was for the 2009 pact between the government and SOUQ, which was due for revision in 2012. Officials say the prolonged talks reflected deep disagreement over funding, conditions of service, and university autonomy. Several committees has been set up over the years by previous administration, including panels led by Wali Babalaki, Musali Jubril, Nimi Briggs, all failed to produce an agreement. Stakeholders hope that the new deal will restore stability, rebuild trust, and allow universities to focus on teaching, research, and national development after years of uncertainty for students, lecturers, and families nationwide. Because most times we look at the students, look at the lecturers, we forget the families that send these kids to school in the first place. We will be having Professor Chris P. Wuna on SOUQ Business Landscape, and we will get to talk. Hello, sir. Good morning. Okay. Dear Prof, because that's the next place we are sending you to now. You have to go and impact a lot of this education on not just students, but people that have to lead this country going forward. Dear Doc, we've seen this come from 2009. We've seen 2013. Before 2013, there was 2012. Now we are getting 2017. Now it's 2025. Do you see this ending now?
I wish I was a prophet. Or maybe I'll be able to say tomorrow. one of the questions that I've always asked is the fact that it's one thing to negotiate agreement, and another thing for the major stakeholders have the wherewithal to ensure that the agreement that is signed, that it can be implemented. And I think that's been the really basic challenge with all the previous agreement. It's not difficult for a government to say yes. But when you say yes, you're also looking at your capacity to be able to pay. And these issues, for me, are things that are created by the government itself, to be very honest. We don't need as many universities as we have, because people tend to equate literacy with university education. By UNICEF definition, literacy is your ability to be able to read and write.
Yes.
And everybody should be able to get that at nursery level. So what that will mean is that we don't need to really be churning out paper certificates. We just need people with the right skill to drive the economy. But over the years, what have we seen? Argument from NUC's angle. They have a lot of people who are applying for JAMB, and therefore everybody who applies for JAMB must find a space in the university. I don't think that argument is plausible. University education is expensive. Now, if government had very few of them, maybe real 5, 6, or 10 functional federal universities, that's actually empowering people to drive administration. And they have a lot of monotechnics and polytechnics where people can actually get real hand-on skills to drive development. We don't likely be in a space where we are at the moment, that university professors are not well paid. I had a very sorry observation some 2 months ago. I was in the United Kingdom and we were having a conversation around corruption in Nigeria. And my friend who came from Canada asked one of the professors who was sitting down, because he's also a professor in the University of Vancouver, and asked him, how much does a professor earn in Nigeria in dollar terms? And he said it's less than $200. And then he asked, why are people complaining about corruption? Because for him, the average cost of training a student in Canada from primary school to a university degree, minimum in public institutions, is about $25,000. So he's wondering, how will a professor train his child with $200 per month? So I think these are the issues that we must also look at, because if you have 10 professors, you can decide to pay them well. But if you have 200,000 professors, you have to share the money that you will use in paying the 10 to pay the 200,000. And that's where we find ourselves. So if we must find a system that is really highly rewarding, I think the architecture of the public university, the way we look at it, that every Nigerian must be a graduate, we have to rethink it, so that those who really desire to be graduates and become managers, then you are able to actually allow them, if state needs to give scholarship to people like we currently do, that will really see people who are cerebral in their mind and they can think properly, but they are from poor families, and they cannot access this quality education, and we can see in them, in the elementary schools, that they have potentials. The state can fund them and give them quality education. So by making it that everybody must be a university, which again has raised the expectation for society, which is also responsible for our non-productivity, because we have moved away from where we have comparative cost advantage to places where we don't have comparative cost advantage. For anybody who has a degree, he wants a white-collar job, and then you don't have the industries, you don't have the companies to engage them. And then they don't want to go to the farm or do something that is a little pretty dirty. And then people are on the street. So these are the conversations I feel are quite important, because it's very easy to sign an agreement, and I think it's just pen. You just sign, and this other person sign. But when it comes to implementing, then take a good photograph. So once it comes to implementation, that's where you find the real nitty-gritty come to bear, and the government is looking at it, because we are going to say by the end of this year, we are talking about 2027 budget, and people see the volume of deficit in that budget and say, why will government be doing this deficit? But they are product of agreements.
Okay, before I come to you, you mentioned something that most people did not take cognizance of. Okay, we have Professor Chris Piuna here. Hello, good morning, sir.
Morning.
Good morning, Prof. How are you doing, sir?
I'm fine, thank you, and compliments of the season.
Same to you, sir. Congratulations on the agreement that was just signed yesterday.
Yeah, congratulations to all of us, all those who are concerned about the Nigerian university system.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now, my name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. I have Olumide here, and I have Dr. Dahosa here. We will not take much of your time, but we want to look at where we've come from before this agreement was signed, and also see possibility of implementation, because that is the most important thing, not just signing of the agreement. Now, can you just take us from 2009 to now 2026 and tell us from your side of it, to what extent do you see implementation happening on what was signed on the agreement?
Well, thank you very much. We signed an agreement in 2009 with the Yar'Adua administration. And by the way, President Yar'Adua was one of the most friendly leaders we had in regards to education. And so it was not difficult to start implementation. I think Nigerians may still have their views, but President Yar'Adua was perhaps one of the most sincere, honest leaders that we've had. So we had no issues at that time in signing the agreement or commencing the implementation. We had issues after his demise, and that is in the public domain, when government, people that were part of his government, came out to say the agreement was not implementable, that ASU forced the hands of government, and that the financial implication at that time cannot be achieved. But over time, we continue to have people like that in government who will say one thing and do another. So that has been our history with government when it comes to agreements. However, when we started this journey with this government about 14 months ago, when the Tinubu government set up the Alhaji Yaya Ahmed committee, we worked with speed. There were delays, all right, but if you compare what we consider as delay for in 14 months with what the last administration couldn't do for the 8 years that they were in power, you will perhaps give these people credit for what they've done so far. So now we have an agreement signed on the 23rd of December 2025. The agreement was not signed yesterday. It was signed on the 23rd of December 2025. What is left now, like you rightly pointed out, is the implementation. As part of the agreement, we had an implementation monitoring committee that was set up, and that committee will be coordinated from the National Universities Commission. It is composed of SOUQ, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Labor, National Salaries and Wages Commission, NUC itself, and related agencies. The aim of the monitoring, let's stop here. The aim of the agency is or the committee to the implementation. That is what would be done. We believe that if they are serious about education, we will not have a problem.
Thank you very much, Prof. We want to say congratulations. You said not just to you, but to us and Nigerian students, the universities, and parents alike. Because most times when people talk about these issues, they forget that it's actually parents that bear a lot of the brunt, sending their words out there. And even the university lecturers are also parents themselves and have children in the university system. Now, if we're able to get this off, we will not have any more strikes. That's what we're looking forward to. Then we're also looking at the quality of education. From this agreement, aside salaries, aside remuneration, aside the new allowance that is coming to the high caliber academicians, are we also looking at our campuses, our chairs in schools? Are we also seeing or looking forward to having an education system that in a matter of time will be comparable or even better than what people are leaving this country for outside?
Well, yeah, I think that is what this agreement set out to achieve. We have a place for increased funding to public universities in this agreement. And our target is that there should be 15% allocation of the national budget to education. And we understand that government cannot give us the 15% at a go. So what we do, or is what we did rather in the agreement, is to have a 2.5% increase over 3 years, which would bring us close to 15% of the budget. We also have in this agreement 1% of GDP to be dedicated to research and development. If these two key things are achieved by government, quality of education will improve naturally, because funding will ensure that our laboratories are equipped. Funding will ensure that our staff are trained properly. Funding will ensure that infrastructure is in place. Students learn in an atmosphere that is conducive and could help them bring the best, in themselves. If research is properly funded, the research is the cornerstone of development. Our education will show by the quality of research that we produce. So if these things are done, certainly we would not have to continue to cry about the quality of education in this country. We will train students that when they go out of this country, people will actually wonder whether they are from the moon. So we believe that quality of education will improve through this agreement. It's certainly not just about.
All right, sir. Good morning, Professor Pewuna. My name is Olumide Shokoya. I'd like to ask a question here. There's a concern. Now, this agreement is a beautiful one, but some people are also wondering, what about state universities, state-owned universities? Does this agreement cover them, or will there be another agreement drafted? Second question, are you also looking into autonomy, running whether state or federal universities by itself, generating revenues through other means, rather than waiting for the federal government?
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, but I think I took it for granted that we have an understanding of the agreement. It covers autonomy, academic freedom, funding. It covers governance issues in universities. These are the different aspects of the agreement. So yes, it's not just about salaries. All these areas are properly covered. That's one. On your first question, whether it includes state universities, historically, in setting up the federal government scheme, state universities are taken into consideration. So we have pro-chancellors of state universities as members of this team. So we signed the agreement with them. And because we've signed the agreement with them, they can implement this salary increase. They can implement the issue of autonomy in state universities. They can, ask our branches at the state level can ask government to improve budgetary allocation to education in their states. So this thing covers all of us. ASUU is one. And when ASUU negotiates, we negotiate for all our members. There is no federal or state universities in ASUU. We just have one ASUU. And we believe that state governments would implement this agreement, wholesome. That is what we believe. We know what usually happens when there is a national minimum wage and how state governments react. But we hope that because of the importance of education, we will not have that problem with state governments. So yes, our state universities are part of this agreement.
Thank you, Professor Chris.
Thanks. Thank you very much.
And congratulations on your election as the ASUU president, and in your tenure, we're seeing peace gradually returning to the campus. But let me just find out, because listening to the Minister of Education yesterday on a sister station, he was so elated, especially looking at some of the things that were agreed on this agreement. And one of the things he talked about was the fact that Tech Fund now will be deployed to build infrastructure, build laboratories, and libraries for public universities. I want to find out, in this agreement, are there accountability mechanisms that have been put in place to ensure that every year we are able to measure the milestone of the deployment of this fund? Also, given the fact that, of course, the education system is warehoused in a ministry where the MDAs are used to envelope system in terms of budget releases. Is this agreement also putting education, especially tertiary education funding, on a first-line charge, just the way the National Assembly is, so that we won't have issues that the Accountant General has not released funds and we cannot implement these things that are written in this agreement?
Yeah, one of the key achievements of this agreement is that we discarded the envelope budgeting system, and we took the needs-based budgeting approach. which is what we've been having over time before this envelope system was introduced. So our budgeting would be needs-based, and universities would make their budgets based on what is needed in their institutions. So on that matter, that is what it is. On your first question, actually, I think I answered it earlier on when I said there's a monitoring committee that has been set up as part of the agreement, which will be coordinated at the NUC. So that is how we can measure milestones. Are states implementing this agreement? How is the federal government faring in implementing the agreement? Our budgets progressively heading towards the 15% mark that we agreed, or they are stagnant, or in fact put in reverse gear. These are all aspects that the monitoring committee would ensure we achieve.
Yeah, let me also find out, is ASU also making plans, because we also know that resources are always not enough to go around. That universities are marked to benefit at different phases, so that everybody know when they will benefit.
Sorry, I didn't get that question. I didn't understand what...
Yeah, what I'm saying is that even if you do a 15%, it cannot go around the numbers of federal universities that we have, that we can see significant progress. I'm also saying, is ASU also working toward having university designated for a certain period of time for this development to happen, so that we can have well-equipped laboratories and libraries, and then of course we have, ABU, UNILAG in the first 2 years, we're having UNN and other university in the next 3 years, and then we can face it like this so that implementation can be easy.
Well, no, not exactly. We are not thinking of facing the implementation of the budget that way. We believe that if the federal government increases budget this year by 2.5% from what it was last year, more money will reach universities generally. Like I said, the budget will be needs-based. So if ABU Zaria wants laboratories, University of Jos may want the lecture halls. So once that increase is being made, all of that would be captured properly. So that is the way we expect the budget to be. We are not doing it in phases. You just do this. First generation universities do that. Third generation universities, no. Each of them will have their needs, and they will make their budgets based on their needs. That's what it is.
Thank you so very much.
All right, sir. Thank you very much, Professor Piwuna. I'd like to ask one more question. Different ASU presidents have come up, they've signed different agreements. We've seen different agreements come up here and there. So my question now is, what makes this particular agreement? I remember some weeks back, some months back or some years back, I interviewed Professor Akinwole, who actually was the president of the UI chapter. And he brought documents, different documents signed by the federal government and ASU. So my question is, what makes this agreement different, and how confident are you that the federal government will not renege on this particular agreement?
Well, yes, there have been different agreements signed by ASU. The president of ASU is just a messenger that is sent to sign the agreement on behalf of ASU. So agreements are not tied to president, but the union itself. That's the way we operate in ASU. But furthermore, what makes this particular agreement different? This agreement has some components that the previous agreements did not have. the 1% research funding from GDP is something that was not there before. The establishment of the National Research Council, it was not part of our previous agreement. This agreement also covers specifically how lecturers who retire will go with their full salary. It's been part of the Pension Act, but now it's clearly spelled out in our agreement. Those are some of the highlights of this agreement. Having said that, the other reason why we think or hope, I think that's the right word, the other reason why we hope this agreement will be different is because President Ahmed Tinubu was involved in these negotiations indirectly, but we have information that he was briefed at every step of the way. It wasn't as if the Yahya Ali Ahmed committee was meeting with us for 14 months, and when the 14 months were over, they took the agreement to him. No. At every stage, there were things he suggested to them. There were things he said, no, don't do it this way, do it that way. So he was part of the negotiations, and that to us is a big plus. If we cannot trust our president that what we've signed will be implemented, then this country is doomed. And we don't think Nigeria is doomed. We believe that we have a president and he's involved in this matter, and we take our president very seriously. We believe that this agreement will be different because of him.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof. I know you have a very busy day. You have to, while you are still on transit and you're part of this, I want to say thank you very much. To everybody out there, to every parent out there, let's look forward to better days ahead. We hope that when we call you when you're more settled, you'll be able to sit in and we'll have a better discussion next time, sir.
Actually, I would have loved to say the last thing to parents and students. We would like to thank them for their patience and their understanding over the years. We also want to thank them for supporting us when we embark on actions to achieve this kind of gains. Unfortunately, they went through pains, parents and students. It was not deliberate. Childbirth is one of the most painful things for women, but we get a child afterwards, and the child is useful, he's resourceful, he's productive, and we are proud of that child. And that is how we see this struggle. Despite the pain, they stood with us, and we truly want to thank them for their patience over these years.
Thank you very much, everyone out there, viewers. That has been Professor Chris Puna, the National President of SOUQ. And we look forward to better days ahead. Like we say here, we always want to see Nigeria grow, want to see things get better, and for education to be the top on the list right now is our priority. I want to see it work. Thank you very much, Prof. We look forward to calling you next time, sitting down with you and really talking education and means of moving forward. Now, to everyone out there, remember that this discussion does not stop here. Go on our social media platforms and drop your message, drop your comments. Let's talk. Let's progress this further. And for those that have specific questions you want the Prof to think on, talk about, or apply, put it down there. We'll make sure it gets to him. Now, let's go to our last story for today before we wave you bye. Still on petrol. Now, imported petrol costs stay above Dangote depot price level. Now, let's break it down. The landing cost of imported premium motor spirit has remained above the Dangote Petroleum Refinery depot price, intensifying competitive pressure in Nigeria's downstream market. While Dangote continues to sell petrol at 699 naira per litre, which favors us, and what we want to see, importers are saying that it's coming at higher level. Now we are having not too direct messages, because this is all we want to talk about. Sir, last week, they said they were bringing petrol at lesser price. And today they are saying they are bringing petrol at higher price. You've talked about indices of demand and supply. I must apologize. I'm seeing things from the consumer side of it. Okay, now, how do we make everybody in the business, both seller, buyer, just be on a good page?
I think it's just important that Nigerians understand when we say we run a market economy is that prices are determined by a lot and a variety of factors. And that's the input that gets into whatever thing you produce. So we must understand that if we're in a free market, we're not expecting that there'll be a stationary price. The price is going to remain at the same level. What happened to the input eventually will happen to the final cost at the retail outlets. Everybody do understand that if you put logistics into what, of course, was being imported, you understand that at that point, we were just trying, like they say in my village, to negotiate the leg of the ram with the elders. Because if you don't negotiate the leg of the ram, they won't even give you the arm. So I think that's what has happened. So they've gotten the arm, and I think the chicks are coming to roost now. The realities are dawning on everyone.
Okay, major realities. Now let's bring in another reality. Dangote Refinery is beginning night loading. Night loading. Dangote Refinery begins night loading to boost petrol supply. Dangote Petrol Refinery has begun night-time loading operations at its move to full 24-hour activities. That's what we're taking. Now we're seeing a different story from importers. Now we are talking about their competitor who happens to be Dangote. Is all things being equal, Nigeria is good?
Yes, Nigeria is good. I mean, for someone who's loading at midnight, you think he's taking his business less serious. He means business. He's tightening, he's crossing all T's, he's dotting all I's, he's securing all leakages. No stone is left unturned to make sure that, yes, this market really good. And it's going to benefit the average citizen. I mean, if there's more fuel in the filling stations, well, people have a choice of either queuing at MRS to get fuel at a cheaper price, or you go to NNPC or any other filling station to get it. I mean, whatever competition that benefits citizens, I'm up for it.
Okay, while you're up for it, we look forward to having BOA come upstream sometime this year. And those other refineries, smaller refineries coming together from states, we want to see them come up this year so that this competition will be more interesting.
Yeah, then, of course, we have to invest in the crude extractions to see that Nigeria is able to produce enough crude to feed these refineries that are coming up. And then, of course, we are no longer depending on importation of crude. And we know that all that we export is petroleum to the west, to our neighbors, and then to the Far East.
Okay, I want to say congratulations to this administration. You have a good fight in front of you. Well, for now, the ring is good and the ring is set. But we'll keep supporting, we'll keep doing our best, we'll keep doing our bits. Same should you. As long as you're Nigerian, nobody is more important than you. And nobody is more Nigerian than you. Thank you for being there. Thank you to Prof. Chris. Thank you very much. We wish SOUQ the best. We will support and do our own bit too. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. We'll do this again tomorrow. Just be nice.
It's been a pleasure staying with us on SOUQ Business Landscape. Before I forget, my shout out to our Super Eagles. You guys did well. Better luck next time, but we are still proud of you anyway. I am Olumide Shukoya. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Doc?
It's been a pleasure here this morning, and also knowing that Nigeria is undergoing a reset. And it has always been my prayer that in my lifetime, we will see a Nigerian that work, where education becomes the driver of a national economy that will be bigger than the economy of most European countries and, of course, other African nations.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizens. Promises, see something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Trafficking rarely happens in the open. It moves quietly through back roads, border towns, waterways, and digital pathways, often unseen, yet highly organized. While many people struggle to cross borders legally and safely, trafficking networks continue to operate with alarming ease. It's another edition of Across Borders here on SOUQ News TV, the program that examines migration, movement, and the systems that shape how and why people cross borders. My name is Grace Komalafe, and today we shall be focusing on one of the most complex and hidden aspects of cross-border movement, and that is trafficking. We want to look at how trafficking routes are formed, why some borders appear porous for traffickers but restrictive for ordinary citizens, and the structural gaps that allow these networks to persist. We also will explore how data mapping and accountability can help expose trafficking pathways and strengthen protection for vulnerable populations. Joining us is Dr. Kakpo Ayorinde, a geospatial data analyst who brings a data-driven perspective to understanding trafficking routes, border vulnerabilities, and enforcement blind spots. But before he joins, let's take a break. When we return, the conversation will begin. Stay with us. Welcome back, and this is Across Borders, where we'll bring you migration-related stories and examine how they affect us as humans. Like I mentioned before we went on that break, our guest today is Dr. Kakpo Ayorinde, a geospatial data analyst, who will be sharing insight with us on the subject. Hello and good morning.
Good morning.
It's a pleasure having you join us today.
Pleasure is mine.
Great. So I would like us to first start from the topic, the subject for today, which is trafficking. I want to ask you, to what extent would you say trafficking is, should I say flourishing? If that's the right word. So is it increasing or is reducing? And I wanted to look at it from your perspective, collecting data and all of that. How would you say this is going around?
Trafficking is increasing because the demand for it is rising. And it's demand driven based on the hope of better future in the developed countries, Europe, for example. And as long as there's always a need for it, people would always go through the routes to traffic. And since the people are willing to be trafficked, the traffickers will always smile to the bank with lofty promises to them. Looking at the IMO data for 2024, they recovered almost about 9,000 people died through trafficking globally over the world. And in Africa alone, we had over 2,200 that died as a result of trafficking. Well, of course, we are still expecting the data for 2025, which we are just about to come out now since we're in a new year. But overall, trafficking, and from experiences which you get to hear from activities from all the participants who have been lucky to have been rescued, or those who have actually participated in it and fallen victims, we've been able to see that it's an ongoing thing. And it's just like crime. As long as the demand is there, you always have traffickers.
Okay, so what would you say kind of determine the routes that the traffickers actually use?
What determines the routes is, first and foremost, enforcement. Now, traffickers don't like to pass through the long formal routes where you have high border presence. So they go through informal routes, which are the crossings nearby, either through the boats, if it's riverine area, or long paths. And the common one now is even through the desert, which, because of the terrain there, it's a porous thing, and so they are under-resourced in border control there. So that's a major part there. So that route, it's a major influence that actually drives, is a major driver that drives the trafficking.
Okay, so you've talked about the route as a major driver. But again, I want to ask, sometimes we'll see that some routes are more easier, for them. Yes, we know that we have securities personnel in all of those routes, but you find that some are that easy for them to go through, while some are not that easy. And for those routes that are even easy for them to go through, you see that it's kind of difficult for the ordinary citizen to use that same route. So why is it like that?
Well, it's like that because of two reasons. One, corruption is there, because some of these border control agents have been compromised, and so they give the traffickers routes to pass through. Then, two, the traffickers know these routes very well. They are familiar with it. They are even familiar with the communities passing through all these informal routes. And so these routes are less guarded, and it's easier for them to pass through it. Now, these routes are not fixed because the routes are actually dynamic. Because once there is enforced engagement, border control from the neighboring countries into it, the traffickers usually divert and take other routes to it.
Okay.
So that's one of the major challenges there.
Okay. So I'd like to ask you now that what does geospatial data, reveal about border porosity and the specific locations where trafficking networks tend to operate with less resistance?
If you look at the trafficking network, let's take example the Nigeria-Libya, passing through the Agadas, Sabah, up to Tripoli, down to Sabrata. It passes through a route. Now, the major route they pass through first is through Sokoto. Some pass through Kano. From Kano, they pass through Katsina, Zamfara, up to Etulia. Now, all these are routes that can be mapped. Locations are there. Now, we have securities along the route. We have border assets along the route. Yes, during the movement within Nigeria, because of the freedom of movement within the country, it might be difficult to actually pinpoint who is a trafficker and who is a normal migrant. But at the border points, around those areas with Ilele where they go to organize, there are routes which they pass through. And these routes can be mapped. Like from the Ilele now to the Agades is about 1,000 kilometers. Though some of the routes are through the desert, some are paved, some are unpaved through. But the major route which is actually a challenge there is the route through the Agadas to the Sabah, because that one is through a desert route. And it's a very tortuous route there. So, and because of the challenges in security in the neighboring countries, the Sahel countries, like Niger, due to the Turags attacks and the Islamic militants that are encroaching into it, coming from Libya, Burkina Faso into it, it's a major challenge to them too. And so all these kind of things encourage the traffickers, because traffickers will simply settle the militias along the way who will give them free passage to pass. So it's a major challenge. But at the key point there is, for every route they pass, they must get through a major town, because they will not stay in the desert. Their end place is towards the coastal area in Libya. So the main town where they pass through can be mapped. The border assets which you have within the country, whether it's at Ilela, whether it's at the one at Chad, wherever, can be mapped. We can look at the assets. We can carry out a buffer and see the coverage. That way we can see the service coverage gaps that we have in between it and see the blind spot areas. We can also collect data from past experiences, from those who have been caught, traffickers who have been caught, couriers who have been caught, and even victims who have been rescued. We can build a timeline, a diagonal map of how their route passes. So with this now, we can now juggle it together, have a cross-interagency collaboration. Yes, there may be corruption in some places, but even amidst the corruption, if we carry out proper interagency cooperation, cross-border intelligence monitoring, like I know there is one they have in the customs, despite the fact that you have the corruption rampant in the customs border, it's usually a particular period whereby even the smugglers themselves will move, because you have teams coming from the federal operation units who are not into the place. So these have to be put into play. So if we carry out the proper mapping of these assets, know our coverage areas, we can now turn this data into information that can be useful for intelligence and combating the traffickers.
So if you're talking about cross-border relationship, how well would you say the bordering countries with Nigeria, how well would you say the relationship is? Is it smooth enough to be able to work together? Because I get to hear some of the returnees when they share their story. I mean, they are often pathetic stories. And you'll be wondering, are there synergy? Do we have synergy between these governments? Because even at some point when they get to any of this destination that is outside Nigeria, for example, the experience they have, do you understand? The experience they have, it's more like, some of them are being treated like they are not even humans. So I begin to wonder about cross-border relationship. You understand what I'm saying? How effective is it? Is there any relationship at all? If there are, what are those policies that are in place that helps to guide these people? Maybe when they are being captured, when they are arrested, or I'm talking about the victims now. When they rescue them from. Do they even rescue them in the first place, or they just capture them and get them arrested and all of that? I want you to really speak to this.
I think the International Organization of Migration is actually trying a lot in terms of for the victims. I think about last year they repatriated over about 300 and something from Libya back to the country. But be that as may be, we also have our embassies, our high commissions in all these countries you are talking about. Just of recent, maybe last year was when we had challenges with the Sahel countries. Otherwise, Niger and the rest of them were Burkina Faso. We're all still part of ECOWAS. And under ECOWAS, there is a migration treaty, and that's the one that allows for free movement of goods and services. Now, people usually misabuse that migration because ideally, you are not meant to go to another country and start working without due permission. So there's a need for education on it. That migration is meant for you to go there for at least 3 months to stay there without any regularization. It is after that 3 months that you now need to regularize if you want to carry out your business. Otherwise, it's meant for you to just travel as a tourist. But over here, we misabuse it. Most of the time, people use it for business and what have you. Then people don't follow the proper documentation. Most people pass through the border, just give money to those who cross them by, and they are not properly stamped at border. So there's no evidence that they actually even entered the country to start with. So that's one of the challenges with the victims, because when they don't pass with proper documentation, how can we even say you are in our country? Where's your passport to show that you arrived in our country? So as far as the other countries are concerned, you are an illegal. You're an illegal immigrant. Same thing that is happening in the US now, in which Donald Trump is dealing with. Once you don't enter properly through the right document, through the right process, the country will not term you as a visitor having the benefit of it. And even you will have challenges with even your own embassy too, because when they look at your paper, they see that there was no proper documentation for you, no migration that put you through the country legally. So that's a major challenge that the victims have. Okay. Of course, our embassies too have to also step up to them. So I know they too are understaffed. They have under-resources. The resources are not enough for them. But even as it is, little they have, if they can work in collaboration with the IMO, which is actually doing a lot, they can at least assist, even minimal, to put
when you say the agencies are understaffed, I mean, is it that is it the money to be able to pay for salaries, or there are no people? Because I know there are a lot of youth out there that are jobless. So when you say they are staffed, how did we get to that point where an embassy is understaffed? And in that area, it affects the productivity. Do you understand? And affecting their productivity also means affecting the people. Affecting the people, what do you think? I mean, I'm just concerned about that. You
are going to another realm entirely.
But it's
a public thing, because you know that one of the reasons why we've not had ambassadors since was because there was no fund to pay them. In fact, some of our embassies and high commissions, some of them are owing rents, some of them are owing even contract staffs in the countries there. So you can see that it's a major financial.
And we have key people who are being paid some, huge amount of money and salaries. Okay, let's not go there. Let's not go there. So looking at border infrastructure, government assets. So you talk about the people crossing the victims. Is there an enforcement gap? Would you say there is an enforcement gap? Because in the first place, why do we have those people that crosses them? Why do we have them? If things are meant to go legally, having everything going properly the way it should be, I don't think there should be someone that would say, well, bring this amount, let me cross you. And if you have them, they should be able, the enforcement or people, security personnel should be able to bring them to book. And again, you see that the traffickers, it's so easy for them to evade detection. Is there an enforcement gap, or the structure is just not in place at all?
No, there's a big enforcement gap. One of the problems they have is the cross mandates between the agencies. You have the custom there, you have the immigration there, you have the police there. At the border, sometimes you have the DSS, so many security agents are all there, and there is no synchronization of them. Now, NAPTI, that is supposed to be in charge of prohibition of trafficking of people, they are limited in resources to their personnel limited, but even where they are limited, they don't have this synergy among them, this collaboration where they share intelligence. Now, it's not compulsory that every security agent has to be at the border point, because that itself leads to another problem leading to queues, quagmire, and affecting normal movement and migration. But they can be called in when there are needs for suspicion. So when the border agents suspect that this particular person might be a trafficker or this, then they can now call that person aside and now involve those who are qualified, like NAPTI, to come and interrogate or possibly profile them, not interrogate this time, but profile them to ascertain truly that they are not traffickers. And like I mentioned before, there is still the corruptions among even the security agents, allowing some of these traffickers to go. Some of them go at night when security measures are lapsed during nocturnal movement. Some go by the river, some go by even the informal settlements through communities and what have you. So it's there, and it's a major issue, especially in the northern side, because at the northern side, you have a large expanse of desert that is porous, that anybody can almost walk through. So enforcement gap there is beyond, has to go beyond just having border posts. I can remember the time when I served in Jigawa, there's a border called Megatari. The only thing that allows you to know that it's a border is just the drum, the burial drum there, one stick, and there. And people just walk through. In fact, you can even walk at the side of the border post into Niger there. So that's how porous so the terrain too is a contributory factor to it. But notwithstanding, we must go beyond, technology has advanced, we must go beyond just border posts. We need to involve things like area drones. In time past, I think the Custom and Immigration used to have helicopters or planes where they fly around. But now drones have made it much easier. They can have drones that cover large areas repeatedly, where even enforcement, human movement cannot be. So because this will not help them real-time monitoring, so that by the time the drone picks any image or sees any person, it can easily alert a control center, a command center, and they immediately raise an enforcement team to go and check it. And so they have a faster response time with it. So we have drone images, geospatial drone images that gives you real-time information. Then you can overcome things like the large terrain of border. Yes, the terrain is still there, but with drones, you can mitigate it to a large extent.
So when you're talking about the drone, I think you're actually talking about the mapping, mapping of this area. So can it actually help to get to identify the patterns of these traffickers?
Yes, it can. It can help to identify. You know, I told you that the traffickers, no matter their informal routes, have a target to a town. And wherever they are, they must still link up to the main routes to get to the town. So by the time you have drones mapping all these informal routes, you can see where they are moving through. Though these informal routes too are also routes in which the local communities too pass through. And that's why they have to have a kind of synergy, collaboration with the local community, with the local chiefs, so that they can give them information about who and who is passing through. So with that, they can be able to identify and delineate traffickers. And also they also have a cross-collaboration between the countries themselves, the border agencies, because these traffickers don't have unlimited supply of resources. If whatever vehicles they are using, they must use it repeatedly. Whoever the drivers they are using, they must use it repeatedly. And so by the time they have this collaboration information with the other border agents surrounding it, they can profile and identify which routes these vehicles are passing through. Also with the information from the victims too, they have to take a proper information, geolocated it, so they will have this information to be able to properly profile and get these victims on, get this data on top. And with this data, they can nip the traffickers' routes in boats.
Okay, so talking about having to see drones, I think you mentioned that earlier and all of that. I remember when I do travel to the north during the NYC days, you see the security agents around. You see vehicles queue up, and I don't see so much. Rather than you know that this person is a uniformed person, and you just have to park, and they will look at you. They can just tell you to park for maybe 3 minutes, 5 minutes, nothing really serious, and the next thing, they ask you to go. You see some of them not even properly dressed. You see some of them, they are inside their cover, their shield there. They just they will draw their stick with a little small drum. They will draw it back. You can go. I think we need to do beyond that. I mean, what are measures that you think should be in place to equip the security agents at this border sports that will help them? We never can tell. There could be 1 or 2 issues, that have actually demoralized them, maybe, so to say. not to make them to carry out their assignment effectively, or what do you think?
Well, I think the new administration now under the Minister of Interior, Botunji Ojo, has actually tried to bring about changes into the immigration, both in the passports collection and even in the staff themselves. And in terms of their payment personnel, I think as far as immigration is concerned, the immigration, the fire service, and the prisons, which are all under the same ministry, their pay packet is among one of the top paying packets among the paramilitary that we have. So yes, the economy is there. It might not be enough, but what they are earning is actually substantial, more than what the core civil servants will earn. So I don't think the payment is really the issue there. Now, the issue there now is how to increase enforcement. I know they have a control center now at the airport, immigration control center, but they have not done much on the land borders. I know they are trying some activities there. As far as the semi-border, I think there was a security post, an ECOWAS post or something that was done some years ago there. But the major issue where we have is at the northern borders. Like you said, the northern borders are very porous, and it's due to the terrain. And that's why we have to adopt technology to it. So we need to have things like drones that give us area and real-time view. We need to also use satellite, high-resolution satellites, where we can get information, data on the terrain, high-resolution data on the terrain that gives us a high spatial coverage, because drone might be limited in terms of its coverage area, but using a high-resolution satellite display of about 0.5 meters, just as you have on your Google Earth map, which you use for your navigation, will also give us a better view. We can be able to assess the routes, the footpath routes, the terrain routes, the migratory routes, and look at all the encumbrances in terms of natural encumbrances, geographical features like water bodies, rivers, rocks that might encompass the border patrol area there. And also look at the communities too, because you also have to do a proper mapping of communities. And that's why one agency too has to come into play, the National Border Development Agency. And it also has to come into play. So it's not just this one thing for just NAPTI alone. It's a joint collaboration. It's a task force thing. In developed countries, they have what they call task force. And Nigeria too, we also have it just as we have in the northeast agencies, where you have different agencies coming, the Army, the Air Force, civilian. So we also have to have such a joint task force for trafficking, where we have the immigration, we have the custom, we have NAPTI, we have the border control agencies there, all together working, so that there is a synergy of information, because so much information is lost at their different respective agencies where they are. But if all these informations can be collated together in a central database where they can be geolocated together, then it will have better reinforced information to tackle the traffickers.
Because everybody will have access to that information. You are not generating your own separately, you know.
Yes.
Okay, that works. So, talking about collaboration and all that, so ECOWAS, you mentioned ECOWAS. What role would you say ECOWAS is playing as a body in all of this? Because the movement we're talking about, the borders we're talking about, is not just within Nigeria. You know, it's from one African country to another, and even outside, even to Europe and all of that. So let's come home. ECOWAS, what role are they playing in helping all of these countries to ensure that these things are being taken care of, or even reduced to the barest minimum?
ECOWAS is trying. In fact, the African Union is also trying. They have a migration routes guideline system for all the African countries. They have a code sharing intelligence system too that they're implementing. But the problem lies with the enforcement, the implementation. Yes, you may have a good policy framework, but if the implementation is not properly done, it's a big challenge. And the borderlines over the years, not only limited to Africa, even in developed countries, have always been seen as areas where people can make easy money by just turning a blind eye. And so you always have corrupt agents in there. But what they can do is to carry out proper shifting. Don't let there be random shifting, so that you don't have just one particular set there, so that they can be moved at any point in time, so that the relationship, the familiarity of relationship that develops between the criminal elements and the traffickers with the border control people would not develop will not have enough time to bosom before they are transferred out. So when you have a proper routine shift of them, you're able to minimize this corruption to a barest minimum. Not eliminate it, we cannot eliminate it, but we can minimize it to a barest minimum. So ECOWAS is trying, at least at the southern border, in the Lagos, Cotonou, Ivory Coast, all the border there, there's a major road and there's proper policing there. But the major challenge is still at the northern border too.
Okay, so thank you so much. We're going to go on a short break at the moment. When we come back, we'll take it from where you stop. You're talking about the northern border, and I think there is a need to press on that really well, because I get to hear most of the returnees say, oh, they went through the northern borders and they went through Sokoto and all of that. But let's go on a short break. When we come back, this conversation will continue. Please stay with us.
Slavery is often imagined as cruelty from a distance, a relic of the past. Rusty chains, dark ships, forgotten plantations, history books closed and sealed. But modern slavery rarely looks like history remembers it. Today, it hides in places one could hardly imagine, with millions suffering in silence, freedom stripped without the world noticing. The International Day for the Abolition of Slavery confronts this uncomfortable truth. Slavery did not end, it evolved. And until every individual is free to live, work, and dream without coercion, the work of humanity remains unfinished. According to the International Labour Organization, an estimated 50 million people live in conditions of modern slavery globally. This includes forced labor, sexual exploitation, debt bondage, child labor, and forced marriage. Sub-Saharan Africa alone accounts for over 9 million people trapped in forced labor, while Asia and the Pacific remain the regions with the largest numbers. In Nigeria, recent reports indicate that hundreds of thousands of children and adults are exploited in domestic work, informal factories, mining, and street begging. Modern slavery is often hidden in plain sight. Factories producing goods for global markets, construction sites, fishing industries with trafficking networks, and even domestic households can mask abuse. Victims are frequently migrants, women, and children, coerced through deception, debt, or threats, with little legal protection or recourse. Governments, international organizations, and civil society have responded with laws, frameworks, and campaigns. The International Labour Organization, Forced Labour Protocol, the UN Parliament Protocol, and the National Anti-Trafficking Legislation aim to criminalize exploitation, protect victims, and punish offenders. In Nigeria, the Trafficking in Persons Enforcement and Administration Act establishes mechanisms for prevention, rescue, rehabilitation, and prosecution. Yet, enforcement remains uneven. Challenges include corruption, weak law enforcement, lack of awareness, and socio-economic vulnerability. Many victims are reluctant to come forward, fearing the reprisal or deportation. Supply chains continue to hide exploitative practices, and modern slavery often intersects with organized crime and human trafficking networks. Stakeholders are rising to meet these challenges. NGOs, advocacy groups, labor unions, faith-based organizations, and international agencies collaborate to provide shelters, education, vocational training, and legal assistance. Tech innovation is increasingly used for monitoring supply chains, identifying trafficking hotspots, and providing real-time reporting mechanisms. Experts warn that without urgent action, global numbers may rise due to population growth, migration pressures, conflicts, and economic inequality. Conversely, effective interventions combining policy enforcement, education, and empowerment can dismantle exploitative systems and restore freedom to millions. There is also opportunity in ethical supply chain certification, community-based prevention programs, and across-border law enforcement cooperation, which not only rescue victims but prevent exploitation at the source. The International Day for the Abolition of Slavery is more than a date on the calendar. It is a call to conscience, to action, and to justice. It reminds the world that freedom is not optional, that dignity is universal, and that the fight against modern slavery remains. Ending slavery today requires vigilance, accountability, and a commitment to seeing the unseen. Nkechi Alice, SOUQ News TV.
Welcome back, and you are still watching Across Borders here on SOUQ News Television. The conversation has been on trafficking across borders, roots, enablers, and of course, accountability. This conversation has been between myself and Dr. Kakpo Ayorinde. Of course, he's a geospatial data analyst. And before we went on that break, he was actually talking about the borders. He talked about semi-border, which we all know, I mean, it's not doing bad. But the Sokoto and the other northern areas, I think there is a need for us to look into it and see what the government, the people can actually do so that area as well can be, you know, have some touch and can be free, if not totally free, at least reduced from all of the same issues that we are talking about. So, Dr. Kakpo, what do you think should be done? If you ask me, I think there should be more development in that area, especially, I don't know, even if you have to use the whole area for farming, one way or the other, you still see people find their way to get to do things. But when you have the government, you know, taking charge, taking control, I think to a barest minimum, we will be able to do something, you know, that's reasonable. What do you think? Because I'm very particular about that area.
That area is actually very interesting because you could see that the attack that was launched from the USS ship, of course, was launched at Sokoto, and it was actually targeted to the insurgents inside the forests, deep inside the forest. And the forest is not too far from Sokoto itself. So that shows you how porous it is for insurgents to come from Nigeria and encompass themselves. And the interesting thing was that those places had been under surveillance for over a month. So that means those insurgents were there, moving in, moving out while under there. So it's a major issue. And that's why I say things like drones. We cannot escape the use of drones. We cannot depend only on border patrols. We are limited in border patrols, but when we have drones that give us real-time information, this will even help enforce our border patrol, make them more effective, because now they will not just be patrolling in abject obstruction. They will actually be patrolling where there's need to patrol. Because when they see possibility of incursions coming into place, they can actually go there. Of course, Sokoto area is also affected now because of the insurgents, the bandits there, which has overwhelmed even the conventional military forces we have. So you can imagine how much more it will be for just the ordinary border control, which is immigrations and the customs that we have there, or even the NAPTI there. So for Sokoto area, it's a peculiar area. But notwithstanding, the government can still, with the addition of conventional soldiers manning the place as a booster to the normal border control that we have there. An introduction of drones that give us real-time information, and also adoption of satellite image, high-resolution satellite images that gives us routes, that gives us high-resolution image of how the routes and the terrain within that area is. In terms of the Sokoto, it's part of the Green Wall, which is meant to combat climate change. They want to plant 1 million trees along there to combat desertification. So I think some trees have been planted there, but notwithstanding... That's not enough.
It's not even gone quarter. It's not even gone quarter. So I think I would like you to speak to the people generally, because traffickers, even though we know they are scammers, they find a way to get into the heart of people, get them deceived and all of that. We also have people that are just overzealous. I don't just know the right word to use. They just want to go. They believe they need to cross the borders before they can make it in life. What do you think?
Actually, what you said is very interesting, because one of the people who not trafficker actually, I would say the people who volunteer themselves to be
trafficked. You get it.
Was deported sometime in Italy, back to the country, and there was saying he was still going back. And in less than 6 months, he has crossed the same desert again. And has gone back. Though lucky for him this time around, the desert underwent climate change. And so there was water there, the heat was reduced, and people were just strolling as if they were strolling their palo in the desert there. So, but for people, like I say, the love going abroad, it's very high, especially when you see those who have just come back with the little bit of affluence here. You cannot but beat that human feeling that you too can, if you go, you too also.
You can make it.
You can make it or even do better to it. But the advice is that you should go through the legal means. Don't go through the illegal means. All that glitters is not gold. In the Mediterranean Sea in 2004, over 2,400 people died trying to cross the sea, mostly from Africa. Over 2,200 people died in the desert there. So it's a reality. Yes, some people make it. It's just a game of lucky. But you could also fall among the statistics. You could be among the 2,004 or 2,000 that perished there. So they should, and the money they collect from them, it's a lot of money, because the money is more like a gambler's money, or it's scam money. They start with the little money from here to traffic.
Gradually.
Once you get over there, you cross to Ilela, you start paying.
They tell you to pay another one.
Start paying another one that gets you to Sabata if you're lucky, even to cross. So the money, by the time you calculate it cumulatively, it's a lot. It's a lot of money that if they use it.
So that's trafficking plus extortion.
Extortion. So if they actually accumulated that money here, they could start a business here and do well. Or they could even use that money to go through the legal means and try their luck there. Instead of going through a desert mean where
and putting your life at risk.
Your life is not at risk, and you are going to meet strange people there. The Arabs are not too friendly with Africans. And that's the truth.
Wow.
And it's not just even through the legal means. Even in the Middle East there's trafficking of servants, people for domestic service there, where they promise them.
And I think it's not even just between the Arabs and other. I remember one of our guests talking about having, Nigerians, also selling. It's hard for me to use the word sell.
We're coming back to the slave trade era. The real thing about slave trade wasn't the colonial masters that came and started picking people. It was we, our people, that started picking ourselves and selling to them.
So we give ourselves out.
We give ourselves out. If you go to Badagry, you see all the slave clothes there. The chains are still there. Where they put them, the point of no return. Yeah, once you get there, you walk straight to the ship there. So this similar thing too is happening in the trafficking. Those who were unable to cross over and who have ingrained themselves within the local community there have suddenly turned themselves into slave masters too.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Exploiting their people.
Wow.
There was one I even had. It wasn't even there. This one was in Udugwa, in Burkina Faso, where they lured some Nigerians from here, promising them that they'll be giving them some dollars from this. And people sold their properties and went there, only for them to be housed in just a single house there and be told to start doing some marketing.
Wow.
There.
Okay, so let's talk about the consequences or the penalties for these traffickers. How well would you say? Because I see, like you mentioned at the beginning of the program, that it's actually increasing. Is it that there are not enough consequences? Is it that they are not being captured? Is it that I don't know? Is it that they are not? We'll go back to enforcement again. So when they are captured, one way or the other, you see they give one very flimsy or very light penalty, and they are released. Before you know it, they are going back to it again, just like the one that came back and went back. So what do you think should be done?
The penalties are very minimal. Penalties are not enough deterrent for the traffickers and even the couriers themselves. Then to the prosecution, the detection of the crime itself, it's also very fundamental, because this thing involves logistics. It involves money. The people, the victims, they pay money. So there's a financial chain that can be traced.
They are not bringing cash.
So they can trace the financial chain. They pay money. They pay money to an account. Somebody has their account. 9 Nigeria, BVN, NIN. All these can be traced. Even those who are sent abroad to can also be traced. So there's a need to involve the financial institution. So it should not just be a napty thing. I said something earlier that it should be a collaborative thing.
Okay.
They need to involve the NFIU, the National Financial Intelligence Unit, and the Central Bank too, so that they can trace this money trail. With this money trail, then they can have enough evidence to actually tackle the traffickers and their barons. And with this money trail, they can even be able to identify the accounts of the traffickers themselves, the barons themselves, and put a lien on it.
Okay.
That way, they divulge them of their money, so that they don't have the funds to run this business. Because as long as they have funds, they will keep running the business.
Okay.
So this has to be in place. Similar thing we have with the NEA, the drug enforcement thing. And the drug enforcement thing, we see a lot of enforcement going on. People are being caught, both traffickers and their barons and couriers. So similar things should also be replicated too into the trafficking.
All right. So we are just going to do this in 2 minutes, because we're out of time already. Let's quickly talk about accountability, and you also wrap it up with the policy shift. So I want to ask you, do you think your spatial analysis support on early detection of trafficking activities can help protect vulnerable populations before harm occurs? That's one. And I want to ask you that, in your own view, what is that single policy shift that you think would disrupt this trafficking activities, their network at the borders or wherever they found themselves? Let's do this in 2 minutes as we wrap up.
The policy shift has to be an organization of a task force, a multi-agency task force that looks at trafficking holistically, not just a napty thing, but looks at it in a financial way, looks at it in the logistics into it, and have a central command whereby they can monitor, real-time monitoring into it. It is with this now that they can actually properly map out their border assets, which they have in line, the border patrols, look at the coverage, look at the service gap, and put all this into play. With all this integrated into one singular platform, they can have a better defense mechanism and effective mechanism to actually nip the trafficking in bud, and also combat the institutional gaps and the weak policy gaps that are in play as of now.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kapo Ayorinde. Thank you for your insight. Well, I know if I give you the time, you'll go on and on and on and talk about this, but this is where we want to call it a day. We want to say thank you for sharing this insight with us.
Thank you very much. It's been my pleasure.
Yes, and that's it. We've actually talked about trafficking across borders. We've talked about the enablers. We've talked about accountability. He has been able to, shed light on all of this. And we are saying that we all need to be responsible. Everyone, we need to be responsible. We need to open our eyes. We need to be careful. Don't be too agitated. Don't be too over-expectant. it's not here, it has to be there, because these are ways of giving ourselves away. And it's my prayer that we don't fall victim. And as we call it a day on our cross-border, I am saying that sure, we have taken out lessons. I know we have taken lessons from Dr. Kakpo Ayoride's insight. Having this understanding is important, as it may come handy when we least expect. It is good to understand the patterns, the risks, and accountability gaps in human trafficking. Like I mentioned earlier, may we not fall victim. And that's a wrap on Across Borders this morning. Until next time, we will be coming your way again. We want to say that you continue to explore migration, and of course we will do that. We'll bring you stories that shape human movement. Don't forget to follow us via social media platforms at SOUQ News TV, and also share your thoughts with us. On behalf of the Across Borders team, I am Grace Komolafe. Stay informed, stay safe, and keep the conversation going.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Well, thank you once again for inviting me over. What would I say? Just doing a lot of wonderful things all over the world, working towards development of humanity in the areas of most especially sports development, football management, football administration, and other businesses I'm involved in. So that's what I've been up to. Well, basically, the National Sports Commission is there to ensure that sports development is put in the proper perspective. There are a lot of papers, a lot of policy papers, a lot of things that have been put in place. So they need to go into it, look at it, and structure something positive out for the development of sports in the country. I'm sure they have all what it takes to do it, and the zeal and the power to go ahead and put those things in place. So that's basically what they need to do. How the implementation is key. And I know, well, one way or the other, they should have the wherewithal to do it. So I wish them all the best. Well, you see, I don't like criticizing. I think I've gone away from areas of criticizing, but the standard of the league is very poor, and they have to put all efforts together to improve on the league. Also, the technicalities of the game, the manpower. We have to, we're still doing what we practiced 15 to 10 years ago, so it's not changed. So all those things have to change. We have to go away from the mediocre ways of running the game and putting more investment in development of the game itself. In the clubs have to be, it's so sad that we in Nigeria prefer to watch the Premier League compared to the Nigerian Premier League. It's a sad story. I remember 40 years ago, you could go to the stadium and watch our local, amateur league, and there were standards. So there's no reason why we can't bring that back. It's the wherewithal, the willpower to do it, and the stem from, having to go away from the area of mediocrity, where we bring in professionalism. We have the people that can do it, without any doubt. But for the system to allow them come in and do those things is another question. How that is going to be done, we've talked about it for many years, but nothing has been done about it. I pray and I hope someday they'll put up the proper perspective and the willpower to do those things. When it comes to grassroots football, we really have to start with kids from a very early age. We must have we have to start with them from age 5 to 16, to 18, to 20. So you have to have a sequence, a system where you build around from the very younger ones, and you have a uniform structure. Number one, we have to identify the kind of football we want to play in Nigeria, our type of football, our ethos, what we want to play. And then we can now imbibe that, put it in our kids from a very early age. So from age 5, you go under 5 to under 8, under 8 to under 12, under 12 to under 16, under 16 to under 18. You have those structures in place, and it's spread around the nation. Now, where it's not the under 5 or under 18 where you put a 20-year-old or 25-year-old. We have to have a system where those kids are registered and we can monitor them from a very early age. You understand me? Where we don't cheat, where we bring in the right age and we train them to perform at different age group levels. And going into from there and then going into the national sides, so we can start playing the under 10, under 15, or under 16, under 18. You understand me? So those structures have to be in place, which we don't have today. There must be uniformity. You understand? So if we can do that in the future, we will progress. But there must be a system in place. We must have coaches that have been trained to work with the kids from that very early age. And those coaches are trained within the system, within the Nigerian Football Federation, and then they're sent out to work with those children all over the nation. The football academies we have today are only out to sell players. You understand me? So what I'm saying here is where we have, I'm not saying academies shouldn't sell players or not. Those players in the academies, if we have uniformity, should be playing in the league. And then we must have a cap where we say, look, until you're a certain age, you can't leave the country. You must play in that league because we've invested in you. We've invested in those kids. So maybe they will have to play till they're 20 or 18 or 19, where they can now go out, you understand, to play abroad. But there must be a structure in place. And there must be laws guiding it. That's the only way we can excel. It also goes to it also goes back to what I've been saying. The girls, the female team in Nigeria today, I believe the girls, I call them girls or ladies, are the ones that will ever win the World Cup first. They got the capacity, they got the women football, they can win the World Cup. They've got what it takes. But then it now goes back to our attitude and the corruption in the system. You understand me? If you allow the other girls from a very early age develop, and you have the same system I'm talking about, that cap of under 5, under 8, under 10, and you structure and you do it continuously in uniformity, we will be world beaters. We will win the World Cup at any given time because the women have got the grit. They pick up very faster than our men. They tap the balls. They are more technically better, within that range. So, but it's for us to develop those things and to take away corruption. First, when we talk about indigenous coaches, what coaches do we have? You see, if you don't have a competitive league, a highly professional league, how do you want to get good coaches? You can't get good coaches. The coaches, it's not that we don't have the capacity to build good coaches. We have a lot of talents in this country that can be world beaters, that could be top coaches. I talk to young stars. Young stars will talk to you about the technicality of the game. They're very bright. Even my son, when he talks to me about football, I think he knows the game better than I do today. The technicalities of the game, you understand me? The formations, how players play back and forth. It's because you've given them the exposure. And we need to give our young stars that exposure. We need to develop them. That's what we're not doing. We have to invest in them. But for now, we have not done that. And what we're doing today is those bunch of coaches we have are not good enough to run the national team at that level of competition. I have one or two of them in America that are sound, they're there. But how many of them can you bring into the system? You understand me? Our local coaches, we need... National Institute of Sports. Now, please, let's forget about the National Institute of Sports. That, I use a word, it's been alarmalized. That's a very poor system. It has nothing, we have nothing there. I'm serious. I'm not running anything. Our National Sports Institute is a disgrace. So we shouldn't be talking about that. Yeah. If you want to talk about a National Sports Institute, then you go to Australia and other countries and you see what it is. You see the standards. We don't have those things. Ours is archaic.
Is it beyond redemption?
There's nothing beyond redemption. It can be, we can work on it. We can develop it. We just have a time frame, work around it. See, there's nothing we cannot do in this country. We got everything possible to do it. It's the wherewithal. Do we have that mindset to do it? Are we ready for it? Those are the things we have to look at. Or do we want to continue with our mediocrity? But really, sincerely speaking, there's nothing impossible. We can do anything here. We've got great youngsters. We have to remove all this old, archaic way of thinking and then bring in a more modern, professional approach to things. So that's it. The media is one of the most corrupt anyway, I'm sorry to say. The sports media and all that, the sports writers. I worked in the system, I know how corrupt they are. Majority of them are corrupt. I'm saying it. They can challenge me, but it's the truth. Until we get rid of all those things, where our boys go and collect envelopes to write or favor people, we're not going to get anywhere. I'm not saying the press, but the sports writers, I disgrace. See, the supporters club is not going to do anything or develop football. This is just to travel, get things. Oh, it's fine. It's good to have fans. But what has that got to do with football development? Nothing. Supporters club is not going to do anything. They're playing their own politics. You understand me? They want to travel. That's it. Travel around the world, do things. But is that part of football development? That is not football development. So let's leave that aside. We're talking about the professional, the technicalities, what it takes to develop national sides or a proper league. Then the supporters club has nothing to do with it. Do you see, how many people do you see at stadiums in Nigeria instead of watching football? Scanty, there's nothing. It's not like in the days where in the 70s or even in the 60s, if you are going to play a game at 4:45 in the afternoon, the stadium is full to capacity. At 11 in the morning. You don't have that anymore. So what are we talking about supporters club?
Is there a way we can bring that back, that passion
Yeah, if you build a league that has the quality, the professionalism, and all the standards are put in place, then you can bring them back. Then you can bring the crowd back. I think it's very unfair to call it lesser sports. All sports are tops. Yeah, it's very wrong to call them. They're top sports. Basketball is tops. Athletics is tops. It's very wrong. I think it's very unfair to call them lesser sports. See, bottom line is the politics, the greed. You understand me? We have top talented basketball players all over the world. We could put them together. It's all about management. It's all about commitment. But you don't have those things there. It's about myself. It's all about self-aggrandization. What do I get from this? It's not about what do we do to build these teams or these athletes to be world beaters. Do you understand me? So you're not going to get anything out of it. You will never. It's the bottom line. You'll never ever get anything. So you'll always have factions, you'll always have people fighting. Why do you fight for what? If you can collectively come together to build a system, a structure for basketball, for example, because the girls are tops, they can perform, they could do far better than where they are today. I always tell you, the female teams in Nigeria will always excel in athletics, in basketball and all that. Our male are a bit arrogant and clunky in doing things, but the ladies are always more committed. They've got what it takes, but they need good management. It's not that the men can't do it too, the men can do it, but it all also evolves with good management. Taking away politics, taking away greed, not a situation where a coach is collecting money from a player to put a player in the team, or a member of the football association fighting for their children or family to play in the national team, or a member of government is asking someone to put their kids in the team. No, that's not it. Where is the nationalism? Where's that patriotism? Patriotism. I don't care where you come from. If you're good, you're good. If you're better than my own people, then my own people have to sit down and you let them, the others that can perform. Where would you have quota system in football? Where's that done? Do you understand me? So we have a lot of issues we need to resolve. Well, what do you expect? The athletes themselves are far more successful and far more exposed than the administrators. So the administrators obviously are always envious of those ones, and they make life difficult for them. Do you understand me? Where you have people that are not competent enough running a system, people that are not exposed, that haven't got the professional ethics to run the thing, that's what you get. Then the greed aspect, which is a standard norm for us in this country. Greed. Where people believe athletics is only, being a member of the Athletics Federation is all about traveling. You understand me? He wants to travel, she wants to travel. She wants to be in the, in the group of people that are going away. See, you can never get no results. They're all fighting to get something. And then they don't care about the athletes. They want to be in a delegation that is going to travel. Do you understand me? So that's basically it. They're not interested in the development. They haven't got the zeal. You understand me, sir? So once you don't have those things, you can never get anything right. Yeah, the private sector is one. The cricket has more because, government involvement is not as, I think you have more of the private people, interested private people that have gone to schools, top schools, that played cricket in those days. Those are the ones that are promoting cricket. So you're going to get results, you understand me? Because they're far more exposed, they understand what it takes. So the commitment is there. They're using their own funds to push, to develop the game. You understand sports? So that's why cricket is picking up. Oh, you mean the National Sports Festival? I think for now, we don't really need that. We need to do more with the private sector. I think the new chairman of the National Sports Commission, he seems he's an exposed person. I think he's got to sit right and see how he can profile solutions to these things and change the course of. He's got what it takes to do it. He just has to come out of that shell, you know, come out of that darkness. I'll call it darkness, come into real light. I think he has it. But National Sports Festival, I don't think we're ready. We really need that now. We need to do more with youth development programs. You see, a National Sports Festival in those days was more interesting because you had more schools, inter-school sports. And that is where the best athletes came from. We don't have that anymore. So first we need to build the school sports, schools, athletics and all that, build it to a standard and then go into national sports festivals. For now, we don't have that. And I think the National Sports Commission has to look into that, how they can work with the Ministry of Education and see how they can build that again. School sports. That's where you get the best. In those days, the best athletes. We knew those that will run, that will actually participate and run for Nigeria. We knew the ones that will do high jump, long jump, triple jump. We knew them, both female and females, from secondary school. You don't have that anymore. So where do they come from? Nowhere. So you have, like in those days where some schools will go and get mercenaries, pay for them to come and run. That's what you get today. So it's corrupt. Now, the Sports Commission has to work on that. It has to change it. And I know they can do it. They just need to sit back and look at how they will change the course of the things. If you want to unite Nigeria with good sports, then you got to give them good results, good teams that can perform. You understand me? In the process of winning competitions, or they have a team, or they have teams that have got the quality that can move the nation, then you unite. Everybody wants to watch good football. Everybody wants to see a great athlete running. You want to see a good high jumper performing at the best. When you see that, it draws everybody together. If you have a good national team that plays excellent football, look, in Nigeria, when you look at our team, the 94 team, we were the 5th in world ranking. You were talking about ranking, which I don't really. When we really had a good ranking, we were number 5 in the world. The 94 team was number 5. The World Cup 94, we were rated as the 5th best team in the world. And you look at the style of football we played. We developed our own style of football, took it to the world, and we were respected. We don't do that anymore. We have to have an identity. You understand me? Our footballers are not the best. We're good, we're very athletic, we're strong, we're physical. You understand me? We've got to build that kind of football. We are not as technical when it comes to techniques and all that, like the Europeans. But when it comes to the physicality, you understand me? We're better. When it comes to the physicality, the mental strength, we have it. So you have to build around that. You're putting a bit of technical things there, but the main issues is we got to have the muscles, the strength to run any team down. That's the kind of football we should play. We're playing lazy football now. We have to play what we played then, where we run any team down. We can play 2-3 hours non-stop. We never get tired. We don't have that anymore. We can even string passes. We can't play 2 against 4, 3 against. We don't do it anymore. We're lazy. It's not only the coach. Yeah, the coach and then the association, the federation. They don't have a vision. You have to know what you want to present to the world. It's like any other top team in the world.
in Real Madrid, Barcelona, they have their own type ethos, their own style of football. And this is what they sell to the world. We don't even know what we're doing. We have to have what it takes to sell to the world. This is what we want to do. This is how we can perform. This is a style we're going to play. And that style we believe in. And then we build the youngsters from very early to play that same type of football. We have the manual that we can work with. Uniformity. Simple. That's it. No, it's individual and the corporate, but the corporate organizations. They're not doing enough. Everything can't just be government. Today, you don't even have Nigerians pumping money into sports like they used to do that. I'm sorry, I don't want to digress, and I don't want to say what my father did. I'm not promoting my family, but I knew how he invested millions of dollars building the national teams. Yeah, his personal funds. You don't get those things anymore. Do you understand me? You have to see, the '94 team was done outside the outside government. It was done by individuals. That was why we were successful. But you don't have those things anymore. You just have a bunch of greedy leaders and greedy individuals or corporate bodies. It's all about them and their family. They're not giving it. So how do you want the kids to perform? How? All the kids are out there wasting away. We've got great talents in this country, but they're wasting away because we're not helping out. We're not encouraging them. We're not building structures, institutions where you can build those, you can develop those kids. Yeah. So they're on the street doing yahoo, doing all sorts of stupid things. Yeah. Because there's no competition. There's nothing to draw their attention. You understand me? Until we do those things, we can never ever change. We can't get it right. Yeah, well, for me, I don't see any difference for me, whatever you give to the female teams, you also give to the seniors, to men. Because our team, our female team, at the world ranking today, we're tops, we're recognized. So you have to also allow, but for men, anywhere in the world, men always have an advantage. But doesn't mean the disparity should be so much. You give the ladies, I remember, when I was the FA chairman, I remember once the female team was in camp, and we went there in Ota. When we found out what they were earning, it was disgraceful. It couldn't buy their, I'm sorry to say that, what you ladies use, your pads, you couldn't even buy it. I had to tell them, these are women. Why are you treating them like rubbish? They have to be looked after. Because they're going to need more of those systems, because you have more wastage than men. Don't let me go into what I'm saying, but I understand. So the women have to be well taken care of. Yeah, simple. So you've got to give them what it takes. Strike a balance. You have to strike a balance. Solutions I'm going to give you, I can't give you a straight off head, right? But really, since first, we have to get rid of greed. We have to go away from all this religiosity in the system, because religion has destroyed the fabrics of a nation. See, being a Christian or a Muslim or whatever doesn't mean you've got to cheat people or lie to people or not show love. You understand me? Or the religious, when I come to religion, the churches, the institutions we have today are not developing education. There must be uniformity in education. They're not developing education. Education is key. But you know what we have today? Half-baked educated youths. Half-baked. And that's the worst you can ever have. And that is key in anything we do. First, to have good leaders, well-structured. In Germany, in Europe, and now, the kids that go to the best universities, some kids are developed, they're built up to be top civil servants. So they go to Oxford, they go to Cambridge, they become top politicians. Then you have the ones that will become big and top engineers, and now they go to certain universities. All those things are structured. We had it before in the past. It's gone. We got to find the way. It's not about just giving licenses to universities. But for me, the foundation, education, is very key. When you have half-baked youths and you have half-baked leaders that haven't got that structure in place, that proper education, they can never excel. What are you going to tell them? They will never get it right. So that's very key. Now, when you talk about policies, who are the ones that are going to put the policy papers together if they have baked? Because you need policy papers, you need to have a better understanding of your environment, of the society. You have to have a better understanding of how the society will grow. So if you don't have that in mind, you can never develop. So you need those things to make the nation change. I'm just giving it in a nutshell. Yeah, you need more commercial, you need more private sector funding, you need more sponsorship, and then, like I said, you need more training. You need to train your coaches. Our referees are the most Nigerian referees. Do you see any referee participating in any African Nations Cup? No. Because, and you're telling me it's the best league. That's the most corrupt league in the world. Because our coaches are not even, our referees are not even allowed. They never invite them for any Nations Cup. So what are we talking about? What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Every match in the MPFL, most times, most of the games, all home teams win. You don't see away teams coming to win. So are you telling me that's a balanced league? It's not a balanced league. It's a corrupt league. So that has to change first. When that changes, you understand me? And then other things will follow. You see, you have the National Olympic Committee that is run, by the private sector and government. Now you need to get the right people in the private sector to come in there to work with some people in government, people that have got the wherewithal, that got the financial muscle and the commitment to do those things. Not just people that are hustlers that just want to get something out of it. It's about people that want to give. That's what Olympics is all about. People that give, that are ready to give, to develop Olympians to be world beaters. People that truly want that mood, that soul of Olympics to excel. That's what we need. And that is what we have to work on. And that comes from leadership, that comes from the system, where you choose the right people that have got what it takes to build the Olympic team.
My name is Muiba Wonu Folami, an indigenous of Lagos State, Ikorodu, to be specific. I was born in Lagos 86 years ago, and to the glory of God, I'm still alive and well, and trying to be a relative in the cause of women. I attended a primary school. I started at Ansarudin Alakuru School. From there to CMS Girls School, and then Queen's College, Lagos. From Queen's College, I went to the Portsmouth College of Technology for my A-levels, and then University of London for my first degree in law. The same university for my master's degree in law. I between obtaining my master's and my first degree, I was in Nigeria to do the mandatory law school course. I was one of the last people to do a 3-month course before it was changed to 1 year. And then went back to England for my master's. And from there to lecture at the University of Zambia. Back to Nigeria, I was appointed by Dr. Taslim Elias, the CJ of Nigeria, to the Commission for Advance Notice to Lawyers of Developments in Law. It was a commission funded by the Ford Foundation to keep lawyers abreast of the developments in law. I was a director there. Then from there, I was admitted to the Federal Ministry of Justice. After being legal advisor to many ministries, I ended up as the Director of Public Prosecutions for the Federation. And after that, whilst I was the Director of DPP, I was appointed Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State. After retirement, I've been involved in social work, in religion. I've always had religion, but I spend more time on religion. I read, I watch telly, and I live a good life, to the glory of God. You see, when you begin to think that it was not until 2007 that women started to get equal pay in tennis tournaments. And it was something that was fought for. Little things like that does not add to equality. But when it was done, it may be small, but at work, even at work in employment, women are still discriminated against. And most women do 2 jobs. They look after the home, and they do the normal work that a man does in an office. Why I fail to understand this inequality in the treatment of women is that the work, the responsibilities in the workplace is not reduced for women, even though we do not want to be paid the same salary as men. It's a fight that has continued, and in that area, I think we need to do more to push for more recognition. Women have contributed immensely to the society. The men that are now resisting equal pay were brought up by women. That's what I do not understand, that they can think like that. We continue to push.
But how can we speed this up?
By bringing it to the attention of world powers, recognition by every country of equal opportunities, equal pay. I want to know, I want somebody to explain to me the jobs that women cannot do.
Yeah.
They've contributed immensely. Even in the new thing, IT, we're at par with men. So I do not see the reason for it. Unfortunately, I did not experience it because when I left university, I practiced law briefly in my uncle's chambers before I went to University of Zambia as a lecturer. There, my position was enhanced in the sense that I was a foreigner and I got all the benefits of being a foreigner, serving in their service. Fortunately, in Nigeria today, the federal government does not discriminate in terms of salaries. Whether you're a man or a woman, you get the same salary scale. And you are promoted on equal basis. Kudos to the federal government, to Nigeria for that. But in the private sector, things are different. In some companies, this is the areas that we have to work on because the job content is the same. Some of these facilities are available in Nigeria. I learned by being a member of the Society for the Disabled that every government body must admit a certain percentage of women and of disabled people. Most times this opportunity is not taken. They are bound to employ them. We continue to push for that to be implemented in most ministries. It's important because it's there. You have to take a certain percentage of disabled people to work in government positions. It's important that we work to enforce that rule in our society. When it comes to discrimination, Nigeria is way ahead of some developed countries maybe because through slavery, we faced discrimination right from the beginning. We now know how to resist it. But in my country, Nigeria, in the federal government, in the state government, there is no discrimination. It may happen in private organizations, but they must continue to push to let them understand that the job content is the same. Well, you see, traditionally, under our culture, women are in the other room. To borrow the quotation.
Yeah.
That's our society, that's our culture. It's going to take a long time to evolve. In my time, female education was not so-called popular. It's only the educated few that strove to send their children to school, their girl child to school. They end up trading with their mothers or going to market and getting married off early. But as education began to rise in our community, its value was seen by my parents and others of their contemporaries to educate the girl child. And I believe the society is benefiting from that. Amen. So we must continue to push for the education of women, of girls. I have fought that. You know, when I read that, the certain state government has appointed look at our National Assembly. 4 women in the Senate. Isn't that shameful? And that is the society. We have to continue to push women up. Let these political parties know that we want women. Let us organize ourselves to continue to vote for women massively. I give kudos to our governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu. His cabinet is, women is well represented in his cabinet. And I enjoy that, I love him for that. And I continue to urge him to do more. He's done a lot. I think Lagos State has the largest representative of women in cabinet. First of all, they have to project themselves in their office space, their workspace. Let everybody know that they are equal to the task. Let us organize. There's a lot of society groups and societies that cater for the interest of women. I believe now violence against women is reducing in the society because there are sanctions for such behavior. I must say that speaking to the organization in charge of violence against women, I was amused to learn that some men come there to complain and that they are also being violated and abused.
Yes, it's a two-way
thing. So that is reducing our society. Education of the girl child is important. We have to let the locals know that education is important. Let them showcase to them the lives of those who have been educated and who are holding high positions. I'm glad that our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has returned history to the classrooms. It's important. Let them know about people that have contributed to the development of our societies and country. It's important. Yes, it's education. It's education. Once people are educated and they know that there is nothing a man can do that a woman cannot do when it comes to the workplace. We have women engineers, miners, and also all of that. Give me a job specific that a woman cannot do, then I'll change my views. So the moment you begin to upgrade education, let government now continue to vote more for education. I don't believe we are doing enough. There is a UN convention, and I think Nigeria is part of that convention, that a certain amount of a nation's income should be devoted to education. I'm not sure whether Nigeria is complying with that. But some states are better than others. And we must, education, I believe in education of the girl child. Some states now are taking children, girls off the street. Walking is completely prohibited. Things like that will help. in Nigeria, we are not advanced enough to use our votes to change things. We are still not voting for individuals. We are voting for parties, irrespective of performance. Education will help. And when we join other nations for the same purpose, we get results. Our organizations who are fighting for women in Nigeria should join worldwide organizations to showcase our own situation and learn. I believe that when you talk to others, you come back with ideas on how to improve things. So we must improve things by telling women in positions to show, to continue to prove that they are more than up to the task. It will not come to us on a platter of gold. We must show by our actions and behavior that we are up to the task. Of course, some women are wrong in claiming equal rights to their husbands in the house. I completely abhor that behavior. Even though they are husband and wife, the man in my culture remains the head. He should be respected. His views should be respected. It's only now the condition of living is so high that you join the two incomes together to run the house. In the past, it was the men that ran the house to pay for everything. Maybe some of these women are thinking that because they are contributing a quota to the development, that they have equal rights. Yes, they have equal rights on the upbringing of the children in their homes and everything. But respect is important. That will keep the home, and the children will learn and imbibe it into their own children too. Equal right does not, in my view, mean that you can be good, not submit to your husband's wishes. Equal rights means something differently. Respect comes out of it. It's important. I go out and I'm like appalled at the way women dress. There's a competition to show as much of your body, to do that much as your as much of your body that you can. It's absolutely disgusting. They're not women. They're no longer women. The exposure, things that if you did in my time, a member of the community will cover you with a cloth and send you home. Because community mattered at that time. You dare not misbehave outside your compound because this community is watching you and reprimanding you if you go wrong, if you behave badly outside. That is lost. And that is why you see people, even their dressing, show disrespect to womanhood and to themselves and to the community. We must learn, teach our children etiquette of dressing, speech, how to think and speak in a decent manner. We don't have it anymore. We're losing it, and it's shameful because people are appreciating naked women on the streets. Both sides. if people dress badly and you tell them and ignore them, they won't try the next time. For instance, I believe nobody can dress to come to my house or to come to my party like a naked woman. I will turn her back. I will turn her back. So that's the type of thing that we should all do. Let the people doing this know that we do not appreciate things like this. When the society itself corrects it, we must correct it individually. It doesn't, if their parents cannot correct it, we must, by ignoring them and not allowing them to come near us. Show our women that have contributed to the society. Show them, showcase them, showcase them.
Yeah.
We have the first woman senior advocate of Nigeria. We have Okonjo Iweala. We have, in the UN. We have all sorts. We have what's this pharmaceutical woman? She's done so much. The younger ones are there. Little ones like Shadi Okoya is managing her husband's company and doing well. Let's encourage them. They are young. The young ones, they are working to improve the society. There's so many of them out there. We should showcase them. Let them know that we have women who are of top quality, intelligent, and well-behaved, and they dress well. Dressing well is dressing in a manner that is appealing to the eyes, not nakedness. That's my darling, this new CJN of Nigeria.
Okay.
Who do that? But I did talk about Kikiri. I mean, we're there. Female CJN. Yeah. And there are so many female chief judges all over the Federation. There are so many in the medical profession, in the engineering profession. We have pilots. So let them know that there is nothing that a woman cannot do. In IT, in everything, women are moving forward. We should showcase them. We should let their pictures be seen in our newspapers, in our news, in everything, to encourage young girls that you too can get there. If they don't see, and if they don't know the history of these women, how they got there, they too will not be inspired. We have to inspire the young people with the achievements of women achievers. Kekere rose from magistrate to right to the top. I admire her. She's well composed, well behaved. Some of these people, when they become something, they lose their heads. They start to, no, she's so respectful, well behaved, well dressed. I don't think she would allow herself or her children to come out naked. Never. So people like that, Okonjo Iweala the same. We have a lot.
the bank was totally gone. So there was nothing to say they had. But we still approached them and said, we would like to take over this bank. The journey since 1997 has been one thing or the other. And I'm happy that many years down the line, we look back and we're happy that we're audacious and bold to make them move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance, resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started.
Leadership, according to some Peters, entails vision, enthusiasm, trust, verve, passion, and consistency. If there's one man who graciously combines these virtues, the name Tony Elumelu comes to mind.
They say that success to a large extent is dependent on being at the right place at the right time. I say to people, my elder brother, who is 7 years older than me, he don't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the merger, because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe of the institution, which was we have 428 branches at the time, that it was same level of service across board. Customers of standard trust bank that were used to a certain level of service delivery, you will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. He remains one of the flying eagles and shining heads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were on from his humble background. Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area of Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman. The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just 2 of them. So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich, and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not knowing whether just a businessman, you know what I mean? Because he was described then as a businessman. And but in the university, that was why I read economics, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened because I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, being in urban or Unilag, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks. And so that's all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank. New generation bank, not old generation bank, not. And so that was how it all started. And we started applying for jobs in our banks. And I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank. And yes, that was starting. As in then, Santana was a posh guy. So they oppressed us in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the brochures, suspenders, white shirt, dark suits, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. For Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at Allstate Trust Bank at the age of 36. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the Cowboys of Banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired the distressed financial institution. We acquired the distressed financial institution, we turned it around, we set targets for ourselves, strategic plans, targets, we have first year strategic intent, we want to make it a viable financial services company. Second tier intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent. And third financial intent, strategic intent to become a player in the global financial arena. As we all know, there's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. We want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I will continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, enlightenment.
Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître, les partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Venho de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien.
Je viens de la République du Bénin. I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe.
Sudan.
From Rwanda.
Gabon. Uganda.
Senegal.
Egypt.
I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos. I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well. Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate. In Africa, should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Elumelu Foundation is widely admired as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment. Since the launch of the entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub, Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Nigeria, CON, a member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating business that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of Africa capitalism, an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the economy that drive economic prosperity and social wealth award. He was awarded the Daily Times the Nigerian Man of the Year in 2016. He was honored with the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2019. He is also on the list of Time magazine's 100 most influential people of 2020. On October 11, 2022, Elumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably runs a busy daily schedule like that of a bee, but he balances the equation with creating time for sports. His love for lawn tennis and football stands undeniable.
My good workout favorite, I think I would say that I like to jog on the sport. I love yoga, as you said. Yeah. But these days I'm trying to get in the group on planking.
Tony is not just a champion in the banking hall. He equally balances the equation when it comes to family life.
For me, as a family man, though, I try to make sure I balance things. I try to make sure my family side not survive. In that process, I was also growing the family, having my kids and co. So, but everything came together.
Tony is happily married to Awele Vivian Elumelu, who is the chairperson of Harvey Medical Practice Limited. Vivian also oversees the healthcare investment of his holdings. She holds a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree from the University of Benin. The marriage was consummated in 1993 and blessed with 7 children. According to Forbes' list, Tony is among the top 10 richest entrepreneurs in Nigeria with a net worth estimated at $1 billion.
We don't just preach. We don't just theorize, we practice.
Tony has stooped to conquer not just in the banking industry, but in life. The strides of this living legend, popularly referred to as the Lion of Africa's financial industry, remains iconic.
So entrepreneurs who are listening, quick one, short one, straight to the point. Entrepreneurship is a long-term journey. Stop seeing it as a short-term goal. Long-term journey. Great companies, great and accomplished entrepreneurs did not make it in 1 year. They didn't make it in 3 years. It's a long-term journey. So move in, dare to dream, implement your dream, and stay focused.
Achievements, Goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ig Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guarantee Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ig Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today's office.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. work, they say, pays. Aigboje Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Aige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Aige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's life. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Aigboje Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist, and just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. You know, this is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, you know, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, you know, from works, you know, done by masters like that. After a while, you know, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, you know, her works, you know, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, you know. So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but, you know, with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, you know, I've got to focus on investments now.
Collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Aige Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Aige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Aige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Aige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Aiboje is the fourth African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Aige Mokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him, that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed. We scaled some pretty high heights and so on. In a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, you know, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ig Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Igboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Igboje Ig Imokwede is back again. Ig Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Ig Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
Hello and welcome to another compelling episode of Just Africa on SOUQ News Television, the program where we spotlight the people, policies and possibilities shaping Africa's future. Across the continent, travel and tourism remain one of Africa's most underutilized economic engines. From cultural heritage and, of course, eco-tourism to hospitality and creative travel experiences, Africa holds unmatched potential, yet struggles with visibility, infrastructure gaps, and fragmented policy frameworks. This episode of Just Africa focuses on how Africa can reposition itself through travel and tourism sectors, not just as a leisure industry, but as a strategic driver of jobs, investment, cultural diplomacy, and inclusive growth. I remain Emmanuel Amalo and welcome you to today's show with my co-host Omevi Idolo. Hello, Omevi.
Yeah, good afternoon, Emmanuel. Good afternoon to you, Lagos, Nigeria, and to you from wherever you're watching from across the globe. Welcome to Just Africa, you know. This is the best time to be talking about this, you know, before the festivities season starts coming in again and again and again. Now, you mentioned the gaps and some of the gaps when it comes to travel, tourism. You know, Africa, destinations are really not our challenges. Yeah. When it comes to tourism, the challenges that we are facing is the fact that the places, the foundation that is supposed to make those destinations to become experiences, then experiences become income, are faulty. So most African leaders, most people still see tourism as leisure. They see tourism as entertainment. They see tourism as let's just do it for doing sake. People don't do it because it can generate income. People don't do it because money.
It was just like yesterday.
You get it?
It was like yesterday when we were talking about creativity.
Yes.
People are
not seeing the business opportunity, the business aspect of it. So someone feels that, okay, I just want to relax.
Let me just travel to my village. And that's
you get it, and that's it.
Nobody's seeing the commerce in it, so, or the economic value in it.
And now, how do we fix these things? What are some of the challenges? Of course, there is no tourism without movement. So when the locations are bad, when the roads are bad, then you start thinking of flight tickets, and you will agree with me that most flights, internal flights, let's talk about Africa now, they are very expensive. For you to move from one African country to another is sometimes more expensive than leaving the African continent to another continent entirely.
And of course, Africa, as it were, we're not growing at the same, the countries in it are not growing at the same pace. So for example, infrastructure development may not match. If I have, for example, a local flight, right, and then my airport to your airport, I'm going to have struggle. I'll take you to another one that suits it. Then you now have to do another travel from that place to just to connect to your destination. You probably touch more than one place.
You understand? Then you know, when you talk about tourism, you know, it requires it provides money, it provides jobs. It boosts businesses, because there is no house. People will come to a place and they will not want to eat. There is no how you know that people are coming for sightseeing, and you will not employ people. You buy souvenirs. You employ people that will ensure that the place is well taken care of. Everything is looking good. But we don't see it. Sometimes people just go to this waterfall in Ogun. Is it Ogun State or in Osun State?
You go see waterfalls. There are plenty of them. There are plenty of them in Giti.
Are those places we're taken care of? So we don't look at bringing people from the labor market and employing them in that field. We don't look at businesses excelling. We don't look at empowering women and youth in that field. So there is a whole lot to really talk about.
The potential is there. It's good that we already have this conversation. Perhaps more conversations like this happen. The changes that we hope to see will start to happen little by little. The aim of this episode is very, very simple, to inform and, of course, reimagine our view, reimagine how the continent should be, and, of course, help our viewers understand, have a clearer definition of how these issues are, and, of course, revive Africa's tourism sector and why strategic communication, coherence in our policies, and collaborations would matter more in this era. Anyway, we'll go on a very, very short break, and when we return, we'll have a very cerebral doctor to come and help us dissect this conversation for us. But of course, do not go anywhere, and you do want to miss out on this conversation today. Stay with us. Welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to our own YouTube channel at Just Africa Show. On today's episode, we would examine Africa's travel and tourism industry through the lens of advocacy, media, and long-term sector leadership. Our guest today is Dr. Lucky George. He's an award-winning journalist, tourism advocate, and the executive director of the African Travel Commission. He is also the publisher and editor-in-chief of African Travel Tourism, one of the continent's leading platforms dedicated to travel, leisure, and hospitality storytelling. For decades, Dr. George has worked at the intersection of media, policy advocacy, and tourism promotion, helping shape narratives that attract investment, influence policymakers, and elevate Africa's tourism profile globally. Welcome to Just Africa Today, Dr. George.
Good afternoon, and I'm glad to be here.
All right, Doctor, we're just going to dive straight in, because if I stay on just your profile alone, we will probably reel out half of 30 minutes. You're been an expert in this field, and we want to touch on how this whole thing started for you. What inspired you to focus on African travel, tourism, and of course media advocacy?
Once again, good afternoon to your listeners and viewers around the world. I started my travel and tourism career as a reporter. That was way back in late 90s, I should put it that way. I was a reporter with the then Diet newspaper that eventually became a Daily Independent. newspaper. So yeah, so from there I grew through the ranks, and I was a blessed reporter. I was introduced to one of the foremost global tourism, late Ignatius Amaduwa Atibi, who took me in as one of his students. And I think I was about the second student after the well-known Matt Dasiba Babuji. I was the second student of late Atibi. And he encouraged me to stay on as a young tourism reporter and see him as a figure father to me and a mentor. He encouraged me so much, and he told me, look, I started as a journalist myself, and look at where I ended. So there's a path for you. So that was why I got into travel and tourism. Over the years, I moved on to my final public newspaper job happened to be the Business Day newspaper, where I was the head of travel desk for a couple of years. And of course, I get into marketing as well, selling Business Day newspaper to hotels across the country, which was one of the most innovative that I brought into the business altogether.
Nice.
Wow.
So, you've experienced reporting Africa and Africa travel, right? Now, how has that shaped you and then shaped your narrative of telling the African story?
Yes, sir. I don't know if you can hear me, but I can't hear you clearly. Maybe.
Hello, Doc. Can you hear me now? Hello, Doc.
Okay, so.
Yeah, I still cannot hear you clearly, Emmanuel. Sorry.
Okay, perhaps speak. Let's see if we can hear you.
Okay, Doctor, can you hear me? Hello, Dr. George.
I still cannot hear you.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So we'll try to fix that out. I mean, reeling his
profile.
Not just his profile, the journalism journey that brought him into this. You cannot really tell he's a man that has so much experience. I want to taste a bit of his works, right? That's why I wanted to ask him that question. How has it influenced how he writes and tell the African story?
Of course, it would have influenced him a lot. But I think it's better he tells us how.
Those things himself, because I think it was really now the people that
mentioned him
worked with. And I just came around like,
you get it.
So
that's why the professor says decades, many years.
Wow.
He has been there. So it's a good thing. I think
we'll not go on a very, very short break, and of course we'll try to fix that glitch, and then we'll get him back. Just bear with us, and we'll be right back.
The Seychelles, a stunning group of islands in the Indian Ocean, has become a distinctive figure on the African continent due to its expertise in marine tourism. It may be the smallest country in Africa in terms of population, with just over 100,000 inhabitants. But economically, it is considerably more powerful than its size, and its most valuable resource is the sea. The Seychelles' economy is centered on its coastline and pristine oceans, much like many other countries that mostly depend on natural resources like minerals or oil. Tourism that is high value and low impact is vital to the nation's economy. Luxurious eco-resorts and unspoiled natural reserves that characterize the Seychelles experience attract tourists from all over the world. This type of tourism supports jobs in the hotel, transportation, fishing, and conservation industries, in addition to generating foreign cash. Seychelles' stringent environmental regulations are one notable strategy. The nation boasts of one of the largest percentages of protected marine areas in the world, with over 30% of its seas classified as such. In addition to protecting marine habitats, this keeps tourism viable and attracts eco-aware tourists and foreign partners. Seychelles has also adopted blue economy practices, using the ocean to spur innovation in marine research, sustainable fishing, and renewable ocean energy. Through these initiatives, Seychelles is positioned not just as a tropical retreat, but also as an example of how tiny countries may prosper by protecting and enhancing their natural environment. Seychelles has been a continental leader in the blue economy idea, which uses ocean resources responsibly to boost economic growth in addition to pleasure. By issuing a blue bond in 2018, it raised $15 million to finance sustainable fisheries and marine initiatives, making it the first nation in the world to do so. Additionally, the nation has set aside almost 400,000 square kilometers of its oceanic territory, roughly 30% of its exclusive economic zone, for regulated usage and conservation. In addition to protecting the Seychelles' beautiful waterways, these programs help the country's standing as a climate-conscious travel destination worldwide. By doing this, Seychelles has shown that preservation of the environment and economic growth do not have to conflict. On the contrary, they may support one another when handled with care and foresight. I'm Moyosore Adebi, and this is Just Africa. Africa is a continent of different individuals, tribes, languages, and even destinies. Every African country is unique in its own way, with something that sets it apart from the others. Today, on the uniqueness of Africa, we take a look at Chad. Chad, located in north-central Africa, is a land of extremes and quiet resilience. What makes Chad truly unique is its extraordinary geographical and ecological contrast. Stretching from the harsh Sahara Desert in the north to fertile savannas and wetlands in the south. One of its most remarkable features is Lake Chad, once one of Africa's largest freshwater lakes. Though it has shrunk dramatically over the decades due to climate change and overuse, it remains a vital lifeline for over 30 million people across Chad, Nigeria, Niger, and Cameroon. But Chad's uniqueness goes even deeper. It is one of the most linguistically diverse countries in Africa, with over 120 local languages spoken, despite a relatively small population. French and Arabic are the official languages, but the diversity reflects its deep ethnic and cultural complexity. Chad is also home to Zakuma National Park, a conservation success story in Central Africa. Once plagued by poaching, the park has rebounded and is now a sanctuary for elephants, lions, giraffes, and rare birds, showcasing the country's ecological richness. In the Enedi Plateau in northeastern Chad lies another treasure, a UNESCO World Heritage Site filled with ancient rock formations and prehistoric cave art, some dating back 7,000 years. These natural cathedrals in the desert tell stories of early human life long before modern civilization reached the region. In terms of identity, Chad is where Arab and Black African cultures blend, creating a unique socio-cultural fusion seen in its clothing, cuisine, languages, and traditions. Despite economic challenges and regional instability, Chad remains a country of untapped beauty, resilience, and cultural depth. It is a land where survival meets strength and where the desert holds not just sand, but stories. This is the uniqueness of Africa, and today we spotlight Chad, the bridge between the desert and diversity. I am Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Welcome back to Just Africa. Do well to follow us on our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television. We apologize for that brief technical glitch, but we're back. We've still got Dr. George with us. He's breaking down his experiences of how he got into reporting travel and tourism on the African continent. I want him to share a bit of his experience and how it has shaped, his storytelling and how to just show Africa to the rest of the world. Hello, Dr. George.
Yeah, sorry for the break in So, like I was saying, I started doing reporting for Business Day newspaper, and at that time I was also freelancing with a lot of international platforms. Okay. So from there, as a travel journalist, you have to travel across the country, you have to travel within West Africa, and so also you still have to travel within your zone. So that took me to a lot of European cities, to the United States, and all that. So basically, I was learning from a few of the travel journalists that I met on the beat, and at the end of the day, I decided to just look, this is the path I want to follow, academic-wise, having a very good background in journalism, marketing, and public relations. So I decided to go for a PhD in tourism and public relations again. So that really grounded me in all I've been doing.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. George. Thank you so much for sharing your experiences. So now from this long period of time that you spent in traveling, in tourism, can you tell us some of the gaps, some of the things you have seen that African tourism are doing wrongly, those in the tourism sector? What are some of those things we are doing wrongly?
This is the first thing I noticed, and it's basically within the Nigerian economic space. And one of the things I noticed was that the travel and tourism industry in Nigeria is not being taken seriously, especially with the way and manner the National Bureau of Statistics look at what the travel and tourism industry contributes to the GDP. So from that perspective alone, there is a problem and there is a gap. And when it comes to planning and budgeting, the travel and tourism industry suffers a lot. So that is the first gap that I notice here in Nigeria. And it's not like that in Ghana. It's not so in Kenya, in the east, north, and the southern part of the continent. They take tourism seriously. They accurately report what travel and tourism contributes to the GDP. Wow.
Okay. So another thing that we have seen is that most Africans, Nigerians too, I don't just want to say only Nigerians now, most Africans see tourism as leisure, entertainment, but they don't see the policy side of it. How do we change this mindset that tourism is contributing largely to a country's GDP, and ensure that, yes, we make policies that generate funds to a country?
This is the point. If the National Bureau institution cannot really capture what the travel and tourism industry contributes to the GDP, it's always a problem. In Nigeria, for instance, I can tell you for free that after agriculture, the next highest number of employers of industry, of workers, is the travel and tourism industry. You can come from your locality, from your area where you live in Lagos. You can see there are more hotels, there are more restaurants, there are more leisure-related businesses around you, more than any other thing you can think of. On the island, again, I'm sure you have more travel and tourism institutions than the entire banking system put together across the country. If you look at the number of people that works in the hotels, the travel agents, the tour operators, the restaurants, the lounges, there are so many. And we create this number of jobs. And these jobs vary. Some of them are skilled, some of them are not skilled, and some of them are of different levels. So to successfully put it, the travel and tourism industry is the second largest employer of labor. And that's what is the same thing like we say globally, that every 10 workers you see everywhere in the world, one of them works in the travel and tourism industry.
I think the issue is maybe we limit ourselves when we talk about travel. We only think about the vehicles that move, either it's via air, land, or sea. That's all we always think about when we talk about travel. Anyway, but you're a publisher and you have a travel magazine or a newspaper, but then you're a publisher. How can we use your media and perhaps what we're doing here to change the narrative and, of course, correct the perception that's already been created, perhaps also open it up to investments or investors?
Some of the things that you are already doing are the things that I've been doing in the last 20, 25 years. Advocating, enlightening not just the public office holders, even the ordinary man, the investors out there. There are so many opportunities in the travel and tourism industry, which is far beyond what you can think of. But you need to, first of all, learn about it. A lot of us see the hotels as the mainstay of the travel and tourism. Yeah, it's also very true for the Nigeria environment. Apart from the airlines, the hotels, or the hospitality sector is the largest player in terms of the travel and tourism industry, and which is truly so. So we need to educate more people because they are already doing it, but how do we formalize it? How can the government institutions that are responsible for tracking and calculating our contribution to the GDP effectively use it? How can our legislations back up these claims? Because if you know the travel and tourism industry can generate about 5 to 6 trillion to our economy on an annual basis, definitely you have to project and, of course, see how you can better support the travel and tourism industry across the country. It's not just when it is December. Travel and tourism activities is now a year-round activities. We don't have to wait until when it's Christmas or when it's Easter or perhaps when it's a Valentine period. The travel and tourism activity is now all year round, and we need to plan for it, and we need to plug the gap. How do we invest in those areas to make travel and tourism related activities a year-round activity? And this is very important.
Okay.
Well, you've been doing this, this advocacy for over 20 years, like you rightly said. Which strategy do you think works very, very well in reaching these targets? Because you mentioned people that needs to, be proactive. Which one do you feel hits the nail in the head directly when it comes to this advocacy?
Like we say in public relations, there is no one single means of reaching out to the public. All you need to do is to position yourself in every point of contact with the public. So therefore, we can use the television, we can use the radio, we can use, now we have the internet, which is social media, and of course, the one-on-one human contact is also very important because going forward, we need to sit together in a single hall where we can discuss this physically, where we can look at the policy, then the advocacy aspect of it, and of course, the return on business, because you need to show people that those that are already in the business are actually doing well, they are paying their bills, and at the same time, those who have loans to pay, they are actually paying their loans. These are some of the issues that we have been saying over the years. Like I said, there's no one single formula. We use all marketing integrated communication means to reach out to the public, either to the consumer or to the potential investors. So that is what I think we are already doing. Now we're using television, and of course we have a lot of presence on social media. Same way that I publish my magazine on monthly basis, which is a hard copy, but we also have a very strong presence online, which is very important. So we can reach a wider audience with what we do, so that they can see the advocacy that we're
all right. Thank you very much, Dr. George. Now, I wanted to ask a question about partnership, but from what you said now, something came to mind. One of the gaps that is affecting tourism from research shows that the traveling, especially airline travel, is very, very expensive within Africa. So people find it difficult to move. And when they try to move by road due to insecurities and border challenges, people have issues traveling. As someone with so much experience in this field, What do you think African leaders need to put in place to make movement much more easier for tourists?
Now, this is it. We are a country of over 200 million people, and we do not have a national carrier. And like I said last week on another platform, I said that we have barely 30 airworthy aircraft in the country today. 30. So therefore, we are lacking capacity. Not just lacking capacity, therefore the few ones that are available are being chased by a lot of demands. And that gave the operators the opportunity to extort and exploit Nigerian traveling public. Yes, they are so expensive, traveling with any of the airlines. I'm not going to mention it, but traveling with any of the aircraft that are at the airports. Definitely, you're going to pay almost ×2 what we're supposed to pay, or the value of what we're supposed to pay for such a trip. Now, the roads are bad, like you rightly said. How can a Nigeria, a country of 200 million people, not have a national carrier? If we're going to Europe, if you're going to Asia, we're going to America, we rely on the Ethiopian airline, we rely on Kenya Airways, we rely on Egypt Air. Where is our national carrier? So these are some of the problems we have. So yes, travel and tourism became so expensive in the last 20 years because we do not have a national carrier. If we have a national carrier that can take us from point A to point B, that we can join another airline, our travel experience will be less stressful and be less expensive. Yes. This is a fact. So because we do not have this massive connectivity, if you're going to go to some African country, for instance, you're probably going to go to Paris, you're going to go to London, or even as far as Barcelona falls, or Germany, before you can return to a part of Africa that is just 2 hours away from you, because there are no connectivity. And Nigeria, that is supposed to be dominating this part of West Africa, we do not have the why without. When I say the purpose, we've not been able to convince ourselves that we are capable of running a successful national carrier. Like the Ethiopian Airlines have proven to be that it can be run by a government and still be successful. Same goes for Egypt, and same goes for Kenya Airways. If you take Kenya Airways from Kenyan tourism, that tourism industry is dead. The same thing for South Africa. We were looking at the figures. It's now that Ethiopia government is focusing on more on internal tourism and to attract that aspect of the market. If you take, for instance, Royal Air Maroc from the Moroccan tourism industry, these nations called for AFCON that they are hosting will be more problematic and more difficult and more expensive. I can tell you the connectivity within Morocco is so simple because they have a national carrier that is strong, reliable. In Nigeria, we do not have one. If you buy a ticket going to Abuja, for instance, from morning flight, you are probably going to be kept at the airport for the next 6 to 8 hours because those same aircraft that are supposed to run the regular schedules, they are going on a charter operation. Until they are done with the charter operation before they will come back and begin to serve their traditional market. You and I that will be waiting at the airport. So this is the problem we're facing. And I'm an advocate of a national carrier. And we must, as a matter of urgency, for the convenience of Nigerians. I school in SOUQ, for instance, University of Nigeria, SOUQ, and I can tell you, traveling from Lagos to SOUQ over the years, like I did for several years, is so expensive. So what about if you want to go by road? Do you want to risk being kidnapped on the way? The answer is no. So whether it is for leisure, whether it is for business, honestly speaking, we are not ready. And this is what we feel that the Minister of Aviation must have a look at. People have been convincing me that Nigerians are so corrupt, that we are corrupt as individuals and as collectively, that we cannot run a national carrier. To me, that argument is not tenable, and to me, it's an irresponsible argument.
Okay, Doctor, staying with this, your thought, yeah? I remember quite recently, the chairman of one of the airlines, I don't want to mention his name, said that we actually pay the cheapest air flight compared to every African country. And now you're still saying it's expensive. And the man is saying we're not even paying enough. What is eating or making this travel, especially air travel, this expensive? Because if we are asking for more alternatives to transportation, we have not even found the one that is cheaper for the entirety of the masses.
To the gentleman you talked about who owns a popular airline that I don't want to mention. Yes. He's misleading Nigerians. He's not being honest. Let me tell you, I was on a radio program on New Year Day with the president of the National Association of Nigerian Travel Agencies, where we printed out the cost of tickets. We printed one from Lagos to Uyo, we printed one from Lagos to Abuja, and we printed one from Lagos to Kano. When we compare these tickets, if, for instance, the one from Lagos to Uyo on a particular airline was 310,000 naira. And you know what? There's what the airline called YQ nonsense. And that YQ, they hide it under fuel surcharge. So if you buy a ticket for 320,000 naira, 210,000 naira of that money goes to the airline directly, where they call fuel surcharge. Now, there are services that are rendered by various government or third-party organizations operating within the airport. I'm sure before you climb the airport, before you get to sit down in the aircraft, you use that step that you climbed in, and the same step that will bring you out of the aircraft. These are run by different business owners, which you must pay. So they put them together as charges. Then these are the money you pay through the government, and the government remit this money to those companies that are operating at the airport. And again, when you look at the ticket, out of the 320,000 naira, 210 has gone to the airline operator, the owner of the aircraft. Free. Government don't put taxes on it. There's no levy on it, on that money. Now, about 40,000 naira of the 320 will go for what I would call the taxes and the levy. Then the remaining 70,000 naira or thereabouts will be the actual fare, which is called the base fare. It is out of this 70,000 naira that the Nigerian government will now charge 7.5% of VAT. And that same, the balance goes to the owner of the aircraft. So who are they deceiving? So that is how it was. That is the configuration. That is the reality. These guys are just liars. I have said it before them. And the people who should know, the National Association of Nigerian Travel Agencies, who've broken down the cost, it's now left for the government institutions to come forward, which they have done repeatedly. That is not true. Because the fuel surcharge take over the entire airfare, which is about 70% of the total fare. So it's not true. They are not running at a loss. It's not the cheapest in the world. I'm sure you travel around the world. I have traveled between London and Barcelona, between London and Madrid, between London and Berlin for less than £40. Even as we speak today, if you want to travel cheap in Europe, there are low-cost airlines that you can travel in. Because the argument he was trying to make, when Nigerians are traveling from Lagos to Abuja, they want to eat pounded yam on board, or they want to fill fish salad. That is not true. Because all these charges have been accommodated in what they charge each passenger. But they are too expensive. And that is why you see people go.
All right, doctor, thank you very much. So apart from the flight expenses, now let's talk about this visa regime. You know, sometimes the impact of visa for intra-African traveling is also very, very important. So what impact have restrictive visa, what impact has it made or has it had on intra-African tourism?
Oh, I'm so sad about that. It's so terrible. It affects travel. If we have free visa within Africa, I can tell you travel activity will peak by 500%. Because if, for instance, I can go to Kenya, I can go to Tanzania, for instance, that has a very strict visa regime for other Africans, I can tell you travel and tourism activity within Africa will hit over 500% growth on annual basis. It's a major stumbling block. And that is what we're trying to convince a lot of the African countries. We now know that countries like Rwanda, Kenya, and a few others are making it visa on arrival. It does not mean that when it's visa on arrival that the visa is free. No, you still have to pay some money on arrival at the border. So these are some of the issues. Yes, the issue of visa and the cost attached to it are so more expensive. I can tell you for free, going to some African countries, their visa fees are more expensive going to Europe or even the United States.
Ooh.
Recently, I was a guest speaker. I was a panelist in Mozambique at a tourism event, which our organization, the African Travel Commission, and others jointly organized with the local partners. When we arrived, I arrived on the same flight with a lady who was holding an American passport. Our visa fee was $10. But I, as a Nigerian, as an African, my visa fee was $150.
Whoa.
So that is a tragedy that we in Africa were faced with. So these are some of the issues. If you are coming into West Africa, for instance, if you want to visit Ghana, Togo, and maybe Benin and Nigeria, you're probably going to have 4 different visas. So this is some of the issues we're campaigning against. We're trying to educate the country that, yes, it's true, you make money from the visa fee and the rest of them. But I can tell you, you make more money if more people visit your country, they spend more money in the hotels, they spend money in the restaurants, and if they spend more money in buying souvenirs, you will make more money. And these are some of the arguments we've always had. And I hope they will listen. Good enough, we have a summit coming up in February at the Hotel, and we're doing it in partnership with the Economic Community of West African States. And some of the things we'll be discussing are the issue of visa fee. How do we reduce what we charge if we cannot scrap them entirely? And of course, how do we remove some of the taxes that people claim are the problem of cost of high air ticket? Like I said, the problem is not the taxes, neither the charges. It is the excessive wide queue that the airlines themselves are charging, which takes over 70% of the entire airfare.
All right, Doctor, you just talked about the summit that's coming up in February. How is it opened? How can one attend? For instance, how Just Africa team is supposed to be, we could be there really to cover the event as well. So is it opened or is just for some persons?
For my friends from the media, you are all welcome, and to your team, you will receive an invite letter from us in the coming days. However, for you to attend as a member of public, you must be a business owner within the travel and tourism industry, or you must be from the level of a director in government institutions, or you work for an international organization that has to do with travel and tourism. Now, this is the point. It is a policy and advocacy gathering. It's not just a get-together thing where we talk and it ends there. Yeah. And that's why we're limiting the quality of the invitees that we want to be at the event. So definitely it's not for everybody, but your team and your stations, you guys are invited, but definitely you have a letter of invite from me in the coming days. And of course, what we'll be discussing the policies. Okay. Why is it that we are the most backward of the entire African continent, West Africa? Why is it that we're backward? Is it that we've not been able to articulate our products, or we've not been able to effectively position ourselves where the sellers of these products can take into cognizance what we have?
Okay, Doctor, I know that when we talk travel, we're not only restricting ourselves to air travel, right? We've got, at least where the continent is, we're bordering the Atlantic Ocean. But we don't also use our waters enough for travel. We also don't even use the rail as an option to connect African countries. Why is this so?
My brother, it's a lack of vision by some of our leaders. Like I said, Nigeria, the largest country in Africa, the most populated country in Africa, failed to see the benefit, the opportunity of linking the entire West African sea travel.
Yes.
It's a tragedy. If you are traveling from Lagos to Accra, for instance, you see more than 50 roadblocks as you travel along. And at each point, you are expected to pay money. This is just West Africa where we believe that it's supposed to be free movement.
Yes.
So these are some of the issues. So again, the problem, we've not been able to develop the travel and tourism industry, and to rightly put it so, we've not been able to even take advantage into about 20%. We still have about 80% left undone. By air, you cannot travel within West Africa and get to where you are. If you're going to the Gambia, for instance, which is just within our West African continent, West African sub-region, you have to go to Senegal. Sometimes you have to go to Togo first. Then from Togo, you cannot join ISCA. Sometimes you have to go to Accra first, or you go to Cote d'Ivoire from here. Okay, who does that? So that is a problem. We've not taken advantage. And of course, to say this, we're also bringing in the African Development Bank that have been funding agriculture, that have been funding manufacturing and energy across Africa.
Yes.
Why cannot you tell the West African countries that is far, far behind? Let's have a successful, a big, strong, reliable national carrier for West African states. Yeah. If Nigeria cannot hold one, if Ghana cannot afford to own one, so that we will liberalize, like Riley said, also invest in the sea travels. Yeah. We can connect eastern part of Nigeria to the entire Cameroon, Central Africa, and the rest of them. Yeah. So that is a problem. My brother, I invite you to come to the event so that you help us ask this question, because we're expecting business owners and government institutions to be at this event where we ask this question and we must find an answer to it and a solution.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. I know that, time is fast spent, but if you want to envision Africa that has its tourism sector fixed and travel sector fixed, what would it look like?
Oh, my brother. I would see an African continent that will be develop a new generation of young men and women that will be happy, that will know their continent, that will love their continent, and also make a living from their continent. That is what I envision. Until we resolve this problem that we've highlighted in the last few minutes, honestly, we become strangers to one another. You will see a Ghanaian looking at a Nigerian person as a foreigner, or you see a Kenyan seeing a Tanzanian person as a foreigner in his own country. Whereas in Europe, it's not like that. I've been privileged to work with Zimbabwe government during the most difficult period of that country, and I can tell you how much more travel and tourism can do for people who are not from your part to fully understand your people, your culture, and what you do, and the opportunities there. So these are some of the things I think. A well-funded travel and tourism industry will be a kind of an opportunity for us to know one another and to develop our continent much better.
All right, that's the last question because we're wrapping up here. First of all, I love your T-shirt. I wish I could get it. But we cannot see it. A few minutes ago, we are offline. But then again, I know governments are the ones who drive policy a lot, and perhaps the investors and co. But what can we commoners do? When I say commoners, we the citizens in our small corners. What can we do to at least help to fix the problem?
This is it. In Africa, especially in West Africa and Nigeria, we have this wrong narrative to say government only is to provide the enabling environment. If you provide all the enabling environment, like the airlines are asking for, they don't want to pay tax. The government has been given a lot of subvention over the years, which I'm aware of. They supported, and so also that sector of the economy, the government have been doing it. But yet, people don't see it as a sector they can put their big money in. Like Dangote has done. He put in about 20 billion into building a refinery because he saw the opportunity. He knew the market is there, and his business would thrive. Do we have such investors who are thinking that way in the travel and tourism industry? The answer is no. So therefore, government must continue to take the initiative and continue to invest in the sector. And that is what I think is missing. And as for us, the individuals, yes, we will take advantage when we see the opportunity that is there for us. And that is what is missing.
Thank you so much, Doctor. I don't, again, time is not our friend, but we will definitely drag you again. I will definitely see at that summit in February. No, we will be there. We will be there. Thank you so much for coming to today's episode of the show. Your insights have been very, very helpful and mind-opening.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, or maybe, I don't know, I feel each time we bring guests here and they're opening their eyes, I always feel somehow. Because when they say these things, you have this impression of, so what have we been doing since? That's how it's mind-boggling. Like, some of these things are not rocket science. It's something that you feel like if you put 1 and 2 together, it should give you 3. But sometimes, like, some people just sit down like, no, let's not bother about this one. And then the ripple effect is holding the continent back.
Yeah, but I don't really know what our leaders are doing. Sincerely, when it comes to policies, I don't know. At some point, did you follow the analysis of traveling with some airlines?
Yeah, and I'm
like we are in Africa, or you're not going to another continent. You have to go from here to here to here to here to here. And for how long are we going to do this? People are scared of traveling by road because of insecurity and millions of checkpoints.
I just thought about that.
You get it?
First, you will not do those kind of checkpoints on a rail.
You get it?
Unless you want to get run over by the rail, right?
You won't do that.
You won't do that. And then you won't put a checkpoint on the water, on the sea.
Yeah.
So why are we so adamant about exploring these options? Because if you check it, many of the West African countries are on the edge, close to the water. Now, if it goes down south, please go and check the African map, unless it just be. We are all we've got this edge on the water, so you use water travel.
Yeah.
It might take you longer, but at least explore that part. Then use rail, connect countries. You all do African summit every time. Can somebody just explore that part and connect the African countries through rail?
I think we have to be more futuristic than we are right now, because there is no country who will see this kind of, or continent that will see this kind of opportunities that Africa has, that will just sit back and relax. And that is why other people always want to tell our own stories, because we are not taking hold of it. You understand? We are not taking hold of what we have. So they come over here, they take that which belongs to us, and before they will take it, they tell you what we have is not good enough. They take it, and whatever they want to do with it, they do with it. So this is a sector, like I said, a sector that employs so many people. And we are not doing anything about it. I hope that the February summit that we'll be holding, I hope they will be able to really do justice to some of this. And of course,
those kind of bad eating questions.
Of course, they should make good policies. Honestly, we can do better.
So long as it doesn't even end up with just the conversations alone.
Yes.
Today's conversation reminds us that Africa's tourism revival will not happen by accident. It requires vision, credible storytelling, policy alignment, and leaders who understand that perception is power. From media advocacy like we're doing here to institutional reforms, Dr. George's insights show how Africa can reclaim control of its travel narrative and unlock the sector's immense economic and cultural value. For policymakers, investors, and industry players that are watching this, so the message is clear. Tourism is not a soft sector. It is a strategic infrastructure for growth, jobs, and global engagement. All right, we'll go on a very, very short break, and when we return, we'll be diving into the second segment of the show. Do not miss it. We've got a very lovely guest who will join us to break it down. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
In an age of artificial intelligence and automation, it is easy to overlook the value of hands. Yet in Ghana, hands still build nations. From Adinkra cloth printers in Ntoso to traditional kente weavers in Bonwire, Ghana's indigenous skill economy continues to prove that African creativity is not just cultural, it is commercial. Looking beyond the surface of heritage to the engine room of informal training systems that have powered generations and could power Africa's industrial future, Ghana comes to mind. In Ghana, apprenticeship is not a fallback. it is the main highway for millions of young people who are learning practical trades like metalwork, leatherwork, carpentry, fabric dyeing, and advanced tailoring. According to the Ghana Statistical Service, more than 80% of artisans are trained informally, yet they contribute significantly to the GDP. This is not unique to Ghana. From the woodcarvers of Kenya to the bronze casters of Nigeria, Africa is a continent of craftspeople. But Ghana offers a model where traditional skill acquisition meets modern enterprise development. Institutions like the Council for Technical and Vocational Education and Training, COTVET, have begun integrating indigenous knowledge into formal systems, developing a dual-track model that combines age-old methods with certification, mentorship, and business incubation. As Africa looks for solutions to youth unemployment, the answer may not lie in importing Western education models, but in elevating what we already have. Imagine if every African country invested in formalizing informal skills, adding value chains, technology, and access to export markets. The challenge, as always, is perception. We must stop seeing artisanship as inferior. Ghana is showing that welding can build wealth and textile design can drive trade. The African hand is skilled. The African mind is gifted. What remains is for policy and investment to catch up with potential. In Ghana's apprentices, they don't just see workers, they see a future workforce Africa can proudly call its own. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Egypt is a living museum where the past and present come together in a remarkable dance, and it is more than simply a nation. Egypt, which is well known around the world for its pyramids, pharaohs, and the magnificent Nile, is still transforming its rich historical legacy into a vital source of economic expansion and pride in the country. Egypt is a vibrant African country that is leveraging its historical heritage, tourism, the Suez Canal, agriculture, and a growing digital economy to drive its future. Let's start with tourism, which continues to be Egypt's most valuable economic driver. Egypt is home to more than 1/3 of the world's antiquities, and Cairo, Luxor, Aswan, and Alexandria welcome millions of visitors each year. Beyond its aesthetic value, the Great Pyramids of Giza, the Valley of Kings, and the soon-to-open Grand Egyptian Museum serve as economic hubs that support employment, foreign exchange, and Egypt's place on the world cultural map. Egypt has recovered quickly despite international disturbances like the COVID-19 epidemic, with current tourism receipts surpassing $13 billion. However, as visitors all at history, international trade passes via Egypt's Suez Canal, one of the most important sea lanes in the world. The canal is a vital bypass for international commerce, connecting the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea across a distance of 193 kilometers. Suez Canal tolls brings in billions of dollars for Egypt each year, more than $9 billion in 2023 alone, making the canal more than simply a historical site. It is a vital component of international trade. The Suez Canal Economic Zone, a center for commerce, logistics, and industry, was likewise fueled by the canal. Agriculture comes next, especially near the Nile. Important products including wheat, rice, cotton, and dates are grown in the lush Nile Valley and Delta. Citrus fruits, particularly oranges, which are highly sought after in Europe and the Middle East, are among Egypt's biggest exports worldwide. Innovations in irrigation and climate-smart farming are growing, and agriculture still contributes to national food security and rural lives. Infrastructure and energy are also changing quickly. By exporting liquefied natural gas to Europe and other countries, Egypt has established itself as a new energy center in Africa and the Mediterranean. This change includes the Zohr gas field, one of the biggest in the Mediterranean. In addition, Egypt is developing smart cities, high-speed rail, and new administrative capitals, while investing in solar energy through initiatives like the Bendon Solar Park Africa's largest. Not to be overlooked is Egypt's creative economy. The film industry in Cairo is sometimes referred to as the Hollywood of the Arab world, and pop culture in North Africa and the Middle East has long been influenced by the Egyptian literature, music, and television. Young Egyptian creatives are already establishing new industries such as tech companies and fashion. Thanks to the growth of social media and digital storytelling, Egypt has geopolitical weight due to the advantageous location at the intersection of Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Its position as a continental power is further supported by its participation in peacekeeping missions, commercial agreements such as COMESCA and the African Continental Free Commercial Area AFCFTA, and regional diplomacy. However, the way Egypt skillfully combines innovation with tradition is what really makes it stand out. It is one of the few African countries where a more than 5,000-year-old civilization still shapes its economy and reputation outside. Egypt continues to leverage its history to forge a strong and aspirational future, whether it's a software entrepreneur in Cairo, a relic in a museum, or a ship across the Suez. This is Just Africa, and I am Chike Okolo.
Welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. And of course, do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television and subscribe to our YouTube channel at Just Africa Show. Across Africa, healthcare systems continue to face deep structural gaps, from limited resources and workforce shortages to inefficient service delivery and unequal access to care. While technology promises solutions, many digital health tools fail because they are designed without the realities of frontline healthcare in mind. This episode of Just Africa focuses on the human side of health tech, how empathy, clinical experience, and thoughtful product design can transform healthcare delivery across the continent. Joining us virtually on this episode is Dorothy Lamid. She is a nurse, a product manager, and health tech innovator whose work sits at the intersection of clinical care and digital health solutions. Dorothy brings a rare and powerful combination of frontline healthcare experience and product development expertise. She has worked on electronic health records, telemedicine platforms, and patient monitoring tools, transplanting real clinical pain points into scalable, ethical, and user-centered digital solutions. Her work challenges a common flaw in healthcare innovation, which is building technology without listening to the people who use it daily. Welcome to Just Africa, Dorothy.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
I wanted to reel out all your accolades so that everybody that is listening will know we're talking to an expert.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah.
All right, Dorothy, let's focus on the healthcare gaps that we've noticed. Let's even try to understand it first. From your perspective, what are the most critical gaps in Africa's healthcare system that we're experiencing today?
Okay, based on my experience, like you mentioned, I think the most critical gaps I've been able to identify are like three major ones, right? Talking about funding, human resource, and infrastructure. Now, every day, clinicians have to manage high patient volumes. They have to manage documentation. And they have to also deal with the fact that they make critical decisions, right, in short time frame with limited support. So these three gaps, they are not independent of each other. That is funding, human resource, and infrastructure. They're actually not independent of each other. They create a very compound problem. But using health tech, right, if we are able to address these three major problems, I believe that healthcare outcomes will be way better.
Okay, I mean, there are so many terminologies or things that they're healthcare jargons. What do you mean by healthcare technology?
Okay, healthcare technology is quite simple. Now, I'll just use the most layman language I could possibly come up with. It's
Okay.
basically using technology to solve healthcare problems.
Okay.
It varies, right? You could have, like you mentioned, telemedicine earlier.
Yeah.
So, what a typical telemedicine platform would look like is basically connecting you directly to care, either through AI, like we are currently experiencing,
Yeah.
or connect you directly to a doctor, right? Without having to pass through the stress of entering transport to the hospital, queuing to see the doctor. Then after queuing, then you now be sent from one department to another to carry out another test, make payment, and all of that. So I think for telemedicine, it's able to cover that. If you're looking at the EHR system, we are reducing the problem of fragmented data that's under infrastructural problems, right? So instead of having data that is, okay, this hospital has this information about you, the other hospital has another information about you. In fact, let's even leave different hospitals. Let's talk about the same hospital. There are times where patients will be sent from, let's say, radiology to go to the doctor's office in family clinic, and then there's no documentation of what was discussed in radiology, or there was no documentation of what was discussed in the emergency unit in the system. So I think technology has been able to make sure that all these gaps are filled, all these gaps are taken care of, and patients' outcome is way more better, and clinicians' overburden is severely reduced.
It's great that you even explained it, because at first when I was thinking technology, I was like, are we going beyond stethoscopes and syringes? Because that's all when we see those two, we know this person is a doctor or this person is a nurse. So now we're imputing AI and other technologies to help us solve healthcare problems. Is that what it is?
Yes.
Okay,
so
that's
that
simply
is
put.
the current state. Yeah.
Okay, so I want to ask, at what point in your career, you being a nurse, at what point did you realize that, yes, it's high time we brought in technology in solving problems? Now, we're not just talking about clinical skills. We're talking about the technology you mentioned now. At what point?
Okay, for me, I would say I've always loved technology, right? So it was, I know that it sounds cheesy, but it was always from the very beginning. So during my time in like clinical posting, I noticed that as a person, I don't really like the whole bedside nursing kind of day-to-day activities. I love the fact that I can stay from the comfort of my home and still deliver good care without having to go through the stress of, going to the hospital every day, um, changing bedpans and all of those things that is typical nurse to do, taking vital signs and all of those things. So for me, I believe it's from the very beginning, right? Based on my time in school, after like the first clinical posting that is compulsory for every nursing student to take, right?
Okay.
So it was from that very first posting that I was able to be like, okay, I have to find a way to actually deliver care without being on the bedside. Although you cannot overemphasize the importance of bedside experience, because
Yes.
it's actually how you build the best health tech products, right? But it is very, very important that for me that I deliver care outside.
Yeah. Okay, so when looking at some of these health tech, most times they are far away from the hospitals. That is another thing. So what's the disconnect? What's the major disconnect between this technology and the users? What's the major disconnect?
Okay. For me, I believe is the fact that a lot of these devices or a lot of these apps, let's say, are built outside the knowledge of clinicians. They are built in a boardroom, or they are built with just engineers, right? So if you are to build a health tech product right now as a product manager, if you have a good product manager on your team that is not even a clinician, they would always advise that be built alongside clinicians. Because at the end of the day, you end up seeing products that are very far from the reality of what the current healthcare system in Africa is facing, to be very honest. You have tools that require high maintenance, steady day-to-day, high connectivity to the internet, tools that cannot work without electricity. And to be very honest, it is far from the reality of what's happening. So I believe if we can start from the bedside and not the backlog, right, a lot of these gaps, right, would be filled, and technology would actually deliver the care and the impact that it's supposed to deliver to patients and to the clinicians at large.
So that's the interesting part is, as you're speaking like a professional. And those of us so those of us that are talking to, many of us have not even gone beyond the regular health services that we're asking. Now you're taking us to a higher scale. And I'm thinking, okay, are we going to measure up in some kind of way? Because look, many of us just want our traditional vitals to be checked, right? Or we just want maybe blood transfusion, for example. Oh, you just take a needle and then you take the blood. Now you're telling us there are different ways to do it. I say we are not even conquered the first one. We're not even saying that one is not even enough. And now we're going technology. How did you guys even plan that out? Because you need to get feedback from the patients, as it were.
Yeah, that's true. So if we want to go to like the basic things, right? For example, in terms of vitals, right? There are already tools that you could use to record your vital signs. And they're already electronic. That's still tech. But that's like hardware, because I'm more of a software technology expert. But that's hardware, right? You have BP machines that check your BP. That's still technology, right? Without having to use the manual mercury sphygmomanometer or the other manual one. Okay, so you can actually check your BP. You can check your pulse rate. There's a pulse oximeter. I think a lot of hospitals now are even going digital, right? A lot of hospitals now, they don't come and pump. They just put the machines on you and connect buttons here and there, and you are getting your results, like you're seeing it. So these are things that you can also do from the comfort of your home without having to pass through the stress of going to the hospital. So tech is, I feel like one of the beauty of like healthcare technology is the ability to remove this fragmentation. So you can show your doctor that, oh, in the last 1 week, this is what my healthcare record looks like. This is what I've been able to check. I checked my BP on so and so date at so and so time. This is what it read. And then they'll be able, it makes the work easier. It makes them have like actual, proper context of what you face, what your reality is, instead of having to guess. And then there are sometimes that you yourself, you may even forget that, oh, I did this, I did that. So that is
a good positive. There's a positive, yes.
Yeah, positivity that comes with healthcare technology.
Okay. So I like the fact that you talked about removing those fragmentation. Now, many people are used to the traditional way of checking their BP. Many people are used to the traditional way of taking of blood transfusion and all that. So when you're talking to someone that there is a health tech where you don't need to go to see the doctor, or they just have to plug some wires to your body and some buttons will be pressed, trust issues will start coming in. Someone who doesn't have the knowledge of tech will start telling you, how am I sure this thing? So how can health tech help to restore dignity, trust, and when it comes to anything clinical, can we use it to restore those trust?
Okay, when it comes to trust, right, and the ability to be able to ensure that this product is adaptable, I think a lot of health tech products needs to move from just storytelling, right, from just like, come and buy me, I do this, I do that, to actually proper storytelling and proper documentation of outcomes. Why do I say this? If Mama Nkechi in the market tells you that, my pikin buy this medicine for me, or buy this thing for me, this machine, and the machine help me check my BP, mouth-to-mouth marketing, the person next to them that is always having to trek maybe a kilometer, or maybe having to always enter bike, to go to the nearest chemist or to go to the nearest pharmacy to go and check their BP. You know, we go and tell their son that, Mama Iketi say I can buy this thing for her. She abeg buy my own for me. So me, I no go dey pass through the stress. So I think what marketing also builds trust in the health tech space. I also believe that another thing to consider too is a lot of these digital products are not made from the mindset of Africans have low resources, right? So a lot of them would need redefinement. That's why things like some apps, all these Apple Watches and all of those things actually help. Because they are not so expensive, but at the same time, they can be able to give you like quality care until it is required that you are referred to a human doctor, a human nurse, or a human therapist, depending on what exactly you need.
I want to look for your trouble a bit. Truly, yeah, in urban centers, healthcare system is better. I wouldn't say it is there 100%, but it's better compared to the rural areas. The thing is expensive. Right? How many people use smartwatches in rural areas to be able to track their
knowledge of it?
They don't even know what it is in the first place. But we understand that tech is coming here to help things be easier, you know, track, keep data, keep your records. But the knowledge gap is also there. How are you bridging that part? Hello?
For a minute. She said the knowledge gap is also there.
Yeah, that knowledge gap is already a hindrance as it is.
Yeah, that's the thing about tech, right? It's not just enough to build a product, right? You have to build with your end users in mind. That's where human-centered design comes in, right? So if you are building a product and you are building alongside a community, this community knows that, oh, this product is coming to us, so this is what the product is supposed to do. This is how this is how the product will work. I think if you know your target audience, you know what your target market is, what their needs are. If you are building for an urban market, you know that, okay, you don't have to go too deep into looking for the best, cheapest option that can actually provide the same solution, right, to the problem. If you are looking at like a primary healthcare center, for example, now, right, you are looking at the fact that most of these people don't have smartphones. So that's why tech comes in, right? And there's still options of USSD. There's still the option of IVR where you can just dial a code and somebody tells you, okay, if it's this one, press 1. If it's the other one, press 2. So there are actually other options, like there are cheaper options. Tech is made for everybody, right? So if you cannot afford the expensive one, there are cheaper options out there that can provide the same solution. At the end of the day, every CEO, every tech tycoon is building with their product users in mind. So if we are building with the African user in mind, you have to consider the fact that there's limited funding. The hospital is rationing hand gloves and nose masks. They're not the ones that would come and buy 1 million naira equipment that requires steady running of electricity. Exactly. So if you build with your
end user
in mind, you're able to, exactly. If you build with your clinicians in mind, you build with your patients in mind, or your caregivers in mind, I'm sure that there are ways of using technology in a way that is not so expensive, but it's also doing the job it's supposed to the best way it can.
Okay, I have to look for your trouble again. So some of these techs are not done by people who are going to use it. I'm not talking end users now, who are the consumers. All of them are consumers.
The medical team.
The medical team, and I mean, they are not the ones making some of this tech. How do you also get them to embrace it?
That's the issue. That's the problem. A lot of these things are, they sit down in the boardroom and they make them, and then they bring it to them at the end of the day, which is the wrong way to go about it. Because then it's harder to gain trust, it's harder to gain adaptation. And then what happens when you produce something that the market cannot afford? So I think a lot of healthcare CEOs, right, people that are into the health tech space, innovators, the product designers and all of that, should start building products with the end
Both
users,
the users
not
and the
after you've done. Yeah, both the clinicians should be. You should have a clinical person on your team. You should have someone in the legal aspect on your team. You know, because of ethical dilemma and all of those things. You should make sure that your engineers are people that they're not just after profits. They're actually after impact. Because at the end of the day, healthcare products is not like other products that, okay, let's say, for example, the fintech products now, where if you send money, your money don't lose, the money don't go, right? But for healthcare, you lose a life.
Yeah, it's not money,
Yes,
it's life.
that. So you need to build with, yeah, you need to build with the fact that clinicians have to be with you from day one. You cannot be building an EHR system and you've never gone to any hospital to find out, okay, how do you people currently do your records? Okay, what and what should the user flow of the EHR system look like?
Wow.
You can't be building EHR system and the colors, all the colors are the same, both the one that is the vital signs are high and then the vital signs are low, then the ones that the vital signs are normal. Like color, because at the end of the day, nations are under tension, they're under a lot of pressure, right? You can't be expecting them to be using their brain. Your technology is stressing them, the patient is stressing them. So your work, your tech solution should be easing their burden, not
adding to
adding
it.
to it. And you
Bless
cannot
you.
you cannot properly do that without them in the building phase of your product.
Okay, just share one technology that you have come across and it worked. Just one. Tell us what it does. Because look, some of these things look like so much theory and people don't even understand what it is. Just share one. I have the BPO, no, we'll talk about BPO plenty enough. Share another one.
Yeah. SaaS industry, right? That's software as a product. So I think there's this app I used and somebody used around me in the hospital during my time at the Federal Psychiatric Neuropsychiatric Hospital, right? The name of the app is Our Paddy. So what this app enabled us to do was that it helped one of our patients. Let's call him Tunde, for example. Now, Tunde was a 19-year-old that was struggling with pressure from school, pressure from parents, pressure to make it in life. And you know the way the community is now is that if you are not a billionaire, you probably don't deserve love. So he was also struggling with relationship stress too. So
at
what
19.
Our party was able I'm telling you, one of my
at 19, I don't see life. Okay, go on.
What our party was able to help us do was that they have this AROC system, right? A predictive model. So through his communications with the AI, we're able to know that, oh, this is a high risk person. This person is getting suicidal, right? And technology was able to help us do early detection. At the same time, it removes that stigma of having to go to the hospital, right? And then I'm very sure most of us don't even know what to do with mental cases. Like when there's a mental issue.
When you mentioned psychiatric, I was like, okay, she went to Yaba left. Okay.
Sure, exactly. So there's already this stigma, but technology has been able to make it that, our party has been able to make it that you can actually have access to care, right? You can actually have therapies at your comfort. You don't have to go anywhere, just at your home there. Nobody knows that you have an issue. Nobody is stigmatizing you. There's early detection before the case becomes something that is not reversible, right? So I believe that a lot of products are out there too like this that are actually doing the work and they are making healthcare outcomes way better because they are providing early detection, they are providing that, and they are removing that stigma, and they are still making it way more accessible in the sense that you don't have to queue. The last time I was in the hospital as a patient, I almost cried because because I had to. I think I did not see the doctor that same day. I had to go home, and they continued with the number of the previous day. So if you have like AI triage systems now that you can just be this, that, I'm feeling nauseous, I'm feeling fever, I'm feeling this. And it's like, okay, based on your symptoms, these are some things that could be wrong. But contact this person, and it gives you the direct number to a healthcare personnel. You save transport, you save time, you save energy. So you can see that healthcare has actually, the integration of technology into healthcare has done more harm than good. Done more good than harm, sorry.
Okay. All right, so I want to ask, I love the fact that technology, health tech is doing very well right now. But how do we protect patients' privacy when it comes with the kind of, or with the amount of data that we have to put out for us to be able to use this technology? How are patients' privacy protected?
Okay, to answer that question, I would say ethics, right? When you are building a product in the healthcare space, you should build with the fact that clinicians are in your team, lawyers and legal teams with compliance team, all those personnel should be on your team. Then your technical team and your marketing team. So if all of these can be able to work in sync, right, you would see that both privacy of the patient safety, and all of that is properly taken care of. Why am I saying this? Okay, let's take, for example, our PADI again, right? They have a mental, you know how sensitive mental health is, in the sense that people don't want their names out there, they don't want their pictures, right? So apps like our PADI helps people in the way that you don't log in with your name, you log in with a nickname.
Okay.
So I could be Dorothy and I'm logging in with like Chief or something, just something random, right? But in the system, you are a user. They can see that this user is a high level user. So you don't see that, okay, you don't have to log in with your pictures, right? Most healthcare apps, they don't require your name, just an email address and an avatar of your choice. So they don't take like personal like information to the point that they are taking your face, your biometrics. You understand? So it's now left for you to now share. If you want to get in contact with a doctor, that's when the whole consent thing comes in. At the end of the day, if you give your consent, right, then they can help you better, to be very honest. But if you are not yet there, your privacy and anonymity is very key. And most health tech products already take that into consideration.
Okay. All right, thank you. So that is for the patients and some of the doctors, right?
Yes,
or let's say some of the team members.
Just the team.
But at what point should they draw the ethical lines? I mean, I'm talking about practitioners now. At what point should they draw the ethical line that you must not go beyond this point in giving out certain information about
your
patient in using those technologies?
I think where you draw the line is where it's going to cause patients harm, or where the patients did not give their consent, to be very honest. Let's start with consent and then harm. Because if the patient gives their consent, and you as a clinician know that despite the fact that this patient has given their consent, it will cause them harm, it is your job to protect the life of your patient. Make them understand. Of course, you can't force them, right? Because at the end of the day, patients' rights exist. But it is your job to be like, okay, this product, these are the gaps I see here, this, that. I would advise, right, that you limit the way you use this particular product because it's causing you harm. So it's consent, it boils down to consent and does it harm a life at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Wow,
I mean, I appreciate the fact that there are young people who are enthusiastic about innovations happening, because you're obviously a young person, and it shows that the future for the African continent in terms of healthcare is in safer hands, because people are looking at newer ways to innovate.
Yes.
But then again, these innovations, does it cut across African countries? Because look, the truth is, this is just Africa. We're trying to promote everything that is happening here.
In Africa, yeah.
And your experience has shown that, well, at least we're getting it right here in Nigeria. But have you been able to check if these innovations cut across African countries?
Actually, I think our PADI, for example, we've been able to get, I think majority of our users are even South Africans.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Okay.
So we have users in South Africa, Mozambique, Egypt, Kenya. So yes, it has actually crossed across Africa. To be very honest,
how about cities as well?
I think, yeah?
Like urban centers and rural areas. Does that demography also
Yes.
cover? Okay, okay.
Well, not to a large extent regarding the rural area, right? Because I mean, they still have limitations in terms of like how well they can use tech. Do they even have phones? You understand? But at the end of the day, a large part of the urban area has been covered to a very great extent in terms of healthcare technology. Nigeria is not even the number one right now, to be very honest. I think it's Kenya or South Africa. One of those countries are currently topping the health tech industry when it comes to health tech in Africa. Yeah.
So some of these conversations, do you guys take it to the grassroots? For example, maybe to the schools, you know, so that you can meet the younger kids there.
Yeah.
Do you take these conversations to them?
Yes, definitely. I think during my work with Friend and Power, right, we're able to organize students campaigns and cohorts, right, to be able to help students become more aware of like mental health issues and how to detect them, how to use the app to be able to call for help without the whole stigma associated with it. So I believe that yes, very, very much yes. There's a lot of there's a lot of grassroots movements already at the moment.
That's great. That's great.
All right, thank you so much, Dorothy. We appreciate your time. But I want to ask, what is your favorite African dish?
Let's see. I think it would be between ogbono and or egusi. But I think I prefer ogbono with okra, that they mix okra inside with plenty food stuff.
With which of the swallow?
I said food stuff, like you know those blockades.
Yeah,
I mean
those accidents that usually happen. Yeah.
Is it with a bar, with fufu, with tuwo?
Pounded yam. Pounded yam.
Okay. I give it to you.
Yes, I'm not done. And what part are you are Nigerian, yes, but what part of the country are you from?
Okay, I'm from Kogi State, Ibira tribe to be precise.
Wow. Okay, all right. So you have to greet our viewers in your Kogi language. You speak your dialect and tell them to keep watching Just Africa on SOUQ News Television.
Set off! Set off!
They can't set off!
Oh, this is Just Africa. This is Just Africa. Come on. Why can't we just speak our African dialect? We should, right? So come on, do it. Let's go. We're listening.
Well, I agree that we should. I think I only know greetings like good morning, good afternoon. So I'm just going to say au revoir, and au revoir is good evening. Then I don't know the remaining parts, but please, you guys should keep listening. This is Just Africa, and I speak to you.
Yeah, that works too.
Okay, au revoir. Make una continue to listen to Just Africa, right? Very help.
All right, thank you very much. We appreciate you. We appreciate that.
I do like the optimism and, of course, the potential that the continent has, and it is heartwarming to see that it's a conversation that is going even on a grassroots, because it shows that we are thinking about scalability and sustainability in terms of this. But I do hope that more of these kind of conversations happen beyond here.
Yes.
So that at least from the small corners that we've started it, we've lit the fire, let the fire continue to burn until it gets to where it's going to.
And, you know, Dorothy did a whole lot of justice to this topic. She cited a very good example, the paddy, paddy? Yes, yeah. You know, just let people have the knowledge that we really don't have to travel miles to get to the hospital.
Healthcare services.
You understand? So the more we accept these things, the better or the easier life becomes. Yeah. Of course, that's the purpose of technology. Yeah. So if we have technology in our tech sector and things are getting easier for us, why don't we embrace it? Make life easier.
Yes, all right. Today's discussion and conversation reinforces a vital truth that Africa's healthcare challenges cannot be solved by technology alone. But of course, Dorothy's work shows that real impact happens when digital health solutions are grounded in empathy, clinical realities, and of course, deep respect for patients and healthcare workers alike. Thank you so much for being a part of today's edition of the show. We cannot do this without mentioning that one of our two actually, although the stories, the announcements are of two opposite sides, but I'm going to still say it. One of our very dearest listeners, Barrister John Olori told me his wife just put to bed a beautiful, just about bouncing baby, just a beautiful bear princess early this morning, and the news came to us. We're all excited. For all of us here from the Just Africa crew, we are excited for you, and of course, we're praying that the child's birth will bring us more blessings.
A special shout out to the wife because she is an ardent follower. She's an ardent follower of Just Africa. Yeah, she's a super fan. I love you, madam. Congratulations to you. And
of course, the other one is a sad one, but then again, it came one of our ardent viewers as well. He lost his father. Today, the funeral. Ebenezer Fashiru, he lost his father, Oluranti Fashiru as well. But we're using this also to commiserate with the families. But anyway, it's Just Africa. Yeah. We will spotlight everything as it's going. But thank you all so much for being a part of today's episode of the show. And do join us again tomorrow where we'll bring in another interesting conversation. Do not forget to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Just Africa Show. Until tomorrow, stay blessed.
Eko Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of I belong and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadi were used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eko Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eko City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arcland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eko Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
Well, you already know, my name is Steve Omojafor, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street in Obalende. And in fact, we didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse, Mama Nurse, that's what we, So I was born in that little place and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had you here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off at St. Matthias Catholic Primary School on Louis Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960. when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We did that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. And from Holy Cross, for 1 year, I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with scholars bus, which was virtually provided for free. When scholars bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalende, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well. And so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends, okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and, do a battle with you that I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were our brothers' keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. And there was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balende to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokunbo, Okekpopo, So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji. Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we were proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay? So those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them. We still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. We help out. Because, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school. Some couldn't make it, but we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers. And a lot of the time I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs letter to the editor to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published, and I liked it. Okay, you open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Omojafor, or some will call me Bamidele Omojafor. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, you know, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, you know, they would just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what occurred to me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine, you want to go and become a newspaper boy. I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University. I studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing. And I was writing under the name of Akibodilon. Now, Akibodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group. Because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at J.K. Randall Hall, you know. So one of the roles I played was Akibodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akibodilon. So I did the program and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happened during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Golabo Ogusawo, you know, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, you know. So I left University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do, but I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with the Lagos Weekend, went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew and grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Linters advertising. When I walked into Linters, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. You know, then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing now? I said, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Linters. And I remember Alaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, "Look, Steve, where are you going?" I said, "I'm going to Linters." I said, "Well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, you know." So I said, "Okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Linters." And Linters and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, "Sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times." So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times. You know. So that was my life. From Linters, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, you know, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akodusi left AdMark, another advertising company. So 3 of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Linters, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Surrey, and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann, got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, no, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, "My name is ABC, blah, blah, blah." And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, "Okay, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that." He said, "No, he just wants to talk to you." So I picked up, he picked up the line and said, "My name is this. I said, "My name is this." He said, "Can we meet?" So I said, "She, no problem." He said, "No." So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, "I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics." He said, "No. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that." That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board, and I learned a lot. You know, I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, was just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, you know, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks. It is very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. You know, there weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time, but I followed through. And that was it. I got onto the board. And somewhere along the line, there was the policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN. And they approached me and said, you are going to become, at the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board. I said, me? And they said, yes. I've met a lot of people here, so why me? Anyway, to cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenith Bank. And I was there, I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to impact it on the younger ones, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago. But I'm still keeping pace with what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society itself is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back to during my own time in the newspaper world, and I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then. Okay, Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other. We knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged, I mean, if you had a news that was breaking, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do, So, newspaper was great. And it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, about the quality. Quality was good. Quality was good. And there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. I mean, for instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio, okay? Interesting stories. I had, there was a name to this program, the Oddities, Odd World. So we were picking up things that were odd. People that didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing, radio was growing, television was growing, and out-of-home media was also growing. And talk about the dynamism of the system. Suddenly, people were now going out of buying a newspaper every day to sit down and hold it in front of you, trying to read from beginning, from cover to cover. Other forms of communication came on. with the advent of mobile phones, things began to change. In our own time, it was the phone you put on the desk and you were dialing it, a lot of the time you could never get across, okay? Suddenly, mobile phone came onto the scene. And news coverage was transformed completely from what it used to be. Okay? So now people on their phone could reach out, you could touch Germany, touch America, touch all parts of Europe, just sitting down in your office to gather information, gather news, what is new, And then, of course, we now had more television stations, no longer NTA alone, okay? Now, with the news stations, things were just expanding. Things were broadening up, and news gathering became something new altogether, and everybody was heading for a new phenomenon altogether. So today, you don't have to be a big guy to be able to tell your stories. Little children tell their stories, females tell their stories, So really we have moved from the days of waiting to read your newspaper to gather your news. Now, with your phone on your palm, you could do wonders all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. Because the multiplicity of media sources create problems. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing. And people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined. But I still believe that for those who have structures like the one you are building up now, will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check, okay? We have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be, So in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts before you can believe, what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. The explosion is going to continue. Maybe in a few years to come, we're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. People are building content. You go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media, and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube. You go to Instagram, people are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity. Yeah? And I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of, say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much, much widely. Thanks to our mobile news. We talk to people in any village in Nigeria. And suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map, and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore. Show me where I'm going. just go to the app and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, particularly people in the rural areas. One day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted in news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. Let's get back. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. I haven't been a journalist, which I still am. I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. It was the period of tally number, Remember this commercial, where somebody carried a mat. I said, what are you carrying a mat in the bank? And I want to lay down here because I know before I get my money, I will have slept once or twice and woken up, So I was very consumer oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank who will come into the bank and get properly served, who will come into the bank and feel like human, who will come into the bank feel important, because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was my mentality that I took into the board of the bank. I said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money, no matter how small. Treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time. And I said, look, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. I mean, yeah, you can deal with the big corporate organizations, but at the same time, it is these poor students, poor market women, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer the king. Okay? So that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits. Okay? But at the same time, the customers that come in here and from their money we make our profits, let us also consider the kind of interest they get from their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? No. When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a loan, and you tell them, give them all the facts and figures, okay? They will tell you, you are going to pay interest 20%, 25%, 23%. Blah, 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 blah. When they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. I mean, if you are giving me a loan, you're charging me so high. When I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why will you leave me with 2 or 3%? And I thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the bank than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, in that area. And I must still say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. In the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5%. In Nigeria, it goes as far as. Maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. For both those that we are taking in their money and for those we are giving money to. So there be some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. Then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And suddenly, banks started, employing senior people. They started moving people up. They look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks, so people can spread out, and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system, and we are still growing. Now, the banks for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. You just pick up your bell and you ring, and the governor of Central Bank will come shaking it, because you had the power to bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we run it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever you want to do. And it's wrong. It's wrong. Take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN? No. Everybody has his mandate. In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor. Go and do this. Go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. That's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just ran this country to their whims and caprices. You leave your monetary policy. In fact, you were running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the Minister for Finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. You ran their own programs for them, and you did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. So look at the changing of our redesign, what they call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it, but we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history. And it is wrong. So today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, if the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. You had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN within certain limits. They call it ways and means. But no. And there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid up. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. What Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will now come into this space. The new central bank has at least outlined its policies. It has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paperwork and how they want to run it. People who deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed and borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay? Who are we leaving this debt for? Now we know it's for you and me to still do our work, put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay, so the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people. The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We should. We all know, simple economics. You don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your oil maintenance and all that. Where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. Give them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, at some point, it will just be, President said so, President said, even things that the President did not say, President said so, and it's got to be done. And we are running a country, even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank, because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we found ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. We need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Abalinde used to say to me, when I want to be lazy, he will make sure you do what she wants you to do. And he will remind you that hard work doesn't kill. It is laziness that turns you into an inconsequential human being with no sense of direction. We grew up learning hard work, both in school and out of school. I, for instance, hawked on the streets of Lagos with my mom. You leave St. Gregory's College, now not primary school, St. Gregory's College. You come back. My mother was a textile seller. Got it, probably went to Balogun, pick up. When I come back from school after my lunch, get a basket full of cloth, which I put on my head, and we go from street to street. My mother's carrying her tape rule and another measurement stick, and we'll go round Obalende, Goshere, Bamboshe, Oshoji, and we were selling. From there, she graduated to owning a shop in Balogun. When I leave school, I was her accountant, so to say, bookkeeper. All the things they sold and make, keep the records and everything. I helped her take the money to the bank. It was Barclays Bank, what was it called then? Yeah, Barclays Bank, before it became Union Bank in Balogun. So I've learned how to trade. I've learned how to make money. I've learned how to deal with customers. Plus that, I was also a bread seller. Somewhere along Strachan Street off Iboshere, there was a big bakery owned by the Lawson family. To be able to get enough bread, you got to get there between 5 and 6 in the morning. Okay? So let me cut it short. We learned to work hard. And that working hard continued with us up till where we are today. We also were very straight-minded in terms of what we wanted to be. We played pranks, so we went out to play football, we went out to play with the girls and everything. But at the end of the day, you returned home. And our parents didn't spare the rod. They didn't. You came back later than expected to. They would lie you on the floor and dealt with you. So the combination of the kind of upbringing and the kind of training we went through home probably kept us where we are. And like I said to you before we started the interview, you knew that if you finish your primary school, secondary school is the next thing. If you finish secondary school, you don't know what you are reading for. Not until probably when you got to the university did it occur to you, okay, I got to choose a profession. But all along, we just did it because that was what the system and environment asked for. So, secret of success, hard work, hard work, hard work. No. I had a father who was very finicky about appearance. When I lived on Igbo Road, our church was on Louis Street, so to say, walking distance. He taught me how to wear full agbada right from primary school, secondary school. I mean, today, you just wear buba and shokoto, you go to church. Never was that happening. It's got to be full. Right. Then from there, by the time you got into, I mean, my father died while I was in university. Before then, he was always having this very thin bow tie, not this bigger one, bigger sizes now. Thin, you know? Even when his dress is khaki and khaki, he still had it on. So I admired him, but initially I was on my long tie, up till a point, and I look back at some photographs we took when we were in the secondary school, and I thought, no, let me go back to those old days. Some people tell me it makes you look old. I said, I don't mind, you know, but these days I have just acquired that fashion taste, you know, which has suddenly become my, what do you call it? Become what I'm known with, and I enjoy it. And I encourage people, once in a while, put on your bow tie. It makes you look good, makes you look impressionable, it makes you look a serious person, and it makes people take a second look at you. I think, number one, parents started sparing the rod. Call it civilization, call it growing up and all that. Parents started sparing the rod because they always whipped us to shape. You knew what was expected of you, and you did it. Because if you didn't do it, your punishment is waiting for you. But as we grew up, I mean, you probably will ask me today, do I use the rod for my children, for instance? And the answer is no. And why it is no is that these days the children look up to you. They are more exposed than what we were. More exposed. They know what daddy does. If you show them a bad example, they will repeat that bad example. If they know that when daddy wakes up in the morning, before he goes anywhere, he needs time to say his prayers. They too unconsciously will copy you. If they know that when dad goes out, he comes back certain time. He doesn't come in at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Subconsciously, they too will know there's something that this old man sees that doesn't make him go out all night. So they copy from us. But then, like people say, I don't know how correct it is, that these days people are so busy looking for money. They're all over the place. They abandon the home to nannies and housemates and all that, and the children a lot of the time are on their own. But people like you and I, for instance, probably had housemates in the house. You see, but the work that the housemaid does, we were also made to do it. Right? Washing our plates, staying in the kitchen to see how things are prepared. They took us through it, even if you didn't have to do it yourself. And that's why you and I are what we are today. But for the modern young families, most if there's some money to back it up, no, the children don't touch a lot of housework in the homes. They can go out anytime they like. They can wear, you know, I mean, you see some little young girls and what they wear. In fact, even to the church, you want to ask yourself, where did their parents go to see what the children are wearing? Particularly the female. Even the guys wearing what they, things they don't use the belt, the trouser would just be somewhere on their hips and all that. Yeah, I mean, we want them to express themselves, but within control. So, wrapping up on that, I'm going to say, yes, we grew up under stronger control. Today's parents are so much in love with their children. They don't want to make them unhappy. You don't want to, pick up a stick and hit them. But I don't quarrel with that. But please be there for them when they need you. And don't be scared to talk to your parents. To talk to your children. No, we should never be scared to talk to them, because they are not going to take us over. They are our children. So what you don't want them to do, communication, extremely important. Talk to them. Let them, because peer pressure is extremely strong out there. They're mixing with so many guys from much even richer homes who have more to spoil their children with. Now you are a moderate family, your moderate children have to mix and relate and go out with guys with stronger economic background. There is, there is some disconnect there. Let's bring our children closer. Let's talk to them. A lot of parents don't talk to their children, and it's not right. Because the more you talk to them, the more they have that empathy for you. They know you care for them. They know you, because you have been moderately successful, for instance, they too want to be successful like you are, and all you are saying to them, follow my footsteps and you may not go wrong. And don't make wealth, money, the thing that should govern your homes. No, don't spoil the children. Give them adequately what we all need to survive, and they will survive. In those days, while all you needed to take to school was 1 shilling. Okay, you still see children from rich homes who came with £1 and stuff like that. But let's be contented. Let's teach the children to be contented with what we have. Families are growing, society is expanding, and we can reach out to any part of the world. Now, we need to bring them closer to the home. At least up till the time that they are leaving you to go and start up there. But as long as they're still within your influence, it's very important that children and their families come much, much stronger together. I'm going to start with sports. I was an avid squash player. Okay, back in school, a bit of football, a bit of tennis, and other. But when I started growing up seriously, I loved squash. And I played squash until I was over 50. Okay, and the doctor said, slow down on squash. So today, I do my swimming. Okay, I still do my swimming 2-3 times a week. Okay, and then of course I work. There's this thing that keeps on saying, I mean, if all you can do is work for 30-40 minutes a day, okay, and then of course I'm an avid fan of football up to today. I wish we could develop a local league so that I could slow down on my European Premier League sessions. So I love football and I love lawn tennis up to now. Now, favorite color, subdued. Okay. Hot colors frighten me. Okay. And if you have to do it, just make it minimal. When I pick my dress, for instance, you got to know you want the kind of shirt you want to wear to match the color of the tie you want to use, to match the color of your suit, so it doesn't run riot. So it's extremely important. And I said to my friend, just Google it. What color matches this and what color matches that? So you don't become like a Christmas tree on the road. That was the third one, food. I grew up enjoying my eba and amala. Growing up from Obalinde, okay? So I do my eba, I do my amala. Rice occasionally. But then these days, from age 70 upwards, the doctors are screaming, watch what you eat, what the quantity you eat. So my wife draws up a weekly timetable. Monday is this, Tuesday is that, Wednesday is that, and she manages to mix up the slightly heavy one and the slightly lighter one so that you have a good mix. With age, you cut down on a lot of things. Cut down on your booze, cut down on your champagne, you cut down on your wine, you cut down on your salt. In fact, it's like they're punishing us. But then they say that is the way to go, to be able to at least live longer and enjoy more of life.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Harton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Hello and welcome to World News on SOUQ News Television. We're reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Olumide Shokia. Let's begin with today's top stories. Nigeria government orders banks and fintechs to collect 7.5% value-added tax on electronic services. Dangote refinery begins night petrol loading to maintain 50 million litres daily, aiming for 24-hour operations. Kenya secures preliminary deal with China, granting 98.2% of export duty-free access while talks continue. The Kremlin backs President Trump's claim, blaming President Zelensky for delaying potential Ukraine peace deal amid ongoing war. And in sport news, Super Eagles exit Africa Cup of Nations AFCON 2025, losing 4-2 on penalties to host Morocco after scoreless semi-final. Details in a moment. The federal government has directed all banks and fintech companies to begin collecting and remitting 7.5 value-added tax VAT on selected electronic banking services effective Monday, January 19, 2026. Now, this directive was communicated to operators through email notices issued by payment platforms. The notice says the policy applies to specific digital transactions, aligning electronic services with existing VAT rules across the economy. Industry sources say the move expands tax base as authorities seek to raise non-oil revenue and improve fiscal sustainability. Banks and fintech firms are expected to adjust systems, pricing, and disclosures to ensure compliance before effective date. Analysts warn customers may face higher transaction costs, while regulators insist the measure will strengthen revenue mobilization without disrupting financial inclusion as Nigeria pushes for broader tax reforms across the digital economy. Implementation will be monitored closely, with penalties applied for breaches and periodic reporting required from operators nationwide. The federal government and the Academic Staff Union of Universities, SOUQ, on Wednesday unveiled a renegotiated agreement aimed at resolving long-standing disputes that have plagued Nigeria's tertiary education sector. Officials say the deal addresses key concerns that have repeatedly triggered strikes and prolonged university closures. Now, the agreement follows months of negotiation focused on lecturers' welfare, funding, and condition of service. Government representatives say the revised terms reflect fiscal realities while committing to gradual improvement in salaries, infrastructure, and research support. SOUQ leaders say the process shows renewed engagement, though implementation will determine success. The national chairman of the Academic Staff Union of University, SOUQ, Professor Chris Piwuna, who was a guest on our program SOUQ Business Landscape, shared details of what led to the agreement.
So now we have an agreement signed on the 23rd of December 2025. The agreement was not signed yesterday. It was signed on the 23rd of December 2025. What is left now, like you rightly pointed out, is the implementation. As part of the agreement, we had an implementation monitoring committee that was set up, and that committee will be coordinated from the National Universities Commission. It is composed of SOUQ, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Labor, Salaries and National Salaries and Wages Commission, NUC itself, and related agencies. We believe that if they are serious about education, we will not have a problem.
He also revealed some new policies that haven't been included in the new agreement, while also commending the new administration of President Bola Tinubu for the swift response.
Furthermore, what makes this particular agreement different? This agreement has some components that the previous agreement did not have. The 1% research funding from GDP is something that was not there before. The establishment of the National Research Council, it was not part of our previous agreement. This agreement also covers specifically how lecturers who retire will go with their full salary. It's been part of the Pension Act, but now it's clearly spelled out in our agreement. Those are some of the highlights of this agreement.
On inclusion of all universities, Professor Piwuna stated that both federal and state universities were captured in the new agreement.
Historically, in setting up the federal government scheme, state universities are taken into consideration. So we have pro-chancellors of state universities as members of this team. So we signed the agreement with them. And because we've signed the agreement with them, they can implement this salary increase. They can implement the issue of autonomy in state universities. They can, ask our branches at the state level can ask government to improve budgetary allocation to education in their states. So this thing covers all of us. ASUU is one, and when ASUU negotiates, we negotiate for all our members. There is no federal or state universities in ASUU. We just have one ASUU, and we believe that state governments would implement this agreement wholesome.
The federal government has cautioned prospective investors that the 2025 oil licensing round that any errors, miscalculations, or disappropriation arising from bidding process will be sole responsibility of participating companies. Now, authorities emphasize that there will be no refunds of signature bonuses or enhances of all assets under the circumstances. Officials said the warning aims to ensure transparency and accountability in the licensing process, urging investors to conduct thorough due diligence and risk assessment before submitting bids. The government stressed that companies must carefully evaluate technical, financial, and legal considerations prior to the engagement. Industry analysts say the strict stance highlights Nigerians' effort to maintain a fair and competitive licensing framework while protecting national resources. Observers note that investors should prepare for binding commitments carefully, reviewing contractual terms, and consider long-term implications of explorations and production decisions to avoid potential financial and operational losses. The Trade Union Congress, TUC of Nigeria, has rejected a circular from the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare directing implementation of a no-work, no-pay policy. The directive targets members of the joint health sector unions, stopping salaries through integrated payroll and personal information system, IPPIS, starting January 2026. TUC officials describe the policy as unfair, arguing it undermines workers' rights, threatens livelihood, and could escalate tensions in the health sector. The union called on the government to engage stakeholders in meaningful dialogue instead of punitive measures. Labor analysts say enforcing the policy risk industrial unrest and disruptions to critical health services. Observers warn that withholding salaries may deepen dissatisfaction among health workers, compromise service delivery, and intensify labor-government disputes, urging negotiations and alternative strategies to address productivity concerns without destabilizing the sector. The Nigerian power sector recorded a loss of approximately 187 billion naira to unbilled energy between July and October 2025. According to data from the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, distribution companies failed to issue bills for this amount, highlighting inefficiencies that continue to strain the industry's finances. Officials said unbilled electricity arises from metering challenges, technical losses, and billing system gaps. The shortfall undermines liquidity, limits investment capacity, and affects maintenance and service delivery across the sector. Analysts warn that persistent unbilled energy threatens financial stability and investor confidence. They urge stricter regulatory enforcement, improved metering and operational reforms to reduce revenue leakage. Observers say addressing billing inefficiency is critical to strengthening the power sector's sustainability, ensuring reliable service and supporting broader economic growth in Nigeria. Now, the Dangote Petroleum Refinery has started nighttime loading operations as part of efforts to maintain a daily supply of over 50 million liters of premium motor spirit petrol across Nigeria. Officials say the move marks a significant step towards a full 24-hour operations at Africa's largest refinery. Authorities explain that continuous operations will improve efficiency, reduce downtime, and ensure consistent distribution to fuel stations nationwide. The initiative is expected to stabilize supply, support domestic consumption, and reduce dependence on import industry. Industry analysts say the shift demonstrates refineries' capacity to meet growing demand and enhance energy security. Observers note that sustained 24-hour operations could lower fuel shortages, improve market confidence, and contribute to national economic growth by ensuring reliable access to petrol and other refined petroleum products. The Sea Empowerment and Research Center has warned that persistent regulatory gaps in Nigeria's maritime sector are costing the economy between 500 billion naira and 700 billion naira annually. Analysts say inefficiencies, corruption, and weak enforcement contribute to substantial revenue losses and operational challenges. Officials noted that loopholes in port management, shipping regulations, and custom oversight hinder optimal performance and reduce the sector's contribution to the national gross domestic product. The center stressed that reforming these areas could unlock significant economic potentials and strengthen maritime governance. Industry experts say addressing regulatory weaknesses would improve compliance, boost revenue, and attract foreign investments. Observers added that coordinated approach involving government, private operators, and stakeholders is essential to close gaps, enhance competitiveness, and ensure the maritime sector fully supports Nigeria's economic growth and international trade ambitions. Still to come in the news, the Philippines and Japan on Thursday signed 2 defense agreements aimed at deepening military cooperation and security concerns rise across Asia-Pacific region. We'll bring you details of this after this break.
In Africa, and there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dantata, but his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little Taking a clue from these, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria, highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions, like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015. He won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one granted authority that combines real intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
Welcome back. Kenya has reached a preliminary trade agreement with China granting 98.2% of its export goods duty-free access the country's trade ministry said Thursday. Officials said discussions continue toward finalizing a full bilateral trade deal between the two nations. The agreement reflects Kenya's push to strengthen economic ties with China. Analysts note that duty-free access could boost Kenyan exports, enhance competitiveness in key sectors, and expand market opportunities for local producers. Observers highlight that Kenya's growing engagement with China follows President William Ruto's state visit last year, which resulted in multiple financing and cooperation agreements. The preliminary deal signals momentum in diplomatic and trade relations with potential long-term benefits for Kenya's industrial growth, foreign exchange earnings, and regional trade integration. Caledonian Mining Corporation announced plans to invest $132 million in 2026 to develop what will become Zimbabwe's largest gold mine. Once operational, the project marks a major expansion of the company's footprint in the country's mining sector. Officials said the investment will cover infrastructure, equipment, and workforce mobilization, aiming to bring the mine to full production efficiently. The project is expected to significantly boost local employment, revenues, and gold output, contributing to Zimbabwe's mining-led economic growth. Analysts note that successful development could enhance investor confidence in the country's mining sector, attract foreign capital, and strengthen Zimbabwe's position in the global gold market. Observers emphasize that timely execution, regulatory compliance, and sustainable practices will be critical to realizing the mine's full potential. South Korean Industry Minister Kim Jong-kwon said Thursday that the government will closely monitor developments regarding United States tariffs on certain AI semiconductor chips to minimize potential impact on local industry, according to an official statement. The ministry held meetings with representatives of South Korean semiconductor companies to discuss strategies for coping with the 25% tariff imposed on some advanced chips by the White House on Wednesday. Officials emphasized coordination and support for affected firms. Analysts say the tariff could disrupt supply chains, increase cost, and affect competitiveness in the global semiconductor market. Observers note that South Korea's proactive approach may include policy guidance, export strategies, and negotiations to mitigate economic fallout while ensuring that domestic AI chip sector remains resilient amid rising international trade tensions. India's merchandise trade deficit stood at $25.04 billion in December, according to government export and import data, slightly below economists' expectation of $27 billion. According to the report, the deficit was higher than November's $24.53 billion, reflecting shift in import and export. Officials said exports and imports both influenced the gap, with rising import costs partially offset by steady export performance. Analysts noted that global commodity prices, supply chain dynamics, and domestic demand contributed to the trade balance outcome. Observers say the narrower than expected deficit may ease pressure on the rupee and support macroeconomic stability. Economists emphasize the need for continued export growth in import management and trade diversification to sustain a healthy balance, while policymakers monitor global trends and domestic productions to guide India's external trade strategy in the coming months. The Philippines and Japan on Thursday signed two defense agreements aimed at deepening military cooperation as security concerns rise across the Asia-Pacific region. The deals reflect growth alignment between the two countries as they respond to regional tensions and shared strategic challenges. One of the agreements is an acquisition of a cross-servicing agreement which allows both military to exchange supplies, logistic support, and services during joint exercises, training, and other cooperative activities. Officials say the pact will improve operational readiness and enable faster, more flexible responses during emergencies or regional contingencies. The new agreement builds on a landmark reciprocal access agreement that came into force months earlier, easing the deployment of troops between both countries. Analysts say the move highlights closer defense ties between two of Washington's key Asian partners, reinforcing a broader push to strengthen regional security frameworks. The cooperation is widely seen as a response to shifting power dynamics and increasing military activity in the region. Now, China's central bank announced cuts to some sector-specific interest rates on Wednesday to provide an early boost to the economy, officials said. Authorities said the move aims to support targeted industries and stimulate growth amid slowing activity and global uncertainties. The central bank also signaled room this year for further reductions in banks' cash reserve requirements, as well as broader interest rate cuts, highlighting a proactive approach to monetary policy. Analysts say the measures aim to encourage lending, investment, and consumption while supporting economic stability. Observers note that easing rates could strengthen domestic demand, improve liquidity, and bolster investor confidence. Economists caution that sustained growth will require continued policy coordination, structural reforms, and careful monitoring of credit risk, while signaling China's commitment to flexible monetary tools to achieve its 2026 growth objectives. More U.S. arms sales to Taiwan are in the pipeline, with 4 separate deals are yet to be formally notified to Congress, a senior Taiwanese defense official said earlier today. The disclosure follows last month's $11 billion weapons package, the largest arms sale ever approved for the island. United States remains Taiwan's most important international supporter and primary arms supplier, despite absence of formal diplomatic relations. Taipei says the additional deals are part of ongoing efforts to strengthen its defense capabilities amid rising regional security risk. China, which claims Taiwan as its territory, has strongly opposed the arms sales. Beijing responded to the latest package by staging military exercises around the island in late December. Analysts said further U.S. approvals could heighten tensions across Taiwan Strait, even as Washington insists the sales are defensive and aimed at maintaining regional stability. Still to come in the news, Prime Minister Mark Carney on Thursday held improving ties between Canada and China, praising the leadership of President Xi Jinping. More of this after this break.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluegbunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer, he was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I mean? I say Blackface Nigeria, love on the bad.
Welcome back to the World News. Thanks for staying with us. The Kremlin said on Thursday that Russia agrees with President Donald Trump's view that Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is holding up a potential peace deal to end the war in Ukraine, shifting blame away from Moscow as fighting drags on. President Trump made the assessment in an interview, arguing Kyiv had slowed progress towards a settlement, a position that aligns with Russia's narrative as the conflict enters another protracted phase. European allies sharply dispute that view, insisting Moscow lacks genuine interest in ending the war and is seeking to seize more territory while delaying negotiations to avoid tougher Western sanctions, keeping diplomatic fault lines firmly drawn. Officials across Europe say sustained pressure is necessary, warning that any rushed compromise could undermine sovereignty, embolden aggression, and weaken the international rules-based order. They continue to press for accountability, security guarantees, and a credible ceasefire backed by enforceable commitment from all parties involved globally. President Emmanuel Macron convened an emergency defense cabinet in Paris on Thursday to review rising global security risk, including President Donald Trump's stated intent to acquire Greenland and a forceful crackdown on nationwide protests in Iran. Officials said the meeting focused on strategic implications for Europe and allied security. In an overnight post on X, Emmanuel Macron said a first group of French military personnel were already en route to Greenland to take part in an exercise organized by Denmark and Greenland, an autonomous territory within the Kingdom of Denmark. French officials said the deployment and talks underscores growing concerns in Europe over Arctic security and Middle East instability. Analysts say Paris is signal readiness to coordinate closely with partners, deter escalation, and protect strategic interests as geopolitical tensions intensifies across multiple regions. The deployment comes as alliances reassesses defense planning amid shifting power dynamics and contested sovereignty claims worldwide today. Prime Minister Mark Carney on Thursday hailed improving ties between Canada and China, praising leadership of President Xi Jinping and saying both countries were charting a new course of cooperation amid global division and disorder. The 4-day visit to China is the first by a Canadian Prime Minister since 2017 and follows Carney's positive meeting with Xi and South Korea in October, as Ottawa seeks to research relations Carney and Xi are scheduled to meet again on Friday, with officials signaling discussions on trade, investment, and diplomacy. Analysts say the trip reflects cautious engagement as both sides balance cooperation with strategic competition. The note warmer rhetoric does not erase past dispute, but may open channels for dialogue at a time when economic pressures and geopolitical rivalry are reshaping global alliances. Business groups are watching closely for concrete outcomes from the talks that could ease trade frictions in the coming months. The United States is ramping up pressure on Mexico to permit joint military operations targeting fentanyl production, according to a New York Times report citing U.S. officials. Washington wants American forces to directly support Mexican units during raids on suspected drug laboratories. U.S. officials said proposals include deploying special operation troops or CIA officers to accompany Mexican soldiers in the field. Supporters argue that the approach could accelerate intelligence sharing, improve operational effectiveness, and disrupt network responsible for tracking fentanyl into the United States. Mexico has historically resisted any foreign military presence, citing sovereignty concerns and domestic policy sensitivities. Analysts say the push risks straining bilateral relations, even as both governments pledge cooperation against drug cartels. Fentanyl remains a central issue in U.S.-Mexico relations, blamed for tens of thousands of overdose deaths annually. Observers warn joint operations could yield gains, but provoke backlash, complicating security collaborations during a sensitive political period. And in sport news, Super Eagles were knocked out of the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations on Wednesday after losing 4-2 on penalties to host nation Morocco. The semi-final ended scoreless after regulation and extra time at the Prince Moulay Abdellah Stadium in Rabat. Both sides created chances but failed to convert, with goalkeepers and defenders dominating a tense contest. Nigeria held firm against sustained pressure, while Morocco relied on possession and crowd support to push the game into penalties. The defeat ends Nigeria's bid for the 9th continental final, while Morocco advanced with home advantage intact. The Super Eagles will now turn attentions to the third grade playoff, reflecting on the missed opportunities and discipline as preparations begin for upcoming international fixtures. Coaches says performances were encouraging, but execution under pressure must improve as supporters demand progress, resilience, and clearer attacking ideas heading into qualifiers and future tournaments across Africa and beyond this year. Still in sport news, billionaire industrialist and BUA Group chairman Abdul Samad Rabiu confirmed that he will fulfill his $500,000 pledge to Nigeria's Super Eagles, despite the team failing to win Africa Cup of Nations. The assurance follows Nigeria's narrow defeat in the final, ending hopes of another continental title. In a message posted on his official Instagram page, Rabiu praised the players for their resilience, courage, and fighting spirit throughout the tournament. He said the squad gave everything on the pitch and represented the country with pride, commitment, and professionalism. Rabiu noted that while the desired result was not achieved, the team's performance united Nigerians at home and abroad. Analysts say the gesture underscores private sector support for sports development, morale, and motivation, reinforcing confidence ahead of future international competitions and rebuilding effort. It also highlights leadership, accountability, and sustained backing for athletes beyond results during critical national sporting moments, nationwide celebrations. Before we go, let's go over the headlines once again. Nigerian government orders banks and fintechs to collect 7.5% value-added tax on electronic services. Dangote refinery begins night petrol loading to maintain 50 million liters daily, aiming for a 24-hour operations. Kenya secures preliminary deal with China, granting 98.2% of export duty-free access while talks continue. The Kremlin backs President Trump's claim, blaming President Zelensky for delaying potential Ukraine peace deal amid ongoing war. And in sport news, Super Eagles exit Africa Cup of Nations AFCON 2025, losing 4-2 on penalties to host Morocco after scoreless semi-final. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I am Olumide Shokoya. Thanks for watching.
My name is I'm the CEO Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group. The family operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. solely for commodity trading. BUA International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with BUA to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. BUA expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by BUA in 2005. BUA started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, BUA had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Obela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. It operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, my younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of BUA Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40, the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, Chausseo. BUA invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Ogu-Obela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, BUA Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37% totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. Boa Foods PLC and Boa Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, Boa Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP, while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021. A recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
What makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain. This fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
This hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. They may injure themselves in the process.
Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescent and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethought. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there's a family history of ADHD, the child may come up with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing tasks, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatment for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical therapy and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
Two widely used and deeply troubling terms dominate discussions around Nigerian emigration: japa and brain drain. Japa, a word that has made its way into the Oxford English Dictionary, means to leave Nigeria for another country, often Europe or America, in pursuit of education, job opportunities, or better economic prospects. It also connotes to escape or to flee. The second term, brain drain, refers to the outflow of skilled professionals, doctors, engineers, academics, and more, leaving Nigeria to contribute their talents to other nations. As a patriot, one might argue that both terms evoke concern. Japa is symptomatic of systemic failures that drive citizens away from their homeland instead of encouraging them to stay and push for reform. As authors Darren Asimoglu and James Robinson emphasized in Why Nations Fail, governance thrives under civic pressure. If the youth and professionals flee, who remains to demand accountability and enforce positive change? Likewise, brain drain depletes the country's human capital. When Nigeria's best-trained professionals are developing other nations, the country is left with fewer hands to build its own future. However, this narrative is shifting. As Bayo Olaoye explores in this special report, there is a compelling case for viewing the Nigerian diaspora not as a loss, but as an economic powerhouse. From brain drain to brain gain. Recent figures from the Nigerian Medical and Dental Council show that only about 27,000 of Nigeria's 71,740 registered doctors currently practice in the country. Thousands of Nigerian doctors, nurses, and health professionals now work in the UK and the US, contributing significantly to those nations' healthcare systems. It's a trend seen across professions, from teachers to tech experts. Critics argue these individuals should be at home, contributing to Nigeria's development. Yet, the picture is not so black and white. According to World Bank economists Art Cray and David McKenzie, poverty can often be a function of where one lives. For many Nigerians, staying home may mean remaining trapped in poverty. In that context, emigration is a rational choice and often a necessary one. Furthermore, the idea of brain drain has evolved into brain circulation or brain gain. Many Nigerians abroad are returning with skills, capital, and experience to invest in the country. Even those who don't return still give back. As Dr. Segun Aganga noted in Reclaiming the Jewel of Africa, diaspora Nigerians do not have to physically return to make an impact. Diaspora remittances, a lifeline for millions. Diasporans are sustaining the Nigerian economy through billions in remittances. Between 2018 and 2020, Nigerians abroad sent home over $65 billion, accounting for 4% of Nigeria's GDP. These funds uplift millions of households, offering relief from poverty, hunger, and economic despair. Remittances also help stabilize the naira, acting as a buffer against foreign exchange volatility. Yet, Nigeria is missing an opportunity to fully harness this potential. The Central Bank of Nigeria has imposed capital flow restrictions, forcing remitted dollars to be exchanged only at the official rate and in naira. This approach discourages larger inflows and stifles the remittance ecosystem. Diaspora trade and investment, the next frontier. Beyond remittances lies a massive opportunity in export trade. A Commonwealth Secretariat report highlights how countries with large diasporas have a comparative advantage in export markets. With over 20 million Nigerians abroad, this is a goldmine waiting to be tapped. Nigerians abroad crave products from home, be it fashion, food, film, or fine art. But to meet this demand, Nigeria needs a deliberate strategy to engage the diaspora. This means more than just ceremonial congratulations. It demands structured collaboration, policy coordination, and economic diplomacy. NIDCOM and the policy disconnect. The Nigerian Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, under the leadership of Abike Dabiri Erawa, has raised visibility on diaspora issues. However, its current focus remains largely reactive, centered around crises like human trafficking and consular support. For real impact, NIDCOM must collaborate with economic ministries, coordinate with trade and industry stakeholders, and act as a bridge between diaspora investors and local entrepreneurs. Beyond economics, political and institutional engagement. Nigeria must not reduce its diaspora to economic figures alone. They are citizens with a stake in the country's political future. That's why remote voting rights must be instituted, allowing diasporans to participate in national elections. Moreover, complaints about Nigerian embassies and high commissions, especially in the US and UK, must be addressed. Diasporans often face challenges with basic services like passport renewal, which leaves them feeling alienated and abandoned. This must change. The Nigerian diaspora is not a burden, it is a blessing. A sleeping economic giant that, if properly engaged, could help rewrite Nigeria's growth story. From remittances and trade to skills transfer and global influence, the diaspora is a strategic asset and not a national loss. What Nigeria needs is bold policy reform and a new mindset, one that sees migration not as failure, but as a force for economic revival. Japa may signal escape, but with the right vision, it can also spark renewal. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
The National Assembly, in collaboration with the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, held a 5-day national capacity building workshop on treaties, agreements, and protocols for federal MDAs, with the theme, Enhancing Institutional Capacity for Effective Treaty Negotiation, Implementation, and Oversight in Nigeria. Honorable Barrister Rabiu Yusuf, Chairman of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols, and Agreements in the 10th Assembly, highlighted the importance of strengthening the skills of key government officials in treaty processes.
At this particular moment of our country, we need a situation whereby all the stakeholders involved in external engagement with other countries, particularly state and the federal governments, and mostly MDAs of the at national level, to ensure that they are aware, they know what it takes, they know how it will be, and they know what it takes to ensure the institutionalized democracy and the legal approach as far as ratification, engagement, domestication of treaties. That is why the 10th National Assembly, under the ABA leadership, of the Right Honorable Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, mandated our committee, pursuant to Section 12 sub 2 of the Constitution, that we should reach out to all necessary stakeholders who are personally stakeholders on this engagement to ensure they know how it takes and they know how to execute it. Basically, that is the reason we are conducting this exercise.
Actually, I think there is no point for me to deliver my remark at this time, because I'm very much aware that my remarks have been delivered instead of extension. So in either words, I will just say I really sincerely appreciate your presence in this program, and I believe it will go far in helping the system, stimulating the system, and work for the Nigerian progress. So I wish you a fruitful discussion and a successful outcome. Thank you very much.
The major challenge, everybody is going silo, in the sense that we are not trying to bring ourselves into the same table to ensure that before you find any entity, be it state, local governments, or federal entity, as far as engagement is concerned with other outside world, you need to know there are provisions of the Constitution which you need to comply. Failure to comply with that provision of the Constitution, whatever you do, it will go to a nullity, invalid, and is inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution. And to the extent of that inconsistency, it is null and void, and of no effect whatsoever. So we're trying to avoid this scenario whereby at national level or at international fora, Nigeria will be embarrassed because the stakeholders, the principal actors, they didn't even know what they are doing. So that is why we decided at this particular moment it is rife and necessary to ensure that we engage with unnecessary stakeholders. That is the basic reasons for engaging these activities. Actually, I recommend their effort to any other entity, because if you can see, most of them, they are legal luminaries. They know their audience, they know what they are doing. So I really appreciate, they did a very wonderful job. And I sincerely appreciate. That's the main reason that I say I need to be here in Lagos, at least to supervise the happening in Lagos, and I'm impressed. Engagement with outside world it is two ways. It is going to be either bilateral or multilateral. So with this kind of workshop, or with this kind of discourse, we believe the principal actors will now know what it takes to enter a treaty. And if they comply with what they are taught in this session, if they advise their principal when they go back to their respective MDA on the right way to go, I believe most of the treaties will be legally binding in Nigeria, provided they follow the procedure laid down by the Constitution. The future is bright. And the future, we will ensure in the future that all the treaties, all the agreements, all the international protocols are being observed to the latter, are being protected and enforced as it is enshrined in the Constitution. And with this kind of workshop, we believe we will create a series of avenues whereby we will engage other parties, other necessary stakeholders. We just set the ball rolling, and we will be there, inshallah.
Also sharing insights on the workshop, the clerk of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols and Agreements discussed the value of the training in improving the understanding and application of international agreements across MDAs. He noted that the engagement served as an eye-opener, equipping participants with tools for more effective negotiation and oversight.
I'm a Nigerian, I'm a citizen of Nigeria, and I want Nigeria to benefit from its interaction with the international community, and it starts from things like this. For us to be able to interact well, we need to know what it entails to engage in the international community. When we are talking about treaties, what does it entail to enter into treaties? How do we do that? How do we negotiate? How do we implement? How do we oversight as a parliament? So it is my duty as a clerk of the committee to advise the chairman and the committee members on how to go on all these issues, and also very instrumental to the organization of this workshop today. Our partners, the facilitators, are very, very excellent. We appreciate them, and it's also a collaborative effort between us and them. And so far, so good. What we have ensured so far has been fantastic. The participants are very, very impressed. I myself am impressed. And I've also there are some things I'm taking home. For instance, now, Nigerians used to think before that our negotiators who negotiate treaties will just go abroad, go on tea party, shopping, but it's not more the case. By what I'm seeing here now, I can see experts, technocrats who know their honors, who take the bull by the horn and do what it's supposed to do. That one has been established. Even our facilitators can attest to that as well. Another thing is that the quality of ideas being shown and being given us here is very, very apt to our situation presently, so that we can apply in our situation in Nigeria. And going forward, if this lesson continues, it's going to impact a lot, because the MDs, many of the MDs are here, even state governments, like Kogi State Government is here, the SSG is here, the Attorney General of Plateau State was also here, and also some top directors in the federal MDA, they are here. So it's a high-class, high-level engagement workshop. We are in a political environment, I must tell you that. But we, technocrats, are supposed to be the advisors and movers of policies. So they don't need to bend. They need to stick to the rule. And also to advise our government, our leaders, that as well as they are making policies, they should also consider the benefits, the interest of the country, not just politics. They should not play politics with it. They should consider the interest of the country first, and also the people. It's an appeal that everybody that has a responsibility to do, either in the public service, or in private sector, in government, do your responsibility as much as you can, in a good faith, in sincerity. Don't put your personal interests above national interests.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be here to make the closing remarks on behalf of His Excellency, the Right Honorable Speaker, 10th National Assembly, Right Honorable Tajudeen Abbas. He has mandated me to deliver this goodwill closing remarks. We appreciate your time, your dedication, and your efforts in trying to attend this program and attentively pay attention to the discourse and the further issue being deliberated here. And it is believed that this message you have learned here, or what you have learned here, will be passed towards your chief executive officers, and at the same time you will guide them in achieving the necessary mandates in deciding issues of treaties, operation of treaties, and what have you. So at this juncture, on behalf of the Right Honourable Speaker, we wish you a safe return to your various destinations, and we believe you will pass the message to all other necessary stakeholders. Thank you very much.
In the thick green lawns of southern Nigeria, beneath towering trees and amidst age-old traditions, grows a fruit as bitter as truth, but as valuable as gold. It's called bitter kola, known scientifically as Garcinia kola. This small brown nut hides layers of history, health, and hidden wealth. To the untrained eyes, it's just a bitter snack chewed by elders or hawked in traffic. But to the world of herbal medicine, pharmaceuticals, and agro-export, bitter kola is a plant of promise, a potent gift of the rainforest. Across communities in Ondo, Cross River, Edo, and the southeast, bitter kola has long been used for its medicinal properties, antibacterial, anti-inflammatory, and antiviral. In traditional medicine, it's a cure for cough, a guardian of the liver, a friend of fertility. But beyond tradition, global demand is rising. Researchers abroad are exploring its use in managing glaucoma. boosting immunity, and even fighting viruses. And while many countries import, Nigeria stands tall as a natural home of bitter cola. Yet, like gum arabic, most of our bitter cola is exported raw. No branding, no packaging, no processing, just sacks of potent sent abroad for a fraction of what they are worth. Imagine this, a local SMA producing organic bitter cola supplements, branded extracts for the global herbal market, or dried sliced cola shipped to Europe, Asia, America, or capsules, oil, tea, cosmetics from a tree right in your backyard. If you're a youth, entrepreneur, or agro lover, here is how to plug in. 1. Harvesting. Locate local trees or cultivate them. They thrive in humid forests. In 2022 alone, Nigeria exported over 160 metric tons of bitter cola, generating an estimated 2.6 billion naira in export earnings, according to trade reports. But experts believe this is just scratching the surface. For small players, even processing 10 kg into powder or capsules can fetch a tidy margin, selling at 10,000 naira to 15,000 naira per kilo, locally as organic herb supplements. Now we go to 2, drying and preservation. Proper storage is key for export quality. At the local level, 1 sack of properly dried bitter cola, about 50 kg, can sell for 100,000 to 120,000 naira, depending on quality and market. Value addition. When grinded into powder, guided by professional knowledge, it could be infused into oil or capsule for supplements. Now we go to marketing and export. Target diaspora communities, herbal industries, and wellness markets. Exporters in Lagos or Port Harcourt resell the same quantity internationally for $600 to $800 per sack, especially in markets like the US, UK, and China. Research and innovation, that's another clue. Collaborate with local labs to explore new uses. Larger scale processors targeting international wellness markets with branded products can make millions monthly, especially with a consistent supply, packaging, and certifications like NAFDAC or FDA approval. Of course, there are challenges such as deforestation, lack of processing equipment, low awareness, and inconsistent market structures. But where there is a bitter cola 3, there is opportunity waiting to be unlocked. With cooperatives, training, youth-focused agro schemes, and export incentives, bitter cola could be Nigeria's next agro star, sitting silently, waiting to be noticed. So next time you see a wrinkled nut by the roadside, don't just think bitter. Think business. Think export. Think legacy. Cash can be crafted not only in the offices, but in the orchard, in a forest, and in forgotten fruits. This is Grace Komolafe bringing you clues from the quiet corners of commerce. I'll see you again next time.
Well, thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer, and what should I call myself? A pseudo-politician, not quite a politician, but I've served in government before. And I'm delighted to be here with you. Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, is it my family or the wider family? I mean, like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. From there, he was appointed by SOUQ to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor, social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio to 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had disagreement with the party. And Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. I think it's fair to say they got independence just before us. And Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy to find out what we're doing. So he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was commissioner, and later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became high commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was the position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Debayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet, and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of the sketch group of companies as well. And that was about it. I think after his stint in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan. And then he went back into private legal practice. And then he started this agitation for the creation of Osun State. He and a few others set up the movement. He was the chairman of the movement. And then to the glory of God, in 1991, Osun State was created. And that's it.
Tell us about mommy.
Well, yes, my mother. Well, in those days, the women weren't not so much in the forefront, But my mother has been my bedrock. She stood by me, and she has backed me in most of the things I've set out to do. And she's still alive. She's 89 this year, and she's still doing well, and she's still
and your wife
going
and
strong.
The kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. She studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a 7th class upper. Proud of her. She's now curator today. And I have twin girls as well who are also in university now, that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics. And the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. My father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Yes, he was in the first cabinet in the First Republic, the first ever cabinet Nigeria had, and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's first information minister. Later, T.O.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's first information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's first ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics immediately after he finished his education, and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was in about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Ocean State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to, well, I would say the first set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife. Went to the Nigerian Law School. And I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, you know, and I just think that if we had invested more in education, that we could have, the sky would have been the limit, actually. Well, my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me, and I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then filing a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I will be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, the judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law. And there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria, so they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to deal with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they are quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. Now, that doesn't make sense, and that's unfair. In fairness, we ought to be able to look at the constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 constitution, or do they want to draw up a new one. If the answer to that question is yes, we want to draw up a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, that means I've indirectly approved the 1999 constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments as to whether the 1999 constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. Every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has an advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We are doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of these state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. Well, I think it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there's been agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in Section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally would not encourage the creation of more states, no. In the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. We had the colony of Lagos, but if I'm right, I think it was the MacPherson Constitution, I think it is, I'm not too sure, that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos was placed under the Western region, lots of people were not happy about that. I remember my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC, because they felt that Lagos belonged to everybody. Like you said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, Zik schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So it was the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter, and it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own, that Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions, and that was how Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position of the NCNC was actually argued in London by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, when the military, after that, we had what you called a minister for Lagos. I think there was Ribadu, and I think there was one other person, but I think it was Yaradua, not the same Yaradua, but his father. And then later after that, when the military struck, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken over by events. Lagos is a state, and as a state, it's still home to different people with different backgrounds, from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country, and it's just a question of its having continued with good governance and improving the strides they have made. Once again, let's go back to the past. We had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? And in those House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people, were traditional rulers, chiefs from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. It's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, and if, that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas and chiefs and people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from of the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. Their decisions won't necessarily be binding on us, but at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. Well, that's a big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Oshun about 10 years ago under Rauf Aregbesola, and it was an issue we took quite seriously. In Oshun State, we had quite a number of youths who are unemployed, and the governor thought, what can I possibly do to give them something to do, to keep them employed? So he created what we call the Osun State Youth Empowerment Scheme. Now, under the State Youth Empowerment Scheme, unemployed youths were given particular tasks in the state. Help us sweep the roads. Some were part-time lecturers. Some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary. Or the salary, although the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme, set up a youth empowerment scheme whereby which unemployed youths are given things to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Nigeria. You know, there's so many gaps whereby which the youths can help do that. In the interim, while they find themselves something more gainful or something more permanent. So it's a question, it's for government to do. It's for government to think of a way of helping out the youths. And of course, there should be partnerships, a partnership between the government and private enterprise to try and encourage them to take on more of our youths, and not necessarily those who have schooled abroad, who they think are probably the best in terms of employment. No, we have many here who can do a good job as well. Sustaining democracy is about discipline. It's about the people being disciplined. It's about those who rule us being disciplined. I started out by telling you that this is the longest government we've had. It's the longest republic we've had. We've had democracy now since 1999, 26 years. If you go back to the days of independence, there's been no republic that has been this long. So it shows that the people have embraced democracy. They've come to it's part of us now. They've come to enjoy it. Yes, there are hiccups in terms of the fact that we could do a lot better in terms of how we implement things. But in terms of the people yearning for democracy and imbibing it, I think we've done very well. And what we just need to do is just to try and perfect it. One of the ways, like I said much earlier, is to perhaps take a second look at the Constitution, see where areas where we can improve, and try and make people happy, and at the same time reduce the cost of governance. But I don't think democracy is going anywhere. I think it's here to stay.
To you the remarkable life of a Nigerian businesswoman who has overcome significant challenges to become one of the most successful entrepreneurs in Africa. Let me tell you about the strength, resilience, and passion for success of a woman who journeyed into the male-dominated world of oil exploration and production. A woman who displayed her love for philanthropic endeavors and her commitment to empowering others, particularly women and young people. This woman is Folorunsho Alakija. It takes only the brave, courageous, and smart-minded people to become rich and influential personalities in the world. In Africa, when we mention the names of rich and powerful women, you must mention the name Folorunsho Alakija, the richest woman in Africa. Her net worth, according to Forbes, is $1 billion. Now, how did she start? Let's take you down memory lane on the life of Folorunsho Alakija. Folorunsho Alakija was born on Sunday, 15th July 1951 to Chief L.A. Ogbara, her father, and Mrs. Ogbara, her mother, who is a businesswoman. She was born into a polygamous family of 8 wives and 52 children. Her mother was the first wife, and she was the 8th child of her mother. Young Folorunsho grew up at her family house located at Ido Oluwo Street, Ikorodu, Lagos. She had her nursery education at Our Lady of Apostles Nursery School from 1955 to 1958, also in Lagos. At the age of 7, her parents enrolled her at a primary school in Wales called Dino Ben School for Girls in Wales. She was in that boarding school for 4 years before she returned to Nigeria. After her primary education, she attended Muslim High School, Shagamu, Ogun State in 1963. Well, during the holidays, she would go to her mother's shop to participate in the textile business. She would learn about trading and marketing of textiles. Generally, she learned a lot of tricks about business. After graduation from high school, she enrolled at Pitman Central College, London, to study secretarial studies. In 1974, Folorunsho started her career working as an executive secretary at Sijuade Enterprises. After gaining some experience there, she moved on to First National Bank of Chicago, now First City Monuments Bank, working as the executive secretary to the managing director. Later, she was appointed the new head of the Corporate Affairs Department of the International Merchant Bank of Nigeria, formerly First National Bank of Chicago. She moved on in her career to become office assistant to the Treasury Department. After spending 12 years in the banking sector, Folorunsho traveled to London in 1984 to study fashion designing. She studied intensive courses in millinery and fashion design at the American College in London and the Central School of Fashion. When she returned to Nigeria, she established her fashion label called Supreme Stitches. Within 3 weeks of setting up her business, she was invited to take part in a fashion competition. Folorunsho won the competition that brought her straight into the limelight of the fashion industry in Nigeria. Prominent women from different parts of the country started making clothes with her. Her fashion company thrived successfully, and a few years later, she renamed it to the Rose of Sharon House of Fashion, making it a proper fashion line. As her success in fashion grew, she was later made national president of the Fashion Designers Association of Nigeria, FADON, and a lifelong trustee of the association. By the early 1990s, Folorunsho decided it was time to expand her business tentacles to oil and gas. Her company, FAMFA Limited, was incorporated in September 1991. The company applied for an oil prospecting license, OPL, to explore a 617,000 acre block for oil, now OPL 216. In August 1993, the company was awarded the leasehold rights of OPL 216 oil block, and it was renamed officially. FAMFA Oil was changed to FAMFA Oil Limited. Its goal was to be the forefront of indigenous oil and gas exploration and production in Nigeria. Folorunsho got on board the exploration of a major deep water oil field located 1,500 meters off the Niger Delta, the Agbami field. She gained access by partnering with Star Deep Water Petroleum, a subsidiary of Texaco, through a joint venture agreement. FAMFA Oil Limited then appointed Star Deep Waters Petroleum as its official technical advisor for the OPL 216 exploration license. The company received 40% of FAMFA's 100% stake, while the remaining 60% was retained by FAMFA and the Alakija family. It was discovered in 1998 by Shell. Star Deep Waters Limited, an affiliate to Chevron, functions as the operator of the field. Through her company, FAMFA, Folorunsho and other companies are oil benefactors of the Agbami field. The Agbami field was first discovered in 1998 but only became active in 2008. Its operations will last throughout 2024. After a majority of its vast reserves would have been extracted, she had to fight back against the government in court for laying claims to a 50% stake in her company. It was initially a 40% stake, but the government later returned for an additional 10%, claiming that the company generated a revenue of $10 million from the oil block. Folorunsho felt it was unfair because her company had worked hard, invested everything in the business. When the fruits of their labor started to manifest, that's when the government took everything away. The Alakija family fought the government in court until they won on May 22, 2012. The first drilling of the Agbami well was done on 15 July 1998. The exploratory well was about 4,700 feet underwater, which was the deepest depth in Nigeria at that time. From the license application to the point of the company's first strike, there was an interval of 17 years. Today, Famfa Oil Limited is a leading oil and gas exploration company. Folorunsho Alakija has other businesses in property, real estate, and in printing. She owns Dayspring Property Development, a real estate company with investments in different parts of the world. She also owns Digital Reality Print Limited, a printing company and corporate services provider. And in the area of philanthropy, Folorunsho's success story would not be complete without mentioning how she wants to give back to society. She wants to help those in need. Hence, she started the Rose of Sharon Foundation, which was created in 2008. It is a registered faith-based NGO that has empowered widows and their families and orphans to be successful through education programs and scholarships up to the university level within the country, Nigeria. Through Famfa Oil Limited, Folorunsho also hands out yearly scholarships to 9,000 medical and engineering students across the nation. The foundation has also donated a total of 21 chest clinics for the treatment of tuberculosis in 21 states across Nigeria, including the Niger Delta region and Lagos State. They have successfully donated 4 e-libraries and 2 school libraries to schools within the nation. In addition, she has a foundation created to empower women called Flourish Foundation. It encourages women in their different careers and provides grants for female entrepreneurs who want to start a business. Folorunsho is also a writer and has written a few books. For instance, one of the books titled The Cry of Widows and Orphans and the University of Marriage, and also the Folorunsho Alakija Speaks, to mention a few. Now, Folorunsho's personal life would not be complete in this article without mentioning her husband, Mr. Modupe Alakija. Folorunsho and Modupe got married in November 1976. Their marriage is blessed with 4 sons and their grandchildren, and they reside in Lagos, Nigeria. Folorunsho holds so many awards and recognitions for her contribution to society. She holds 6 honorary degrees and a fellowship at the Yaba College of Technology. In July 2013, she was appointed as the Vice Chairman of Nigerian National Heritage Council and Endowment for Arts. She became the first female chancellor in Osun State University and Nigeria's first female chancellor on the 9th of March 2016. She is also one of the Lagos Business School's alumnus and a member of the Commonwealth and Investment Council Advisory Board. She is also an advisory board member for Center of African Studies, Harvard. On July 17, 2021, Benson Idahosa University, Benin City, bestowed on her an honorary doctorate degree in business administration. In conclusion, Folorunsho Alakija's story is a tale of hard work, determination, persistence, and courage. She was able to build up her marriage, raise an upstanding family, and build her empire. She also faced challenges in her life, but she conquered these challenges. She's living proof that success is not limited by gender, age, nationality, or financial backgrounds, but rather success is the product of courage to take risks and stand up strong in the face of adversity.